Chapter 702. What's your current cultivation level? Dragon's soul asked curiously after absorbing the dragon chi and regaining a ruddy complexion. Hearing the dragon soul's words, Sky, Burier Sword Deity, and Longhao also looked over curiously. The heavenly domain immortals' laws made it impossible for them to sense Qin Yu's exact cultivation level. They only knew that he had reached the heavenly origin realm. Middle stage, heavenly origin realm. Qin Yu didn't hide it. The heavenly Dao realm was divided into 9 major realms. Each realm was divided into 4 subrealms: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and perfected. If immortal King Zhanlong's inheritance was completed normally, Qin Yu's cultivation level would definitely be higher than it was now. However, due to the threat of Luosha Crown Prince and Blood Immortal, Fairy Shualan's soul power appeared and helped Qin Yu complete the inheritance. As a result, Qin Yu's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage heavenly origin realm. Of course, after the transition period is over, Qin Yu's cultivation will experience a period of enormous growth. After helping Dragon Soul and Longhao recover from their injuries, Qin Yu gave Sky Burier Sword Immortal an Immortal Yuan Spirit Jade. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's foundation was damaged because of this, so Qin Yu naturally couldn't owe him a favor. This Immortal Yuan Spirit Jade was one of the few immortal treasures in Immortal King Zhanlong's treasury. It contained a vast amount of immortal qi. Such a vast amount of immortal qi. Sky Burier Sword Immortal sensed it and was extremely shocked. Then he put it away solemnly. This Immortal Yuan Spirit Jade was undoubtedly a peerless treasure to Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who walked the immortal Dao. With this Immortal Yuan Spirit Jade, Sky Burier Sword Immortal wouldn't have to search for immortal qi to cultivate in the future. What do you want? Qin Yu appeared in front of the white-clothed woman. This time, Luosha Crown Prince and Blood Demon had invaded. This white-clothed woman had contributed greatly. Otherwise, Dragon Soul and the other 2 wouldn't have been able to hold off Luosha Crown Prince and Blood Demon for so long. A golden token. It's something my ancestor left behind. It can help me form an immortal body. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't plan to stand her up, the white-clothed woman was extremely excited. Golden token? With a command in his heart, Qin Yu's consciousness entered the treasure vault left behind by the immortal king. After a short moment, he found a sealed golden command token. The golden token seemed to be suppressing some kind of creature. There was a strong and terrifying will surging within it. Even Qin Yu felt his heart palpitate. It really fell into the hands of immortal King Zhanlong. The white-clothed woman was extremely excited. After receiving the token, she immediately sent a series of profound imprints into the golden token. With a flash of golden light, the golden token immediately entered the white-clothed woman's body. In the next moment, halos of sacred golden light radiated from the white-clothed woman's body. Her body started to solidify bit by bit, and the restriction that the 9 gods deity extermination painting had on the white-robed woman was quickly disappearing. Let's go. After obtaining the inheritance of the immortal king, all the treasures in the immortal vault fell into Qin Yu's hands. Therefore, Qin Yu and the others did not stay in the immortal trove for long. They left the immortal trove. After obtaining the inheritance of immortal King Zhanlong and being able to control the rules of immortal spells in the heavenly domain, Qin Yu was like a god in the heavenly domain. He could go to the 9 states of the heavenly domain and the extraterritorial demon tribe. With a single thought, the entire heavenly domain was under Qin Yu's control. It could be said that he truly controlled the life and death of all living beings. Of course, Qin Yu did not become arrogant because of this. He was able to do this with the help of the rules of immortal spells left behind by immortal King Zhanlong. In the heavenly domain, he was invincible. However, after leaving the heavenly domain, he was only at the initial stage of the heavenly origin realm. With the help of the rules of immortal spells, Qin Yu wiped out all the inheritances of his enemies from his previous life. Whether they escaped to the depths of the wildlands or the extraterritorial demon tribe, they could not escape. However, at this moment, Qin Yu discovered that AOD, who had sneaked into the extraterritorial demon tribe to prepare to deal with the extraterritorial demon tribe, had disappeared. Even the entire dragon tribe in the extraterritorial demon tribe had disappeared without a trace. Qin Yu specially made a trip to the extraterritorial demon tribe's territory. There, he saw a huge dragon claw mark. That dragon claw seemed to have torn through the void and left millions of huge spatial cracks in the extraterritorial demon tribe's territory. The extraterritorial demon tribe was plunged into misery and suffering. Just the dragon claw alone was 1,000 feet long. It was hard to imagine what level of dragon tribe it was. After investigating and finding nothing, Qin Yu used the rules of immortal spells to seal the spatial crack and returned to the 9 states of the heavenly domain. A few days later, Qin Yu, Long Hao, and Long Hun returned to the Meru world where the Qin family and the Long Hao clan were. Ever since Qin Yu left, it had already been over 10 years since he returned. In these 10 years, the Qin family and the Long Hao clan had developed rapidly. Although they could not be compared to the top forces in the 9 states of the heavenly domain, they were enough to establish themselves in the 9 states. Qin Yu brought them to the sacred dragon sect to cultivate. My immortal body has been completely stabilized. It's time to leave. On this day, Qin Yu was playing with his parents when the woman in white tore through the void and appeared. Haven't you already condensed your immortal body? Why haven't you recovered to the ancient immortal realm? Qin Yu looked at the woman in white with some curiosity. He sensed an extremely terrifying pressure from the woman in white. However, the woman in white did not have the special immortal Tao fluctuations of immortal King Zhanlong in the myriad realms. The orthodox martial Tao is only the 9 levels of the martial Tao, the 9 levels of the heavenly Tao, and the legendary immortal realm. As for the ancient immortals and gods, they are all formed by the development of the martial Tao in the heavenly domain. In the entire heavenly domain, only immortal King Zhanlong has truly stepped into the immortal Tao. Therefore, if I must say, I am probably equivalent to the heavenly venerate realm now. The woman in white said, "Heavenly venerate realm." Qin Yu and Long Hun were shocked when they heard this. Heavenly origin realm, heavenly wheel realm, heavenly calamity realm. Only after crossing these 3 realms could one reach the heavenly venerate realm, as expected of someone who had once stepped into the ancient immortal realm. Once she condensed her body, her cultivation reached a level that they could only look up to. My name is Sikong Fenglan. I hope we can meet again in the outer realm in the future. The woman in white cupped her fists at Qin Yu, then tore through the void and left in the direction of the immortal-seeking ancient road. It seems like it's time for us to leave the heavenly domain. Long Hun looked at Qin Yu. During this period of time, with Qin Yu's help, Long Hun had also crossed the limit of the 9 levels of the martial Tao and stepped into the heavenly origin realm. However, after entering the heavenly origin realm, Long Hun realized that the heavenly origin realm was the peak of the heavenly domain due to immortal King Zhanlong's immortal law. It could not advance any further. Yes, Qin Yu nodded slightly. During this period of time, his cultivation did not make much progress. While the immortal law protected the heavenly domain, it also limited the development of the heavenly domain's martial Tao. Although Qin Yu could control the immortal law's immortal law, he could not resist it or even change it. 3 months later, Qin Yu left the ancestral demon statue to his parents. After settling everything, he went to the immortal-seeking ancient road, with Long Han. The grudges in the heavenly domain had been settled, but Qin Yu could not stop here. His master Xiantian Senzen's life and death, and Fairy Shualan's whereabouts, were all matters that concerned Qin Yu. He had to go to the Xian domain and Shui domain first. In addition, Qin Yu also wanted to see the 9 origin ancestral dragons and the eternal immortal empire that Zhan Long had mentioned. Chapter 703. Knowing that Qin Yu was leaving the heaven region, Long Hao, Sky, Burier, Sword Immortal, the Jiang siblings, Lin Chongqing, and the others all went to see him off. Long Hao, Sky, Burier, Sword Immortal, and the others were only one step away from reaching the 9th level of the heavenly path. Because of this, the heavenly domain, which was protected by the laws of the immortal law, was the most suitable place for them to cultivate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100 zhang wide hole appeared in the void, and the sound of wind whistled incessantly. The holes seemed to have been formed by someone blasting open the void. The inside of the hole was gray, and nothing could be seen. Only vast and profound fluctuations spread out, tempting the cultivators who came here at all times. Immortal when ancient road, a group of figures appeared as if they had teleported, and they sized up the hole. These people were Qin Yu, the Dragon Soul, Sky, Burier Sword Immortal, and the others. It was not their first time coming to the immortal when ancient road. Of course, only Sky, Burier Sword Immortal, and Lin Chongqing had entered before. Even the Jiang siblings had not explored it before. Let's go. After a while, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul stepped into the immortal when ancient road. The immortal when ancient road was left behind by immortal King Zhan Long martial artists in the heaven region could leave through the immortal when ancient road after breaking through the limits of the martial path and reaching the 9th level of the heavenly path. When immortal King Zhan Long was asleep, there were foreign experts who sneaked into the heaven region through the immortal when ancient road. Of course, such a situation would not happen now. As the immortal laws of the heaven region became stronger, the entire heaven region was like a cage. It was easy to get out, but it was impossible to get in unless Qin Yu personally led the way. Seeing Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul enter the immortal when ancient road, they went in search of a higher martial path. Lin Chongqing, Sky, Burier Sword Immortal, the Jiang siblings, and the others were slightly moved. Long Hao clenched his fists tightly, and his expression was determined. It would not be long before he stepped onto the immortal when ancient road and followed in Qin Yu's footsteps. After entering the immortal-seeking ancient road, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul saw an ancient road that extended to the ends of the starry skies. They couldn't see the end of it and had no idea where it led to. Hoo. On the immortal-seeking ancient road, there were ear-splitting gusts of wind sweeping past at all times, filled with an incomparably destructive might. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul immediately circulated their heavenly Tao veritable essence energy to barely resist. The deeper one ventured into the ancient road, the more terrifying the dangers that appeared along the way. There were meteorites falling from the sky, heavenly flames burning, floods sweeping across, cracks in the void that appeared without warning and could cut through everything, and there were world-destroying ferocious beasts that only existed in myths and legends. If Qin Yu and Long Hao were not protected by the immortal artifacts of the battled Dragon Immortal Emperor, they would not have been able to avoid the danger so easily. Qin Yu felt fortunate that he had left behind immortal treasures for his first senior brother, Long Hao, and the other two. Thinking about it, when they stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road in the future, even if they couldn't make it through, they would still be able to return to the heaven region safely. It's here, the world-crossing sea. After a total of 10 days and 10 nights, a vast and boundless sea of stars appeared before Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul. This sea of stars was called the World-Crossing Sea, and it was the boundary that separated the heavenly domain and the outer domain. if an ordinary martial artist crossed this boundary, it was basically impossible for them to return to the heavenly domain. Unless they were like the buried sky sword immortal, who had coincidentally reincarnated and returned to the heavenly domain. After crossing the world-crossing sea, we will be in the real outer domain. Qin and the Dragon Soul were excited. In both their previous and current lives, they had always wanted to leave the heavenly domain and head to the outer domain to pursue a higher martial world. Now, this day had finally arrived. Qin moved his left hand and took out the Snow Immortal imprint. Although the Snow Immortal imprint could no longer protect Qin as Fairy Shualan's soul power had disappeared. However, with the Snow Immortal imprint, Qin could go to the Snow Domain, where Fairy Shualan was. Judging from the scene back then, Fairy Shualan should have caused a big commotion in the Snow Domain. As long as he went to the Snow Domain, he should be able to find clues about Fairy Shualan. As for the Xian Domain, Qin had not gone to his master's whereabouts yet. Sikong Fenglan had once said that Star Luo's cultivation had most likely reached the Sky Saint realm. Although Qin was eager to save his master, he would not foolishly go to his death. Therefore, the most important thing for Qin now was to find Fairy Shualan. Dong. The moment they stepped into the Sea of Stars, a ripple appeared in the void. The celestial spell laws on Qin and the Dragon Soul also completely disappeared at this moment, not leaving a trace. It also meant that this place was completely out of the area covered by the immortal Emperor Zhanlong's celestial spell laws. Qin and Long Hao turned around to look. They discovered that the immortal-seeking ancient road had already disappeared. Behind them was also a vast sea of stars. Of course, Qin could still sense the existence of the immortal-seeking ancient road. When Qin crossed the boundary of the heaven domain and entered the realm-crossing sea, it was a world with 9 blazing suns, wantonly roasting the earth. A figure with a leaf in his mouth and his hands behind his head, lying down on an ancient tree to enjoy the shade, suddenly opened his eyes. He left the heaven domain so soon? Does that mean he has already obtained the succession of the immortal Emperor Zhanlong? If Qin were to appear here, he would definitely recognize that this man looked exactly the same as his previous incarnation. It was the mysterious person that the heaven-burying sword immortal had met in the demon tribe. His pace is pretty fast. I hope he won't stumble again this time. The person slowly closed his eyes and chewed on the leaf leisurely. At the same time, in an extremely dark deep sea without the slightest bit of light, an immemorial ferocious beast of unknown size, Kunpeng, suddenly trembled. A young man in a black outfit who was sleeping on the Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. As the young man opened his eyes, the dark sea immediately brightened up. Countless powerful creatures in the sea were awakened. They knelt respectfully toward the young man in a black outfit. The entire sea fell silent. The young man in a black outfit sat up lazily. He looked in a certain direction and murmured, "Is he back? Such a strong aura." Is this what the heaven-burying sword, immortal, meant by the different rules of the outer realm? In the realm-crossing Sea of Stars, Qin and the Dragon Soul used an ancient talisman to summon a spiritual boat that traveled rapidly in the realm-crossing Sea of Stars. After the initial excitement, Qin and Long Hao realized that the outer realm was filled with an indescribable aura. That kind of aura seemed to freeze the air and the void. They could travel 10,000 miles in an instant in the heaven domain, but in the realm-crossing Sea of Stars, they couldn't even fly, let alone travel 10,000 miles. It was as if they had just started cultivating. The heaven-burying sword immortal had told Qin and Long Hao that the rules of the outer realm were different from the heaven domain. However, Qin Yu and Long Hao didn't understand what the so-called different rules of the outer realm meant until they experienced it themselves. Chapter 704. With the help of the snow immortal mark, he could sense a faint ripple of energy from the snow domain. Qin Yu and the dragon soul sat on the ancient talisman spirit vessel and traveled rapidly toward the snow domain in the boundless starry realm crossing sea. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. On this day, when Qin Yu and the dragon soul were hurrying on their journey and absorbing origin energy to cultivate, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the curtain of night had descended. Along with the darkening of the sky, an extremely terrifying and vast divine might appeared. Uft! Qin Yu and the dragon soul, who were in the middle of training, were suddenly suppressed by that boundless divine might. Their bodies shook, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. What's that? The dragon soul's eyes widened in astonishment when it looked up. Qin Yu promptly raised his head to look. Only then did he discover that it was not night time. Instead, in the sky above, there was an enormous beast that covered the entire sky. The gigantic beast could be said to have covered the sky and the sun. Wherever it passed, its shadow would cover everything. Not a single ray of light could enter. It's shaped like a turtle, completely black, and has 6 legs. Is this the legendary dark beast of starry sky? When Qin Yu saw the appearance of that enormous beast, he immediately thought of an ancient beast that had only appeared in legends even in the myriad realms of the universe. According to the records of the battled dragon Immortal Emperor, the dark beasts of starry sky were born in the endless starry sky. Their bodies were tens of thousands of li wide when they were born. They fed on the stars and lived in the star ocean. An adult dark beast of starry sky could grow to a few million li wide. They could easily destroy a star region. Every time a dark beast of starry sky appeared, it would bring a great calamity. Whoosh! While Qin Yu and the dragon soul were astonished by the size of the dark beast of starry sky, a giant whirlpool suddenly appeared in the star ocean. The whirlpool was tens of thousands of li wide. The ancient talisman spirit vessel that Qin Yu and the dragon soul were on happened to be in the middle of the whirlpool. No matter how hard Qin Yu tried, he could not control the ancient talisman spirit vessel. Therefore, Qin Yu and the dragon soul could only abandon the vessel and flee as far as they could from the whirlpool. Judging from the size of the whirlpool, there was no doubt that there was an extremely terrifying creature in the star transboundary sea. It might even be stronger than the dark beast of starry sky. Boom! Suddenly, the sea water at the center of the whirlpool exploded, sending waves tens of thousands of li high. A ferocious behemoth tens of thousands of kilometers in size rose from the vortex and bit at the dark star beast in the sky. The ferocious beast that charged out of the realm-crossing sea had the body of a flood dragon. It had no horns on its head, claws on its abdomen, and wings on its back. Its wingses of starry sky covered starry sky, starry nights, starry sky eye. Deep sea dragon, again, the dragon, starry sky. This deep sea giant WIRM was no less powerful than the dark beasts. Dragon blood was starry sky dragon, was a legendary creatures of origin. It was rumored that they preyed on true dragons, heavenly phoenixes, and other sentient life forms. From the looks of it, the rumors were probably true. The deep-sea giant Jiao dragon was clearly targeting the dark star beast. Roar! The starry sky dark beast sensed this and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its 6 legs stomped fiercely in the air. After the tens of thousands of stars condensed, they actually evolved into 6 stars that bombarded the deep-sea giant dragon that was flapping its wings. Those were real stars. Each one of them was incomparably huge and contained boundless stellar energy. Roar! The deep-sea giant flood dragon showed no signs of weakness. Its mouth was like a black hole, and its claws were like divine blades. The 6 stars were either crushed, devoured, or destroyed. They didn't cause any damage to the deep-sea colossal flood dragon, which then crashed into the star dark beast. Rumble! Immediately, the 2 legendary ferocious beasts began a battle of life and death. The heavens and earth shook, and the tsunamis came one after another. As the 2 ferocious beasts fought, countless huge abyss-like spatial rifts appeared in the void, swallowing everything in their way. The seawater disappeared into those spatial rifts in an instant. Fortunately, these 2 ferocious beasts were fighting on the world-crossing sea. If it were anywhere else, it would have caused an immeasurable disaster. Not good, of course, for Qinyu and the Dragon Soul, who were unable to escape from the battle. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a disaster. In the face of the extremely terrifying aftermath, they were unable to resist at all, and their injuries became more serious. To make matters worse, the spatial rifts were increasing in number, and the spatial fluctuations were becoming more and more chaotic. The entire world shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Qinyu and the Dragon Soul had completely become a lone boat in the chaotic sea, and they could be drowned at any time. Space-time slow flow, space-time illusory realm, space-time horizontal shift. Sensing that the spatial fluctuations were becoming more and more violent, the Dragon Soul's hands kept changing as it immediately used its space-time superpower. As its cultivation reached the heavenly origin realm, the Dragon Soul's space-time superpower had also reached another level. It was called space-time horizontal shift, and it could move the void, which was similar to space teleportation. Of course, the space-time horizontal shift could not move the user. However, it could still be used as a killing technique at a critical moment. Unfortunately, although the space-time Tao was extremely mysterious, it was still not enough in front of these 2 legendary ferocious beasts. In an instant, the space-time defense set up by the Dragon Soul collapsed inch by inch, and it was unable to resist at all. I can only give it a try. Qinyu's expression was extremely solemn as he took out an ancient divine talisman. This was one of the few divine talismans in the Zhanlong Celestial King's treasury. It was called the Divine Travel Talisman, and it was rumored that it could allow one to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. It was a supreme, life-saving method. Of course, to activate this divine travel talisman, it required a huge amount of energy to support it. With Qinyu's current cultivation, the consequences of forcefully activating the divine travel talisman would be extremely serious. However, given the current situation, he could not care so much. If he continued to wait, he would only be buried in the chaotic battle between the 2 star beasts. Whoosh! After making preparations, Qinyu poured all of the Zhanlong celestial origin energy in his body into the divine travel talisman. As the divine travel talisman glowed faintly, Qinyu and the Dragon Soul could only feel the scene in front of them moving at the speed of light. In just an instant, they were thousands of miles away from their previous location. Seeing that they were about to leave the battlefield, the pale-faced Qinyu and the Dragon Soul were overjoyed. As long as they activated the divine travel talisman one more time, they would be able to leave the battlefield completely. Crack! However, at that moment, an extremely clear cracking sound entered Qinyu and the Dragon Soul's ears. In an instant, Qinyu and the Dragon Soul saw that the surrounding space had turned incomparably pitch black and chaotic. Qinyu and the Dragon Soul were startled. They turned around and saw a few hundred feet wide spatial rift appear in their sight. The space they were in had turned into a spatial rift in an instant. Damn it, before Qinyu and the Dragon Soul could even react, the spatial turbulence that contained a destructive might had already drowned the 2 of them. Chapter 705. After a long period of darkness, Qin Yu gradually regained consciousness. In a daze, he sensed that there were more than 10 living beings around him. Is this a human? No, he has the demonic aura. Is he not a pure human? He is so severely injured. Was he attacked by a wild beast? He is lucky to be able to survive after encountering a wild beast. Miss, what should we do with him? Since we have encountered him, let's bring him back. After hearing the discussion, Qin Yu felt that he was lifted up by someone and left shakily. While swaying, Qin Yu slowly fell asleep again. Although he could not sense it clearly, Qin Yu knew that his condition was very serious. It was very likely that he had injured his core. After all, he was lucky to be able to escape from the spatial turbulence. What made Qin Yu feel relieved was that he could still sense the aura of the dragon soul. It seemed that the dragon soul was not in danger, and it seemed to have landed in the same area as him. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu woke up again. He half sat up, and a house that was covered with fire runes appeared in his sight. The whole house was filled with dense fire elemental energy. It made one feel as if they were in a furnace. However, the fire elemental energy was very gentle, and there was no sense of violence. The pressure of heaven and earth does not seem to be that strong. After getting out of bed, Qin Yu realized that the pressure of heaven and earth in the void was not at the same level as the pressure of heaven and earth in the realm-crossing sea. Although Qin Yu could not fly in the air, he did not feel like he was being suppressed. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately sat down with his legs crossed and sank his consciousness into his body to sense the injuries in his body. The situation was as he had expected before he fainted. His injuries were very serious, and even the foundation of his body was damaged. However, judging from the injuries in his body, it seemed that someone had healed him when he was in a coma. In addition, Qin Yu's cultivation had fallen from the middle stage of Heavenly Yuan to the Martial Emperor realm. To Qin Yu, the drop in cultivation was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. Furthermore, if he only fell to the Martial Emperor realm, Qin Yu would soon be able to return to the 9th level of the Heavenly Law. Creak. At this moment, the flame-like door was pushed open. A fiery red figure walked in. It was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, but her eyes were as red as flames. One could even faintly see flames rising from them. Despite her young age, her cultivation was not to be underestimated, as she had reached the 7th-layer martial progenitor realm. If he was in the heaven domain, he would definitely be able to look down on his peers. Of course, the reason why the martial Tao of the heaven domain had declined was because the entire heaven domain had been sealed by the immortal art of the battle dragon immortal emperor. As a result, the heavenly origin stage was the limit of the martial path. Naturally, there wouldn't be another genius who could compete with the 10,000 realms. When Qin Yu saw the young girl, he was surprised. Judging from the fiery aura emanating from the girl, he could easily tell that she wasn't a human. How did you wake up so soon? Huo Yuaner was astounded when she saw Qin Yu getting off the bed. With the severity of Qin Yu's injuries, she originally thought that it was extremely likely that Qin Yu would not wake up. Did you save me? Huo Yuaner's voice sounded familiar to Qin Yu, as if he had heard it before he fainted. You were severely injured and unconscious in the desolate ancient mountain range. Our people happened to be collecting herbs there, so we brought you back. Huo Yuaner nodded slightly and took out a pill bottle filled with pills. Thanks. Qin Yu expressed his thanks solemnly. He was no longer in the heaven domain. If he had fainted due to his injuries, he might have ended up in the stomachs of the beasts. The desolate ancient mountain range is a forbidden area in the west. Why did you go there alone? Huo Yuaner asked curiously. Venturing into the desolate ancient mountain range alone, with a cultivation of the martial monarch realm, was no different than courting death. Pardon me for asking, but where is this place? Qinyu had no idea what the desolate ancient mountain range was. What he needed to do now was to heal his injuries and recover his cultivation. Secondly, he needed to figure out where he was so that he could find the dragon soul. Here, this is the land of the Fire Spirit tribe, located in the Flaming Demon Mountain Range. Aren't you from the fire domain? Hua Yuan'er asked curiously. She seemed to have recovered from her shock and asked in surprise, I'm not from the fire domain. Indeed, I'm not from the blaze domain. It's just that when I was exploring an ancient ruin, I accidentally triggered a restriction and fell into the blaze domain. Qinyu nodded slightly. You're from the other domain. Which martial domain are you from? Hua Yuan'er's eyes lit up with curiosity. Eldest Miss, just as Qinyu was about to come up with an excuse, a burly man with a height of 6 feet appeared. The burly man was wearing a blazing armor, and his body emitted a scorching aura. It was as if he would burst into flames at any moment, and even the air was slightly distorted. His cultivation had already reached the heavenly origin stage. Although he was only at the initial stage of the heavenly origin stage, it was clear that the Fire Spirit tribe had a strong foundation. At the very least, they were at the 9th level of the heavenly path. Uncle Qing, what's the matter? Hua Yuan'er turned around and asked, The Patriarch has something important to discuss with you. Hua Yuan'er said, Something important? All right. Hua Yuan'er could only suppress his curiosity and leave the room. Hua Qing followed him, but before she left, she glanced at Qinyu with obvious vigilance and distrust in her eyes. She had probably appeared so quickly because she had sensed Qinyu's awakening. Qin, you didn't mind Hua Qing's vigilance. Judging from Hua Yuan'er's attitude toward Hua Qing should have a high status in the Fire Spirit tribe. However, Hua Qing's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the heavenly origin stage. As long as Qinyu recovered his cultivation, there would be no need to worry about any danger. Therefore, after Hua Yuan'er and Hua Qing left, Qinyu set up a barrier in the room to block perception. Then, he immediately absorbed pure dragon qi from the ancient seal of the divine dragon into his body to heal his injuries. With the primordial battle dragon art's regenerative secret technique, Qinyu's injuries healed at an astonishing speed. At the same time, in the main hall of the Fire Spirit tribe. Father, you were looking for me? Hua Yuan'er stepped into the hall, which was already filled with the upper echelons of the Fire Spirit tribe. However, the one sitting in the main seat wasn't the patriarch of the Fire Spirit tribe, Hua Xiao. Instead, it was a white-haired old man in a yin-yang robe with an otherworldly aura. Yuan'er, come quickly. Greet Senior True Crane. Hua Xiao's smile widened when he saw Hua Yuan'er. Senior True Crane. Hua Yuan'er bowed respectfully, but he was a little surprised. Why would this white-haired old man come to the Fire Spirit tribe? Senior True Crane's true form was a wild crane. His cultivation was at the Heavenly Wheel realm, and he was one of the few Heavenly Wheel realm experts in the Fire Demon Mountain Range. Chapter 706. You've reached the martial progenitor realm at such a young age. You're quite talented. After sizing up Hua Yuan'er, True Crane nodded in satisfaction. Senior Zhen, in terms of talent, I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of the Flaming Demon Mountain Range can compare to Yuan'er. Among the Fire Spirit race, a muscular man with a flaming beard stood up and said with a smile. He was Hua Zhao's younger brother, Hua Quan. Hearing Zhen He and Hua Quan's words, and seeing how excited Hua Xiao and the others were, Hua Yuan'er's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have guessed something and became excited. Girl, are you willing to become this old man's disciple? Zhen he asked Hui Yuaner as he stroked his beard. Hua Xiao, Hua Quan, and the other higher-ups of the fire spirit race all looked at Hui Yuaner. Judging from their expressions, they couldn't wait to nod in Hui Yuaner's place. Except a disciple. However, Hui Qing, who had brought Hui Yuaner here, had a strange look in her eyes. This disciple is willing. Hui Yuaner naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately bowed. Zhen, he was one of the top experts in the flaming demon mountain range. If she could become Zhen He's disciple, it would be a joyous occasion for both her and the fire spirit race. All right, get up. With your talent, and with this old man's guidance, it is possible for you to join the Beast King Island to cultivate in the future. Zhen He nodded with a smile. This was his true motive for taking her as a disciple. Beast King Island. Hui Yuaner and the other members of the fire spirit race were overjoyed. Beast King Island was one of the top factions in the western part of the fire domain. Countless powerful monsters gathered there and were ruled by the Beast King. In the entire western part, only the top of the younger generation had the right to cultivate there. There were thousands of monster cultivators in the flaming demon mountain range, and all of them were proud to be able to join Beast King Island. Go and prepare. From today onwards, you'll go out with me to train. Try to meet the requirements when the Beast King Palace recruits disciples. Zhen He said, we're leaving today. Hui Yuaner was stunned. Senior Zhen He, isn't this a little too hasty? Hui Xiao and the others hadn't expected Zhen He to immediately take Hui Yuaner away. In 2 years, the Beast King Palace's assessment will be held. If you cannot reach the Emperor realm in 2 years, you will not be eligible to participate in the assessment. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for another 5 years. 2 years plus 5 years. A round trip will take 7 years. After 7 years, even if you pass the Beast King Palace's assessment with your age, I'm afraid you won't be focused on training anymore. True Crane said, yes, I'll go prepare it now. Hui Yuaner immediately understood what was going on. Hui Xiao and the others immediately sent people to make preparations. Patriarch, the first miss, is engaged to the young patriarch of the demonic bear tribe. The marriage will be held at the end of the year. If the first miss leaves like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the demonic bear tribe. At this moment, Hui Qing took a step forward and spoke to Hui Xiao and the others. That's right. How could I forget about this? We still have a marriage alliance with the demonic bear tribe. If we break the agreement just like that, I'm afraid we'll anger the demon bear tribe. What should we do? Hearing Hui Qing's words, the members of the fire spirit tribe whispered to each other. Hua Xiao, Hua Quan, and the others also looked troubled. The demonic bear tribe was the overlord of the fire demon mountain range. The fire spirit tribe couldn't afford to offend them. Hui Yuaner, who was originally happy, couldn't help but become gloomy when he heard about the demonic bear tribe. You have a marriage alliance with the demonic bear tribe. Even True Crane hesitated when he heard about the demonic bear tribe. It was rumored that the demonic bear tribe's patriarch was about to cross the heavenly wheel realm and enter the calamity realm. True Crane's cultivation was only at the late stage of the heavenly wheel realm. Even if the demonic bear tribe's patriarch couldn't enter the calamity realm, it was enough to suppress him. Hui Yuaner saw that True Crane was also wary of the demonic bear tribe. Her expression became gloomier, and she sighed softly in her heart. She originally thought that becoming True Crane's disciple could change her fate, but now it seemed that nothing could be changed. Senior True Crane, how about this? I'll report this matter to the demonic bear tribe and let them choose a date to hold the marriage alliance in advance. After the marriage alliance, you can bring Yuano out to train. Hui Xiao tried to make a suggestion. The reason why they had a marriage alliance with the demonic bear tribe was because they didn't have a heavenly wheel realm expert in their tribe. They were constantly oppressed by the other powerful demonic bear tribes in the Fire Demon Mountain Range. Therefore, they didn't want to offend the demonic bear tribe, but they also didn't want to give up on their relationship with True Crane. With a Heavenly Wheel Realm expert as their backer, the Fire Spirit tribe's status in the Fire Demon Mountain Range would increase by a lot. If that's the case, it's fine, but it can't be delayed for too long. True Crane pondered for a while, then nodded slightly in agreement. We'll send a letter to the demonic bear tribe immediately. Huishao and the others immediately sent someone to inform the demonic bear tribe. The upper echelons of the Fire Spirit tribe were all busy. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Qin Yu sat cross-legged in the house, and an extremely strong dragon aura boiled around him. One could clearly feel that Qin Yu's aura, which was still weak and chaotic during the day, was now stable and steady. It was even becoming stronger. Roar! In the middle of the night, a faint dragon roar came out of Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. A sacred dragon shadow flashed across his eyes. My injuries are almost healed. In a few more days, I will be able to recover my cultivation. Qin Yu stood up, waved his hand to disperse the barrier in the house, and walked out of the house curiously. This was the first time Qin Yu had come to the outer realm, and he hadn't seen the fire domain yet. Qin Yu jumped to the roof of the house and sized up the land of the Fire Spirit tribe. The Fire Spirit tribe was located in a valley, and the houses were built with warm jade stones. But from the number of houses, there didn't seem to be many Fire Spirit tribe members. There were only a few thousand of them. Outside the valley where the Fire Spirit tribe was located, there was a mountain range with countless towering ancient trees. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of it and didn't know how big it was. In the air of the entire mountain range, there was a visible light red air flow, as if flames were everywhere. What a strange demonic chi fluctuation. After sizing up the Fire Demon Mountain Range, Qin Yu vaguely sensed a special demonic chi fluctuation from the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain Range. The demonic chi fluctuation was faintly similar to the dragon blood in Qin Yu's body. Is there a dragon here? This thought came to Qin Yu's mind, and he immediately used a secret technique to sense it. After a while, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't sense it clearly due to the pressure of heaven and earth, Qin Yu did sense a very weak demonic chi fluctuation from the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain Range. This made Qin Yu very excited. If he could refine a dragon, and with the inheritance of the Battle Dragon Immortal King, Qin Yu's cultivation would improve at lightning speed. Chapter 707. Qin Yu retracted his gaze. He planned to explore the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain Range tomorrow. However, at this moment, Qin Yu saw a figure standing on a tower a few dozen feet away. A small figure was hugging her knees as she sat helplessly on the top of the tower. She stared blankly at the bright moon in the sky as tears streamed down her delicate face. That figure was Hua Yuaner. Hua Yuaner seemed to have sensed Qin Yu's gaze. She regained her senses and tilted her head to look in Qin Yu's direction. When she saw Qin Yu, she hurriedly wiped her face and wiped away her tears, as if she was embarrassed to be seen by an outsider. Did something happen to the Fire Spirit tribe? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Hua Yuaner seemed to have encountered something big. At this thought, Qin Yu prepared to ask about it. After all, Hua Yuaner had saved his life before. But at that moment, Hua Yuaner had already leaped down from the tower and disappeared. Seeing this, Qin Yu could only restrain his thoughts and prepare to leave the roof. Chirp! Suddenly, a strange bird's cry came from the mountain range in the distance. The Fire Demon Mountain Range was home to many members of the demonic tribe. Qin Yu did not pay much attention to the cries of birds and beasts at night. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a black figure quickly left the Fire Spirit tribe's territory from a house in the distance. That is, he was slightly taken aback. He narrowed his eyes. That person was Qing, whom he had seen during the day. Seeing Qing sneakily leaving and thinking about Yuaner from earlier, Qinyu pondered for a moment and then secretly followed her. Although Qinyu's cultivation had not recovered and was still at the martial emperor realm, it was not difficult for him to follow Qing, who was only at the early heavenly Yuan stage. In a short moment, Qinyu followed Qing and left the territory of the Fire Spirit clan. They arrived before a 10,000-foot-tall waterfall. There were already several figures waiting at the waterfall. Those people were also from the Demon Clan. However, unlike the Fire Spirit clan, they had extremely powerful Demon Clan bloodline auras. What's going on? Why did the Fire Spirit races higher up suddenly change their mind and want to advance the marriage? Seeing Qing's arrival, a middle-aged man with a height and build that was even stronger than Qing asked in a low and muffled voice. They were all from the demonic bear tribe, and they were all at the sky origin stage. True Crane suddenly came and wanted to take Huiyuan as his disciple. He even planned to take Huiyuan out to train. That's why the entire Fire Spirit race changed their minds. Qing said quickly after looking around vigilantly. He wants to take Huiyuan as his disciple? Why does it have to be this time? After the strong middle-aged man heard this, his face turned ugly. They had been planning for so long, and they only had to wait for their ancestor to come out of seclusion before they could take down the Fire Spirit race and gradually dominate the entire Fire Demon Mountain range. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Is it possible to get the patriarch to come out of seclusion in advance? Qing asked. No, it's an important moment for our ancestor to break through to the calamity stage. We can't disturb our ancestor. It seems like we can only carry out our plan to take over the Fire Spirit race later. The strong middle-aged man said unwillingly, That's right. If our ancestor can break through to the calamity stage, he can also destroy the Fire Spirit race and obtain their ancestors' supreme secret technique. At that time, he can also dominate the Fire Demon Mountain range. The other members of the Demonic Bear tribe nodded in agreement. I'm afraid that's not possible. True Crane took Huiyuan as his disciple because he thinks highly of Huiyuan's talent. There's a possibility that she could join the Beast King Island to train. Therefore, Huiyuan will probably only return after 2 years. If we can't get rid of Huiyuan and she really joins the Beast King Island to train, there will be no end of trouble in the future. Qing said slowly after shaking his head, slightly. This was also the reason why he mentioned the marriage with the Demonic Bear tribe in the hall during the day. Beast King Island. Is Huiyuan's talent that amazing? If that's the case, it will be troublesome. Even our Demonic Bear tribe doesn't have any clansmen who can enter the Beast King Island to train. Indeed, almost all the powerful Demonic Bear tribe experts in the west of the Fire Domain have gathered on the Beast King Island. Their strength is unfathomable. Any expert that Huiyuan joins can easily destroy us. The Heavenly Yuan realm members of the Demonic Bear tribe were extremely surprised and kept discussing. I heard that as long as an outstanding genius is recommended to join the Beast King Island, the person who recommended them may also enter the Beast King Island to train. It seems like Zhenhe's goal is also to enter the Beast King Island. The strong middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned even uglier. Therefore, we have to settle this before Huiyuan leaves. Qing said in a deep voice. We have to go back and report this matter to the patriarch. The strong middle-aged man and the others looked at each other and couldn't make a decision. The marriage will take place in 5 days. There's not much time left. I will make preparations in the fire spirit race so that I can support you at any time. Huiqing nodded and turned to leave. The heavenly Yuan realm members of the demonic bear tribe also left without delay. Are they planning to attack the fire spirit race from the inside? After Huiqing and the others left, a figure appeared on a towering ancient tree like a ghost. It was Qinyu. Qinyu didn't know the specific plan of Huiqing and the others, but he had a rough idea. After thinking for a while, Qinyu's figure flashed and disappeared into the night. The next day, are you going out? Qinyu had just left the house when he bumped into Hua Yuaner. Hua Yuaner couldn't help but be surprised to see Qinyu brimming with energy overnight. His terrifying recovery ability was even more frightening than a pure demonic bear tribe's. Yes, thanks to Miss Hua Yuaner's care, my injuries have mostly healed, so I want to go out for a walk. Qinyu nodded slightly. He was going to the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain Range to search for the dragon tribe's aura. As for Hua Yuaner crying last night, Qinyu didn't ask, seeing that Hua Yuaner didn't want to talk about it. As for Huiqing, you didn't know how to remind her. Go out for a walk. Although you have the demonic bear tribe's bloodline, you also have the aura of a human. If you wander alone in the Fire Demon Mountain Range, you will be targeted by other demonic bears. Hua Yuaner couldn't help but remind him. The demonic bear tribe gathered in the Fire Demon Mountain Range and killed each other on a daily basis, not to mention Qinyu, who was half demonic bear tribe. Don't worry. Although my cultivation isn't high, I still have many life-saving methods. Qinyu smiled faintly. Judging from the words of the demonic bear tribe members last night, the top existences in the Fire Demon Mountain Range were probably at the calamity stage. Otherwise, the demonic bear tribe wouldn't be so confident that they could dominate the Fire Demon Mountain Range when their ancestor broke through to the calamity stage. Chapter 708. This is a map of the Flaming Demon Mountain Range. It's marked with the territories of the various demon clans, as well as the territories of some dangerous, desolate beasts. Keep an eye on it, and don't wander around. Seeing Qinyu so persistent, Hua Yuaner was a bit helpless. He took out a map of the Fire Demon Mountain Range from his spatial ring and handed it to Qinyu. Map, Miss Yuaner, does your clan have a map of the fire domain and beyond? Qinyu's eyes lit up when he saw the map. If he could get a map of the outer realms, he wouldn't have to go to the snow domain to find Fairy Shualan or the mystic domain to save his master. We have a map of the fire domain, but we don't have a map of the outer realms. However, we have an ancient book in our clan that records many rumors about the outer realms. Come with me. Hua Yuaner led Qinyu to the library of the Fire Spirit clan. There, they found a map of the fire domain and a thick ancient book. From the map, they could see that the Flaming Demon Mountain Range, where the Fire Spirit clan lived, was only a small, remote mountain range in the western part of the fire domain. Beyond the mountain range was the vast fire domain. From the size of the Flaming Demon Mountain Range on the map, they could tell that the fire domain was larger than the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. However, it was still smaller than the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain and the outer realm demon clan combined. Overall, it was probably only 2/3 of the entire heaven domain. As for the thick ancient book, it did indeed record the fire domain and the martial domain beyond it. The fire domain belonged to the Great Spirit World, one of the 10 Great Spirit Worlds. Its strength was at the bottom of the Great Spirit World. Qinyu knew about the 10 Great Spirit Worlds from the memories of immortal King Zhanlong. The martial domain was divided into 10 Great Spirit Worlds. Each Great Spirit World had thousands or even thousands of martial domains. The snow domain. After reading for a long time, Qinyu narrowed his eyes. He found information about the snow domain in the ancient book. The snow domain wasn't in the Great Spirit World, but in the All-Heaven World, one of the 10 Great Spirit Worlds. Although he didn't know how far it was from the fire domain, since it was in a different world, it naturally wasn't something he could travel to in a short period of time. As for the Xian domain, perhaps because the ancient book was incomplete, Qinyu was unable to find it. He could only wait until he left the fire spirit race and went to the major factions of the fire domain to investigate. By the way, which martial field did you come from? Huayuana was still curious about Qinyu's background. She, who had always lived in the fire spirit race, had at most wandered the lands outside the Fire Demon Mountain range. He was naturally very interested in the martial domains outside of the fire domain. Xian region. Qinyu did not mention the heaven domain, judging from the fact that Xing Luo, Blood Demon, Luosha Crown Prince, and the others had sneaked into the heaven realm to look for Zhan Long Immortal King's succession. The heaven realm must be quite famous in the 10,000 realms world. Qin, you didn't want to be targeted because of this. After all, whether it was Star Luo, the Rakshasa Crown Prince, or the Blood Demon, they were all people with great backgrounds in other martial domains. Mysterious domain. I've never heard of it before. What kind of world is it? As Huayuana asked Qin, curiously, several elders of the fire spirit race passed by. First Miss. Those elders all greeted Huayuana. Not only was Huayuana the first Miss of the fire spirit race, but she was also True Crane's disciple. More importantly, she was about to marry the monstrous bear race. Her status in the fire spirit race was much higher than before. Uncle Qing, 4th elder, 5th elder. Huayuana returned the greeting. Qinyu's eyes flashed when he saw Huaqing. Qing, you had found out Huaqing's identity from the fire spirit race. She was a direct descendant of the fire spirit race, and had the same grandfather as Huayuana's father. Qin, you couldn't understand why someone of Huaqing's status would collude with outsiders to secretly attack the fire spirit race. First Miss, you're about to go out with Senior True Crane to train. I'm afraid you won't be able to return for a year or two. You should spend more time with the patriarch. Huaqing glanced at Qinyu. When she saw that Qinyu's injuries had recovered, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Huaqing had always been wary of Qinyu, who had been rescued by Huayuana. Qinyu, who was only at the Martial Emperor realm, gave her a sense of danger. Uncle Qing is right. Huayuana nodded obediently. Miss Yuana, keep this transportation talisman. If you encounter any danger in the future, just crush the ancient talisman, and I'll be able to come to your rescue. After Huaqing and the others left, Qinyu pondered for a moment and took out a transportation talisman. This transportation talisman was refined by Qinyu. Even if Qinyu was halfway across the fire domain, he could still teleport over. All right. Although Huayuana did not know why Qinyu would suddenly give her a transportation talisman, she did not reject it. Of course, Huayuana did not think that the transportation talisman would be of any use. After all, Qinyu's cultivation was only at the Martial Emperor realm. On the other hand, her master True Crane was at the Heavenly Yuan realm. The two of them were not on the same level. If there was a danger that even her master could not deal with, Qinyu would not be able to help. Also, you'd better tell your father and master to be on guard against Huaqing. Qinyu, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks and reminded Huayuana, guard against Uncle Qing? What do you mean? Huayuana was stunned when she heard Qinyu's words. She frowned and looked at Qinyu with obvious distrust and suspicion. Just like what I said, let's go. When Qinyu saw this, he did not say anything else. He waved his hand and walked out of the fire spirit tribe. Qinyu was not surprised by Huayuana's reaction. After all, he was just a stranger who was coincidentally rescued. On the other hand, Hua Qing was a core member of the Fire Spirit tribe with countless battle achievements. Naturally, Hua Yuan'er did not believe Qin Yu when he suddenly told the Fire Spirit tribe to be on guard against Hua Qing. Even if Qin Yu were to tell them what he saw last night, it was likely that no one in the Fire Spirit clan would believe Qin Yu. It was even possible that he might end up getting into trouble because of this. That was the reason why Qin Yu merely reminded him and did not explain too much. Hua Yuan'er's frown deepened when she saw Qin Yu leave without hesitation. Since Qin Yu came from another region, he should not have any grudges with Hua Qing. If that was the case, why would Qin Yu suddenly tell her father to be on guard against Hua Qing? Did Qin Yu know something, or did Qin Yu have some ulterior motive? This made Hua Yuan'er, who was only curious about Qin Yu's background, feel a layer of haze that could not be dispelled. While Hua Yuan'er was pondering, Qin Yu had already left the valley where the Fire Spirit tribe was. In the mountain range filled with ancient trees, Qin Yu was as agile as an ape. He quickly leaped between the ancient trees and leaped into the depths of the Fire Spirit mountain range. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Yu, who had just landed on an ancient tree, was entangled by an ancient green vine. The ancient vine was as thick as an arm and covered with thin, sharp barbs. There were also mysterious demonic patterns on it. A special demonic aura quickly enveloped the area. Chapter 709. Sucking my blood, Qi? Qin Yu was able to sense that the barbs on the cyan-colored ancient vine had easily pierced into his skin and were unceasingly devouring his flesh and blood. With the speed of the ancient green vines devouring, Qin Yu's blood would be sucked dry, and he would become a mummy in less than half an incense stick's time. I didn't expect there to be a half-monster in the Fire Demon Mountain range. A sinister laugh sounded. Qin Yu looked up and saw a light green figure emerging from the trunk of the ancient tree. Although the person was in human form, his body was covered in light green tree patterns, and there was still some bark on his face. It seemed that he had not fully transformed. However, his cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm. Ancient Tree Monster. The person with the bark was one of the monster clans in the Fire Demon Mountain range. His original form was an ancient tree spirit. He was one of the top forces in the Fire Demon Mountain range. You actually contain such pure bloodline power. Looks like I'm really lucky today. Boy, which clan are you from? The ancient tree monster grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He looked at Qin Yu ferociously, as if he was looking at an extremely delicious meal. To the ancient tree monster, the pure dragon clan blood in Qin Yu's body was indeed a great supplement. The main dragon vein in Qin Yu's body had reached grade 6 blue-grade dragon vein. To some extent, it was already comparable to the dragon clan. Boom! What answered him was a violent explosion of strength qi. The ancient vine that trapped Qin Yu was directly shattered into dust. Qin Yu's body was surrounded by phantoms of dragon qi, as if thousands of dragons were worshipping him. His aura was astonishing. How can this be? The ancient tree monster's expression changed drastically. A green light flashed on his body, and he wanted to escape into the ancient tree. Pa! But a figure flashed, and the ancient tree monster was directly grabbed by the neck and dragged out just as he touched the ancient tree. An extremely violent and destructive power instantly enveloped the ancient tree demon, causing him to feel cold all over and not dare to move at all. You are not at the Martial Emperor realm? The ancient tree demon was terrified and looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. The power that Qin Yu released just now was definitely not something a martial emperor could possess. Even an emperor realm master would find it difficult to possess such power. This made the ancient tree demon think of the worst possibility. Could it be? You want to devour my qi and blood? Unfortunately, you're still too weak. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. he could sense an extremely pure, would attribute energy fluctuation from the ancient tree demon's body. The wood attribute energy fluctuation was so pure that even Chinyu, who had a vast dragon aura, was moved. It was probably something that could only be found by chance. What do you want? If you dare to kill me, the ancient tree demon tribe will never forgive you. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming from Chinyu's body, the ancient tree demon's expression changed drastically as it threatened in a trembling voice. Bang! Chinyu exerted force in his 5 fingers. Before the ancient tree demon could finish his words, he was crushed by Chinyu and his soul was extracted. After the ancient tree demon died, its body quickly withered and finally turned into a withered sapling. On the sapling, there was a fist-sized, translucent, dark green spirit fruit. Chinyu plucked that spirit fruit. From that spirit fruit, he sensed a vast amount of wood attribute energy. Refine. With a thought from Chinyu, a mass of dragon aura appears in his palm. That dark green spirit fruit is immediately swallowed by the dragon aura. Boom! Immediately, all of Chinyu's limbs and bones were filled with a strong and pure energy. Under the circulation of the ancient battle dragon art, the rich energy was instantly refined. Chinyu's cultivation immediately soared by more than 10 times, returning from the martial emperor realm to the emperor realm. More importantly, several hidden injuries in Chinyu's body were healed, and his physique seemed to have strengthened a lot. Oh, they caught up so quickly. Chinyu, who had just refined the energy of the spirit fruit, was slightly surprised. He could sense that there were many powerful auras in the mountain range, which were rapidly moving in his direction to surround him. Among those auras, the weakest was at the Emperor realm, while the rest were at the heavenly Yuan realm. Chinyu's cultivation had just recovered to the Emperor realm, so he naturally would not be entangled with the ancient tree demon clan. Yin-Yang escape. Chinyu moved his right hand, and an ancient yin-yang talisman appeared in his hand. With a flash of yin-yang light, Chinyu disappeared without a trace. Not long after, several ancient tree demons with powerful auras appeared at the place where Chinyu was previously. Did he manage to escape? Damn it! The ancient tree demon clan's powerhouses used their secret techniques one after another, but they could not sense anything. They were all furious. At this moment, Chinyu, who was holding the ancient yin-yang talisman, had already left the ancient tree demon clan's territory. The ancient yin-yang talisman in his hand was an escape talisman that contained the power of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang could create chaos above, and the 5 elements below. Therefore, the yin-yang escape talisman was even rarer than the legendary 5 elements divine technique. There was nowhere in the world that it could not go. Of course, every time the ancient yin-yang talisman was used, the power of yin and yang in it would be weakened greatly. Chinyu felt that after he recovered his cultivation and found the dragon soul, he should start cultivating the ancient talisman Dao. The inheritance of immortal King Zhanlong was not only the inheritance of immortal qi cultivation, but also the inheritance of alchemy, crafting, talisman, array, and other aspects that immortal King Zhanlong had mastered. However, Chinyu needed to carefully study those aspects before he could gradually master them. With the yin-yang escape talisman in his hand, Chinyu passed through the territories of powerful monster clans and entered the hinterland of the ancient demon mountain range. The deeper he went, the stronger the dragon clan's aura became. However, because of this, you could sense that there was no real dragon clan in the fire demon mountain range. This was because the dragon clan's aura did not change at all. It did not seem like a living creature at all, but more like an inanimate object. The strange thing was that the deeper he went into the fire demon mountain range, the fewer monster clans there were. It seemed that the monster clans of the fire demon mountain range did not dare to go too close. Is it because of the Dragon Clan's aura? Chinyu pondered for a moment. He felt that this was the only possibility. Not encountering any monster clans made things easier for Chinyu. Chinyu arrived at the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain range very smoothly and appeared in front of a cave surrounded by thick fog. The Dragon Clan's aura that Chinyu sensed came from this cave. Other than that, Chinyu was able to sense an extremely frightening barrier fluctuation from this mountain cave. Whoosh! Chinyu held the Yin-Yang Escape Talisman in his hand and wanted to enter the cave from underground. However, the entire cave was surrounded by a layer of ancient and mysterious restriction in a circular barrier, and the underground was no exception. The circular barrier was filled with an extremely mysterious power. Chinyu carefully sensed it, after confirming that the mysterious power did not exceed the power of Yin and Yang. He immediately entered. Rumble! Although Chinyu did not encounter any danger when he entered, the entire Fire Demon Mountain range shook violently the moment he entered. The shaking was so intense that it was like a volcano was about to erupt. Chapter 710. This is the Fiend King Mystic Realm in the Flaming Demon Mountain range has been activated. Someone snuck into the Fiend King Mystic Realm. How is that possible? Even a heavenly venerate can't resist the barrier of the Fiend King Mystic Realm. As the Flaming Demon Mountain range shook violently, the thousands of demons in the Flaming Demon Mountain range could feel it. Immediately, countless demon experts moved out and rushed towards the depths of the Flaming Demon Mountain range. Fire Spirit Race. Fiend King Mystic Realm. In the Valley of the Fire Spirit Race, Zhan He, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, immediately sensed it and rushed towards the depths of the Flaming Demon Mountain range. How is that possible? Huashao, the patriarch of the Fire Spirit Race, looked towards the depths of the Flaming Demon Mountain range with disbelief in his eyes. Big brother, what's going on? Did you activate the barrier of the Fiend King Mystic Realm? It was Huaquan. He had sensed the appearance of the Fiend King's secret realm, so he quickly rushed over and asked with a pleasantly surprised expression. It's not me. Someone else activated the Fiend King Mystic Realm. Huashao shook his head with a serious expression. Someone can activate the Fiend King Mystic Realm without the Fire Demon token? Huaquan was stunned, and the surprise on his face turned into disbelief. These words made Hua Zhao's expression even more serious. The Fiend King Mystic Realm was the last hope for the Fire Spirit Race to rise again. If it was taken by someone else, the Fire Spirit Race would never be able to rise again. The Demon Bear Race. The Fiend King Mystic Realm. Is it the Fire Spirit Race? Xiong Li, who was tall and strong like a small mountain, had a gloomy expression in his long and narrow eyes. Xiong Li was the patriarch of the Demon Bear Race, and one of the few Heavenly Wheel realm experts in the Flaming Demon Mountain range. Patriarch, it looks like the Fire Spirit Race has already comprehended the secret of the Fire Demon token. We can't wait any longer. Xiong Yuan, who had met Huiqing late at night, had a murderous look in his eyes. If the Fire Spirit Race obtained the inheritance of the Fiend King Mystic Realm, then their many years of planning would be for naught. Xiong Li's eyes narrowed as he pondered. Although the Fire Spirit Race's power was lower in the Demon Mountain range, they were the Fiend King Mystic Realm experts. However, in the Fire Demon Mountain range, other than the Demon Bear clan, no other demon clan knew that the Fire Spirit clan had once been the overlord of the Fire Domain at its peak. Although the Fire Spirit Race had already fallen, Xiong Li was not confident that he could destroy the Fire Spirit Race in one go if he acted rashly. Once the Fire Spirit clan escaped, the Monstrous Bear clan would not be able to obtain the Fire Devil token that they wanted. Most importantly, once the news of the Fire Demon token spread, the entire Fire Demon Mountain range, and even the forces in the western part of the Fire Domain, would definitely take action. That was not what Xiongli wanted to see. However, the monstrous king, mysterious realm had been activated. If they were to continue to delay, the monstrous king, mysterious realm's inheritance would be obtained by the Fire Spirit clan. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with the Fire Spirit race. However, at this moment, the vast demonic might that surged out from the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain range vanished without a trace. Not the slightest fluctuation remained, as if it had never appeared. This caused Xiong Li and Xiong Yuan to feel extremely astonished. Could it be that the Fire Spirit race had failed to activate the monstrous king, mysterious realm's barrier? After all, if they had not failed, the fluctuation of the monstrous king, mysterious realm would not have disappeared so easily. Whoosh! While Xiong Li and Xiong Yuan were astonished, a gray light flew into the sky from the distance and landed in front of them. It was a secret letter. After Xiong Li broke the restriction and opened the secret letter, he could not help but exclaim softly, "Patriarch, what's wrong?" Xiong Yuan could not help but ask. The Fire Spirit race sent a secret letter. It said that the person who activated the monstrous king, mysterious realm, was not from the Fire Spirit race. Xiong Li handed the secret letter to Xiong Yuan with a strange look in his eyes. Not from the Fire Spirit race. Does this mean that there are other monstrous beast clans that can activate the monstrous king, mysterious realm? Xiong Yuan was also stunned after reading the secret letter, but he immediately reacted. It seems that we can't wait any longer. After pondering for a long time, a look of determination flashed in Xiong Li's eyes. Originally, he had thought that only the Fire Spirit race possessed the method to open the monstrous king, mysterious realm. Thus, they would be able to take their time and plan. However, the activation of the monstrous king, mysterious realm had caused Xiong Li to immediately change his mind. They were able to control the Fire Spirit race, but they did not even know which power had activated the monstrous king, mysterious realm. Thus, the monstrous bear clan could not wait any longer. Otherwise, they would have no chance of entering the monstrous king, mysterious realm. At this moment, in the depths of the monstrous Fire Mountain range, in the mysterious cave, after passing through the spirit formation restriction, Qin Yu entered the depths of the cave. The cave was not very large. At a glance, it was only several hundred meters in size. The air of the cave was filled with dazzling and dense fire origin energy. The fire origin energy would occasionally turn into flames, causing the entire cave to appear red and translucent. In the center of the cave, there was a skeleton wearing blazing battle armor and holding a blazing spear. Its body was surrounded by surging flames, and it was majestically sitting there. From the monstrous might emitted by the blazing flame skeleton, it seemed to have been an exceptional, greater monstrous beast when it was alive. Heavenly God Realm. According to Qin Yu's judgment, the monstrous might emitted by the blazing flame skeleton was so strong that it had reached the Heavenly God Realm at the very least. One must know that even in the martial field, heavenly gods were already considered overlords whose names could shake a region. Qin Yu did not expect that such a powerful existence would exist in such a remote place like the Fire Demon Mountain range. When Qin Yu approached the blazing flame skeleton, he discovered that on the right side of the skeleton, there was a stone tablet that was half the height of a person. Previously, it was blocked by the blazing flame skeleton's blazing battle armor, so Qin Yu did not see it. On the stone tablet, there were profound fire runes inscribed on it, and there was a row of ancient fire runes. With a glance, Qin Yu recognized that it was the Fire Spirit race's language. Sinful General Hu Jiang committed suicide in front of the Fire Emperor's tomb. Protector of the Fire Emperor's spirit, Qin Yu took out the ancient book. After searching and comparing it, he understood the meaning of the ancient fire runes. surnamed Fire, and it appeared in the Fire Demon Mountain Range. It seems that this blazing flame skeleton is an ancestor of the fire spirit race. Qin Yu did not expect that the fire spirit race, which had been reduced to the edge of the Fire Demon Mountain Range and was struggling to survive, would actually have such a powerful ancestor. It seemed that the fire spirit race was also a rather glorious demon race in the past. Of course, Qin Yu was more interested in the Fire Emperor's tomb and Fire Emperor's spirit that were written on it, whether it was in the 9th level of the martial Tao or the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. An existence that could be called an emperor was definitely an existence that had stepped onto the peak of a certain domain. If there was an ancient tomb of a 9th level heavenly Tao emperor in this place, it would be a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wandered around the cave and could not find the so-called Fire Emperor's ancient tomb. In the end, Qin Yu's gaze fell on the stone tablet beside the blazing flame skeleton. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu walked over and gently touched the stone tablet. Chapter 7:11. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, Qin Yu felt as if his hand was being sucked in by the stone tablet. The dragon clan bloodline in his body seemed to be resonating with it and began to tremble violently. The mysterious fire runes on the stone tablet lit up one by one, and a vast and unparalleled power of fire emanated from the stone tablet. If it wasn't for the existence of the barrier in the cave, not only the Fire Demon Mountain Range, but the entire western part of the fire domain would have been shaken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Qin Yu only saw rolling flames before his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that the original cave had become a world of flames. There were monstrous flames that could destroy the heavens and the earth, rolling between heaven and earth. So far, the most powerful flame Qin Yu had seen was the Golden Flames Heaven Incinerating Dragon, Fenyu's Golden Flames Heaven Incinerating Fire. However, the Golden Flames Heaven Incinerating Fire was completely insufficient in front of such a destructive flame. The power of the two was not on the same level. After thousands of years, someone has finally triggered the inheritance of the Fire Emperor. Just as Qin Yu was vigilantly sizing up the world of flames, a low and hoarse voice sounded without any warning. This fluctuation, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Following the sound, he turned his head to look. He saw a flaming figure stepping out from the surging flames. It was the flaming skeleton wearing the raging flame battle armor. However, at this moment, two wisps of light blue flames appeared on the head of the flaming skeleton, wearing a helmet. They were like two eyeballs, looking indifferently at Qin Yu. "You're an ancestor of the fire spirit race." Qin Yu sized up the flaming skeleton. Although the flaming skeleton gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, Qin Yu, who had the War Dragon Immortal King and many immortal treasures, did not panic much. Even if he was unable to win, if he wanted to escape, he would still be able to escape from the spirit formation world. Of course, unless he had no choice, Qin Yu would not let go of the inheritance of an Emperor Realm expert. Although he had the inheritance of the Battle Dragon Immortal King, Qin Yu didn't mind having more inheritances. After all, his cultivation base wasn't strong enough yet. Fire Spirit Race, 489th Patriarch. Hujiang. The blazing skeleton said in a clanging voice. 498th generation? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Judging from Hujiang's words, he was a character from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, the Fire Spirit clan had 498 generations. The history of the Fire Spirit clan was at least 100,000 years old, or even longer. Since you came from the outside world, do you know what the current situation of the Fire Spirit clan is like? Hujiang, who was surrounded by raging flames, asked. Now, the Fire Spirit race has settled down at the border of the Fire Demon Mountain Range. They have declined to the point where they don't even have a heavenly wheel realm cultivator. They even need to marry, to survive. Qinyu didn't try to hide anything. He told her everything he knew about the fire spirit race. Back then, if I hadn't been careless and caused the Fire Emperor to be plotted against, I wouldn't have fallen to such a state, and my clan wouldn't have suffered because of it. Hu Jiang sighed. He was obviously blaming himself in his heart. As far as I know, the fire spirit race is facing a calamity now. It's very likely that it will be difficult to deal with. It's even very likely that the entire race will be exterminated. Qinyu looked at Hu Jiang and said slowly, "Junior, what are you trying to say?" Hu Jiang could tell that Qinyu was implying something, so he asked directly, "Tell me where the Fire Emperor's inheritance is, and I'll help the fire spirit race get through this crisis. How about it?" Qin, you didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. He could already tell that the Fire Emperor's inheritance wasn't in this secret realm of fire. Since you've triggered the inheritance, you're naturally qualified to know where the Fire Emperor's inheritance is. However, the Fire Emperor is the most powerful Great Emperor in the history of the Great Spirit world. The Fire Emperor's inheritance isn't that easy to obtain. If you don't have a great opportunity and great luck, you'll only end up dead. Hu Jiang wasn't surprised when he heard that. He only warned Lin Fan, "You don't have to worry about that. As long as you tell me where the Fire Emperor's inheritance is, I'll help the fire spirit race get through this crisis." Qinyu smiled faintly. He was able to obtain the Battle Dragon Immortal King's inheritance despite the interference of the foreign powerhouses. Wasn't that a great opportunity and great luck? It seems that you're very confident. The two wisps of light blue flames in Hu Jiang's eyes flickered slightly, and a fiery light floated out from between his eyebrows. Qinyu focused his gaze and realized that the fiery light was a fiery map. On the fiery map, there was an extremely eye-catching, fiery divine tower. The Fire Emperor's ancient tomb is in this divine tower. As for the specific location, you'll have to find it yourself. However, you must remember that once you leave this place, you must find the divine tower within 49 days. Otherwise, this map will automatically disappear. Hu Jiang flicked his finger and gave the fiery map to Qinyu. If he couldn't find the Fire Emperor's ancient tomb with the map in hand, he wouldn't be qualified to inherit the Fire Emperor's inheritance. "Thank you, Senior." Qinyu took the fiery map and sealed it. "This fire pearl contains my lifetime's worth of inheritance and ultimate techniques. I hope that you'll be able to find an inheritor of the fire spirit race for me after you leave. Remember, if it's not an inheritor of the fire spirit race, then the restrictions within the pearl will be triggered." Hu Jiang took out a fist-sized pearl with ancient flames on it. "All right." Qinyu nodded. Hu Jiang's last sentence was obviously a warning to him. However, Qinyu really wasn't that interested in Hu Jiang's inheritance. Of course, this was also because he had obtained the clue of the Fire Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, it might be the inheritance of a heavenly god. This was still quite tempting. The divine fire of this secret realm is the Fire Emperor's vast sky, divine flame. It contains a trace of the Fire Emperor's comprehension when he was alive. Looking at your body, there seems to be the fluctuation of a fire path divine ability. If you can comprehend it, it will be quite beneficial for you. As the fiery pearl was taken out, the burning flames on Hu Jiang's skeleton gradually dissipated. From the looks of it, the spirit in the skeleton could dissipate at any time. Vast sky divine flame? Qinyu thought for a moment. There was no information about the vast sky divine flame in Zhanlong Immortal King's memory. This was normal. After all, Zhanlong Immortal King was a true immortal. What he had seen and heard was naturally more related to the immortal realm. However, Qin, you naturally had no reason to let go of the divine flame of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Immediately, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with both hands. In his palm, the ancient seal of the divine dragon glowed, faintly. Whoosh, whoosh. The rolling flames in the secret realm immediately rushed into Qin Yu's body and were crazily refined and devoured. Qin Yu's cultivation also soared by leaps and bounds. Because of this, the energy contained in the divine flame was no weaker than the dragon qi of the ancient seal of the divine dragon and the spirit fruit in the ancient tree demon's body. In a short while, Qin Yu went from the initial emperor realm to the peak emperor realm, and then broke through to the ancient emperor realm. Chapter 7:12. Time passed quietly. 3 days later, the raging flames that had covered the entire secret realm were completely absorbed. Qin Yu's cultivation had also reached the complete heavenly yuan stage in these 3 days. That's right. Qin Yu had not only recovered his cultivation, but he had also reached the complete heavenly yuan stage. With the mighty heavenly yuan battle dragon in Qin Yu's body, he could step into the heavenly will stage at any time. The heavenly yuan stage was to transform the martial way true yuan into the heavenly yuan stage. The heavenly will stage was to comprehend the two extremes of yin and yang. In other words, it was the power of yin and yang. However, it was different from the ordinary power of yin and yang. It was the unique power of yin and yang in the martial region. When the power of yin and yang met, it would become the yin-yang heavenly wheel. When the yin-yang heavenly wheel reached its limit, he could break through to the calamity stage. After making a great breakthrough in his cultivation, Qin Yu did not leave immediately. The reason he came to this secret realm was because he sensed the aura of the Dragon clan. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the Fire Emperor, Qin Yu did not let go of the Dragon clan's aura. He wanted to investigate it. An ancient sword. Soon, Qin Yu found the source of the Dragon clan's aura in the cave, where the flames had disappeared. It was a flaming longsword with flame dragon runes engraved on it. The Dragon clan's aura that Qin Yu sensed came from the flame dragon runes. Is this a divine treasure refined with the Dragon clan's blood essence? Qin Yu looked at the longsword for a while and held it. Roar. Immediately, Qin Yu faintly felt a dragon's roar coming from the longsword. An extremely hot Dragon clan's aura surged toward Qin Yu as if it wanted to devour Qin Yu's soul. However, when it sensed the powerful main dragon bloodline's aura in Qin Yu's body, the hot Dragon clan's aura immediately wanted to retreat into the ancient sword. Want to leave? Qin Yu's eyes flickered coldly. With a thought, several illusionary figures of Shinran appeared and sealed off the scorching dragon aura. From that blazing Dragon clan's aura, Qin Yu sensed a trace of soul energy fluctuation. It was obvious that the flaming dragon sword was not only refined with the Dragon clan's blood essence, but it had also fused with a trace of the dragon's soul. However, that strand of dragon soul no longer had any intelligence. It only had a bloodthirsty instinct. Therefore, the dragon soul was naturally of no use to the current Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu was able to use a secret sensing technique to sense the location of the dragon soul's main body. As long as he had not left the fire domain, Qin Yu would be able to find him. After obtaining clues about the dragon tribe, Qin Yu kept the flaming longsword with dragon patterns. This time, Qin Yu's harvest was huge. Not only did he obtain the aura of the dragon race, but he also obtained the location of an emperor realm expert's tomb. Qin Yu walked around the secret realm. After finding nothing, he prepared to leave. But at this time, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He discovered that an extremely faint flame mark had appeared in his dantian. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's amazing perception, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover the flame mark. Qin Yu was about to ask Huojiang when he raised his head and found that the flames on the skeleton had completely disappeared. Hu Zhang's soul power had also dissipated. Could it be related to the Fire Emperor's inheritance? Qin Yu sensed in a deep voice. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If it wasn't related to the Fire Emperor's inheritance, then the appearance of this flame mark was somewhat thought-provoking. After all, it was Hu Jiang who took the initiative to let him absorb the flames in this secret realm. After sensing for a long time without discovering anything, Qin Yu's gaze once again landed on that skeleton in the river of fire. Although there was no longer Hu Jiang's soul power, the skeleton, whether it was the armor, the battle spear, or the skeleton itself, were all rare divine treasures. In the 10 Directions world, the grades of weapons were divided into spirit treasures, saint treasures, divine treasures, and immortal treasures. Each grade was further divided into 9 grades. Spirit treasures were the most common. Even the Fire Spirit clan, which was in dire straits, had spirit treasures. Saint treasures, especially high-grade saint treasures, were rare. In the entire Flame Mountain range, only the top monster race tribes had them. Of course, saint treasures could often be seen in the super forces outside the Fire Demon Mountain range. However, divine treasures were truly rare. Even in the entire western part of the Fire Domain, only the superpowers had them. Even in the entire Fire Domain, there weren't many top divine treasures. As for immortal treasures, in the entire 10 Directions world, the forces that had them were rare and stood at the top of the 10 Directions world. Therefore, for Qin Yu, the skeleton, and several other divine treasures, he naturally wanted to get his hands on them. As for the chaotic dragon spear that Qin Yu had refined, it was considered a half-immortal in the heaven domain. According to Qin Yu's judgment, it was only a saint treasure. Of course, the chaotic dragon spear had endless potential. It was not impossible for it to become a real immortal treasure in the future. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Immediately, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and summoned the remaining vast heaven divine flame sealed in his body. He began to refine the skeleton outside the Fire Demon Mountain range after the Monster King's secret realm was triggered. In the depths of the Fire Demon Mountain range, countless monster race experts gathered every day wanting to see what was going on. Unfortunately, facing the Monster King's secret realm in the cave, those monster race experts could only wander outside. No one dared to touch the secret realm. Those who wanted to break through the cave's secret realm by chance were basically turned into ashes. Not even their bones were left. 2 days later, in the Fire Spirit clan, early in the morning, the entire Fire Spirit clan was busy. Today was the day of the marriage between Hu Yuan and the young master of the Monster Bear clan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Fire Spirit clan invited many powerful monster race experts. Today, not only did they have to announce the marriage between the Fire Spirit clan and the Monster Bear clan, but they also had to take the opportunity to tell the other monster races in the Fire Demon Mountain range that Hu Yuan had been accepted as a disciple by True Crane. With the Monster Bear clan and True Crane as their backing, the other monster race tribes in the Fire Demon Mountain range would not dare to bully the Fire Spirit clan. Whoosh whoosh. When the scorching sun rose into the sky, accompanied by a strong monster wind, a large group of monster cultivators with strong physiques and extraordinary auras came to the Fire Spirit clan happily. The leader of the group was the Monster Bear clan's patriarch, Xiong Li. On his left was his confidant, Xiong Yuan. On his right was his eldest son, Xiong Ba. Senior Xiong Li, excuse me for not going out to meet you. Please come in. Hu Xiao led the Fire Spirit clan's higher-ups to personally welcome Xiong Li and the others. Brother Hu Xiao, our clans have become in-laws today. If you call me senior, won't you be messing up the seniority? After glancing at Hu Qing, who was behind Hu Xiao, Xiong Li laughed and patted Hu Xiao's shoulder. Brother Xiong Li is right. I didn't think it through. Hu Xiao apologized again and again, but the smile on his face was extremely bright. Under Hua Zhao's lead, Xiong Li and the others entered the Fire Spirit clan's main hall. Seeing Xiong Li arrive, the powerful monster race experts all stood up and bowed. The Monster Bear clan's strength was not something the Fire Spirit clan could compare to. Moreover, Xiong Li himself was a mid-heavenly wheel expert. His strength was terrifying. Chapter 7:13. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my son and Yuaner's wedding. Please take a seat. Brother True Crane, it's been a long time. Xiong Li greeted the beast cultivators in the hall as if they were his own family. Finally, he greeted True Crane. It's been a few years since we last met. Your cultivation has become even more profound. You must be close to the late stage of the heavenly wheel realm. True Crane cupped his fists and smiled. I'm still far from it. Even Brother True Crane, I heard that you're confident of reaching the peak of the heavenly wheel realm. Xiong Li waved his hands. Hua Xiao and the other members of the Fire Spirit race were delighted to see Xiong Li and True Crane chatting happily. Patriarch Xiong Yuan, who had disappeared for a long time, reappeared in the hall and gave Xiong Li a look. Brother Fire Firmament, it's about time for the banquet. Go check on Yuan, and see if she's ready. After we return from the wedding, we'll have to invite the various clans and even offer sacrifices to our ancestors. We can't miss this auspicious time. Xiong Li walked to Hua Zhao's side when he saw that Xiong Yuan had returned. Look at me. I was so happy that I almost forgot about the important matter. Men, invite the eldest miss out. Hua Xiao immediately summoned a member of the Fire Spirit race to inform Hua Yuaner. Before long, Hua Yuaner, who was wearing a red dress and gorgeous makeup, was escorted by the Fire Spirit race. Everyone's gazes immediately landed on Hua Yuaner as soon as he entered the hall. Although Hua Yuaner was still young, she was already an extremely beautiful woman. Xiong Ba's eyes flashed with passion when he saw the beautiful Hua Yuaner. After kowtowing to his parents, Hua Xiao announced the start of the wedding banquet. All sorts of delicacies and fine wine were served. The entire Fire Spirit race was filled with joyous cheers. True Crane, who was being toasted by Xiong Li and the others, suddenly looked outside the Fire Spirit race's valley. Senior True Crane, what's wrong? Hua Xiao, whose face was flushed from drinking, noticed True Crane's expression and couldn't help but ask, There are ripples of formation runes around our land. True Crane put down his wine cup, his gaze turning serious. In his senses, the entire valley where the Fire Spirit clan was located had ripples of formation runes appearing. It was obvious that someone had set up a formation. The fluctuation of formation patterns. Hua Xiao suddenly came to his senses and immediately sent a few high-level elders of the Fire Spirit race to investigate. However, after a while, Hua Xiao's expression turned extremely serious. The few high-level elders who went to investigate never returned. It was as if they had disappeared without a trace. More importantly, not only the Heavenly Wheel stage True Crane, but also the Heavenly Origin stage, Hua Xiao, and the others could feel the energy waves coming from the valley. What happened? Could it be that I'm drunk? Why do I feel like the entire Fire Spirit race is covered by a spirit formation? Someone has surrounded the Fire Spirit race. A moment later, more and more demon race people reacted. The originally joyous banquet was filled with surprised exclamations. Did something happen? After kowtowing to the Wan family, Hua Yuaner sat there quietly, waiting to be married. When she heard the cries of the Heaven Origin stage monsters, her expression changed. She immediately looked at Hua Qing, who was standing beside her father. However, compared to the other members of the Fire Spirit clan who were at a loss, Hua Qing's expression was calm, and there was no fluctuation in her eyes. It was as if she was not surprised by all of this. This made Hua Yuaner's heart sink. That Huiqing, you'd better tell your father and master to be on guard. At this moment, Hui Yuan'er couldn't help but recall what Qin Yu had warned her before he left. She was extremely regretful. She had originally thought that Qin Yu had ill intentions and wanted to provoke the higher-ups of the fire spirit race. However, it seemed that Qin Yu really did know something, and that was why he had suggested to warn her. Xiongli, it's you? True Crane's gaze swept across the panicked fire spirit race and other demon race cultivators in the hall. He suddenly looked at Xiongli and the others. When he saw that Xiongli was still smiling and drinking wine casually, True Crane's expression turned serious. If it was only Xiongli with True Crane's cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, there was an old demon bear behind Xiongli who was trying to break through to the calamity stage. Brother Xiongli, was this spirit formation really set up by the demon bear race? When Huashao and the other higher-ups of the fire spirit race heard True Crane's words, they all looked at Xiongli with disbelief. The other demon race cultivators in the hall looked at Xiongli and Huiqing with astonishment and strange expressions. Weren't the two races supposed to form an alliance through marriage today? What was the demon bear race trying to do? Since you've discovered it, then there's no need for us to be so secretive. That's right, those restrictions were set up by us. At this moment, the demon bear race didn't hide anymore. The smile on his face became somewhat sinister as he sneered at Huashao and the other fire spirit race cultivators. Why? Huashao was furious, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and questioned in a deep voice. The fire spirit race and the demon bear race had no enmity between them. Huashao couldn't understand why the demon bear race would attack them. Moreover, they had chosen the day of the alliance marriage and the gathering of their clansmen. Such an action was clearly intended to wipe out the fire spirit race in one fell swoop. Now that he thought about it, the demon bear race had probably started to plot against them when they came to propose the marriage 2 years ago. Why? Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation later. I won't let you die with regrets. After Xiongli sneered, he looked at the other demon beast cultivators in the hall with a ferocious and ruthless gaze. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you're not from the fire spirit race, leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Hearing Xiong-Li's murderous words, regardless of whether they were on good terms with the fire spirit race or had been invited, they all immediately left the territory of the fire spirit race. After leaving the valley of the fire spirit race and seeing the black mass of demon bear race experts, the demon beast cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. It seemed that the fire spirit race wouldn't be able to escape today. Hua Zhao's expression became extremely ugly when he saw that only the fire spirit race's people were left in the originally lively wedding hall. If they could gather all the demon beast cultivators just now, they might be able to fight against the demon bear race. Unfortunately, the demon beast cultivators who had come to participate in the wedding wouldn't risk their lives for the fire spirit race. Now, the only people they could rely on were the fire spirit race themselves. Thinking of this, Huiqing's gaze swept across all the fire spirit race's people and had them gather together. Father, be careful of Huiqing. They're together. But right at this moment, a hurried voice sounded. Huiqing, who was originally approaching Huashao, stiffened and stopped in her tracks. Chapter 7:14. Huiqing originally wanted to stay by Huazhao's side and betray them at the critical moment, but she didn't expect Hui Yuan'er to see through her. She couldn't help but look at Hui Yuan'er. She didn't know when she had given herself away and allowed Hui Yuan'er to catch her. Huiqing betrayed us. Huashao, Huaquan, and the other higher-ups of the Fire Spirit clan all looked at Huiqing. Huashao and the others didn't believe it at first, but when they saw Huazhao's expression, Their hearts sank. Some things were hard to discover before they were exposed, but once they were exposed, they would immediately discover the problem, just like Huiqing. Zhen, he also looked at Huiqing, his heart sinking. No wonder the Demon Bear clan could surround the Fire Spirit clan without anyone noticing. It turned out that there was a traitor among the Fire Spirit clan. It seemed that the Demon Bear clan was fully prepared to overturn the Fire Spirit clan. Xinha, this is a grudge between our Monstrous Bear clan and the Fire Spirit clan. If you do not interfere, our Monstrous Bear clan will definitely possess a precious treasure. However, if you insist on becoming enemies with our Monstrous Bear clan, the consequences will be very serious. Xiongli glanced at Huashao and the others, who were trembling with anger, and ignored them. He looked coldly at Zhen. Although he knew that Zhen he had taken Hua Yuaner as his disciple, Xiongli was surprised that Zhen he didn't choose to leave under such circumstances. Of course, even if Zhen he didn't leave, Xiongli wouldn't be afraid. Although his cultivation was one level lower than Zhen He's, the Demon Bear clan had sent out all their elites. There were more than 50 Sky Origin Realm cultivators, and they had even set up a killing array. Even if Zhen he had reached the late stage of the Heavenly Wheel realm, he wouldn't be able to resist. Huashao, Hua Yuaner, and the rest of the Fire Spirit clan looked at Zhen he nervously. The true crane was the only guarantee they could resist. If Zhen he also left because of the Demon Bear clan, the Fire Spirit clan would become fish on the chopping board. They could only be slaughtered by the Demon Bear clan. Xiongli, although I don't know what kind of grudge there is between the Demon Bear clan and the Fire Spirit clan for you to be so ruthless. Hua Yuaner is my disciple. I can't just stand by and watch. Looking at the weak Fire Spirit race, True Crane spoke in a deep voice. Hua Yuaner was his only chance to enter the Beast King Island. If he missed out on Hua Yuaner, he didn't know how long it would take for him to accept another disciple with such aptitude. After all, although he was somewhat famous in the Fire Demon Mountain range, his reputation would not be prominent outside of the Fire Demon Mountain range. Those with outstanding aptitudes would not choose to become his disciple. Instead, they would join those large forces and make it easier for them to join the Beast King Island. Good, very good. Xinha, you're the one who asked for it, so don't blame us. Hearing this, Xiong face turned completely gloomy. The killing intent in his eyes soared, and his demonic aura soared to the sky. Xiong Yuan and the other Sky Origin Stage cultivators also scattered around the hall, surrounding the hall tightly. When Huashao and the other members of the Fire Spirit clan saw the fighting force of the Monster Bear clan, despair appeared on their faces. With so many Heavenly Yuan stage experts, no matter how the Fire Spirit tribe struggled, it would be useless. Even the True Crane's expression turned grave after he scanned the Monster Bear clan's battle prowess. But since he had made his choice, he naturally would not change his mind. The True Crane did not move, but white feathers appeared all over the True Crane's body. Behind him, a pure white immortal crane faintly appeared. Senior True Crane, it looks like my Fire Spirit race is fated to be unable to escape this calamity today. I only have one wish. I hope that you can bring Yuan out of this encirclement and preserve a trace of our bloodline. Seeing that True Crane was about to fight Xiongli, Huashao hurriedly sent a message through a secret technique. Since the Fire Spirit tribe was destined to be destroyed, they had to survive. Hua Yuaner, who had the best aptitude, might be able to rise again in the future. Chirp! True Crane nodded slightly at Huaxiao's words. In the next moment, the pure white phoenix behind True Crane let out a long cry. It turned into a ray of white light and swept Hua Yuaner up into the sky. It was so fast that Hua Yuaner was swept away before anyone in the hall could react. But strangely, True Crane remained in the hall, facing Xiongli. He did not move at all. Divine Crane Art, as expected, you are the descendant of true monarch crane. Xiongli was not surprised by the appearance of the red-crowned crane. The monstrous bear tribe had already investigated the origin of the red-crowned crane. Although legend said that True Crane was a wild crane, in reality, True Crane was the descendant of true monarch crane, whose name had shaken the fire domain thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, the crane tribe, which had once ruled the fire domain, had completely declined with the fall of true monarch crane, just like the fire spirit tribe. Now, only the crane tribe's bloodline remained. Humph, do you think you can escape with a burden? Of course, although Xiongli was not surprised, he did react. He sneered and formed a seal with his hands. An extremely terrifying demonic aura surged out of the fire spirit tribe's valley. Accompanying the terrifying demonic aura was the illusory image of a 100-foot-tall monster bear. After the illusory image appeared, it waved its mountainous fists and smashed them into the air. The terrifying demonic aura affected the entire valley. Its power made one's heart tremble. Rumble! A deafening explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder rang out. The crane, which was so fast that it had turned into a ray of white light, was sent flying hundreds of feet away. It crashed heavily into the fire spirit tribe's territory. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and huge cracks appeared. Many buildings collapsed in an instant. In the deep pit, the crane, which was faintly surrounded by divine qi, was clearly much weaker. Huayuaner's face was pale. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. With her martial progenitor cultivation, even if she was only slightly affected by the illusory image's attack, it was enough to severely injure her. She was lucky that she did not lose her life. The great barbaric bear. True Crane's face was pale. He seemed to be affected by the attack. He quickly raised his head and looked at the illusory image of the great barbaric bear. His pupils shrank to the size of needles in disbelief. The great barbaric bear was the ancestor of the monster bear tribe. It was an existence that surpassed the calamity stage. Although it only had one monster spirit, its combat strength was comparable to a perfect heavenly wheel realm expert. Otherwise, it would not have been able to break through his true crane divine technique in one move. The expressions of Huashao and the other fire spirit tribe members changed drastically. They could not wait to rush out of the main hall. Unfortunately, the 50 heavenly origin realm experts of the monster bear tribe from Xiong locked onto Huashao and the others. As long as Huashao and the others showed the slightest weakness, they would immediately attack. In fact, if True Crane had not stopped them, they would have already attacked. Why would they be in a deadlock here? Chapter 7:15. Shan, do you now understand why we're confident that we can destroy the fire spirit race even though we know you're here? Seeing True Crane's pale complexion, Xiong Li's eyes blazed with killing intent. Even though Zhenhe's cultivation was a level higher than his, he was confident that he could suppress Zhenhe with the help of the great barbarian bear. Today, not only did he have to obtain the fire spirit race's fire spirit token, but he also had to capture Zhenhe and interrogate him about the inheritance of true Lord Red-Crowned Crane. Kill! Xiong Li stomped on the ground before Zhenhe, Huashao, and the others could say anything. The ground cracked as he charged out murderously. Strange demonic runes covered Xiong Li's body, making his demonic aura even stronger. Red-Crowned Crane killing art. True Crane's eyes were cold and indifferent. His figure flashed and floated around Xiong Li like a wisp of smoke. Both of his hands continued to point in the air. Streaks of finger force, which were only an inch long, continuously broke through the air like lightning. Streaks of sharp air-rending sounds appeared in the void. The Spirit Crane clan had always been gifted with astonishing speed. True Crane, on the other hand, used his extreme speed talent to the extreme. In the hall, the people of the demonic bear tribe and the fire spirit tribe could only see shadows flashing in the air. They couldn't see the real Crane at all. Demonic origin divine shield. Sensing the finger of destruction sweeping towards him from all directions, Xiong Li, who had rushed out, abruptly let out a loud shout. The violent demon essence exploded, turning into a dark yellow demon essence divine shield, firmly protecting his body, blocking the finger force that was constantly attacking him. At the same time, with Xiong Li as the center, formation runes filled the air within a radius of 300 feet, forming an extremely terrifying boundary. Zhen He, who was so fast that no one could see him clearly, was immediately restricted. Demonic spirit possession. Xiong Li roared as brown fur grew on his body. He transformed into his demonic bear form, and his demonic aura soared into the sky. In the valley of the fire spirit race, the great barbarian bear turned into a ray of light and attached itself to Xiong Li's body. Although the great barbarian bear was only 30 meters in size after it was possessed, its might didn't decrease in the slightest. In fact, because it overlapped with Xiong Li, its power became even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the great circle of heavenly wheel realm. Roar. With a furious roar, Xiong Li, who was possessed by a demon spirit, unleashed a berserk killing move. The true Crane, whose speed was restricted by the seal, was immediately suppressed and unable to use its advantage. Of course, as the descendant of true Lord Immortal Crane, True Crane had mastered many secret techniques as well. Although it was being suppressed, it did not show any signs of being defeated. The battle was intense. Kill. Don't leave a single fire spirit alive. Seeing that True Crane was suppressed by Xiong Li, Xiong Yuan, and the other Sky Origin realm elites of the demonic bear tribe immediately started to slaughter Huashao and the others. With the absolute combat strength of the Demon Bear clan, dealing with the Fire Spirit clan was a one-sided massacre. If you want to exterminate my Fire Spirit race, then all of you can die together with me. Huaxiao's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the fire spirits die, one by one. His expression was ferocious and filled with despair. He formed an ancient seal and spat out a mouthful of blood onto it. Immediately, with the valley where the fire spirit clan was located as the center, boundless origin fire energy madly gathered towards him. One could clearly see that Hu Zhao's body was rapidly expanding as the origin fire energy poured into him. In the end, he became 4 to 5 feet tall, and his entire body was burning with raging flames. It was as if his blood was burning. What's going on? How did his cultivation suddenly increase by so much? With such power, he has already reached the heavenly wheel realm. Xiong Yuan and the other Sky Origin realm elites of the demonic bear tribe were extremely shocked when they saw Huaxiao's strength skyrocket. Patriarch! The Fire Spirit clan's members almost jumped out of their eyes when they saw Huaxiao, who had become enormous and was burning with bloody flames. Not good. This is the sky burning technique. A cry of alarm sounded. It was the traitor Huaqing who recognized the forbidden technique that Huaxiao was using. This secret technique was a secret technique that required one to burn their blood essence and forcefully absorb the origin fire energy into their body. Although the effect was great, the aftereffects were also extremely terrifying. After using it, one's roots would be injured and their cultivation would decrease greatly. In the worst case, one's origin fire energy would be burned, and they would die. Looking at Huaxiao's current appearance, he was clearly putting his life on the line. Form the formation. Xiong Yuan coldly snorted. Since it was a secret technique, there must be a time limit. If he wanted to drag it out, he would drag it out until Huaxiao died. No matter what, None of the Fire Spirit Clan's members should think about leaving alive today. With Xiong Yuan as the center, a total of 40 Sky Origin Realm elites formed a killing formation and surrounded Huashao. The other dozen Sky Origin Realm elites continued to slaughter the Fire Spirit Clan's members. Not long after, only a few hundred members of the Fire Spirit Clan, which did not have many members to begin with, were still resisting. Moreover, these few hundred people continued to lose their lives. Huaquan and the other Sky Origin Realm elites couldn't even protect themselves, let alone the others. Cough, cough. In the deep pit, Hua Yuaner crawled out with serious injuries. Seeing the Fire Spirit Clan's members being wantonly slaughtered, he couldn't help coughing up blood, and his face became even paler. Sister Yuaner, this scene is too bloody. It's better if you don't watch. At this moment, a frivolous voice sounded. It was Xiongba, Xiong Li's son, who appeared and looked at Hui Yuaner with a perverted gaze. Although they couldn't let any of the Fire Spirit Clan's members escape, they didn't have to kill all of them. They still had to leave behind a fire seed. That fire seed was naturally the most talented member of the Fire Spirit Clan, Hui Yuaner. Why? Seeing Xiongba walking over, Hui Yuaner's face was filled with hatred. She wanted nothing more than to tear Xiongba to shreds. Although she was extremely dissatisfied with the marriage with Xiongba, she still chose the marriage for the Fire Spirit Clan. She didn't expect the monstrous bear clan to take advantage of the marriage to slaughter the Fire Spirit Clan. Why? It's very simple. Since your Fire Spirit Clan has declined to the point where you don't have the strength to protect the treasure key, you should hand it over as soon as possible. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can only end up like this. Xiongba grinned. Although the Fire Demon token was left behind by the Fire Spirit Clan's ancestor, since the Fire Spirit Clan hadn't obtained the Demonic King Mystic Realm's inheritance, after so many years, there would naturally be people targeting the Fire Spirit Clan. Even if the Monstrous Bear Clan didn't make a move, there would definitely be other forces that would target the Fire Spirit Clan in the future. You're here for the Fire Demon token? Hui Yuaner came to his senses instantly and understood everything. Haha, you finally figured it out. Unfortunately, it's too late. Xiongba's smile widened. After today, they would be able to obtain the Demonic King Mystic Realm's inheritance. The entire Fire Demon Mountain range would also submit to the Monstrous Bear Clan. Rumble! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded. It was Huashao, who had used a forbidden technique to transform into a 50-foot-tall blood flame giant. Under the siege of dozens of Heavenly Origin Stage cultivators, he was beaten back to his original form and heavily smashed into the wall of the hall. His body was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. The Monstrous Bear Clan and others had also paid a heavy price, with several Heavenly Origin Stage cultivators losing their lives. Chapter 716. Patriarch. The expressions of Huaquan and the other members of the Fire Spirit race changed drastically when they saw this. They were filled with fear and despair. Even Huashao, who had used the Burning Sky Art, couldn't fight his way out. The Fire Spirit race was doomed. Father! When Hua Yuaner saw Huashao, whose fate was unknown, his already pale face turned even paler. He wanted to help him. Unfortunately, she was severely injured and couldn't even protect herself. She could only watch helplessly. It's over. Xiongba's smile widened. Although the Monster Bear tribe had sacrificed several Sky Origin Realm clansmen for this, it was heartbreaking. However, Huajiao's defeat also meant that the destruction of the Fire Spirit race was no longer hindered. Huashao was the only member of the Fire Spirit race who could use the Burning Sky Art. Now that Huashao was dead, the Fire Demon token would fall into their hands. The Demon Bear tribe would be able to unify the Fire Demon Mountain range. They might even become a giant in the boundless fire domain in the future. Hui Yuan was in complete despair. She closed her eyes and prepared to use a secret technique to commit suicide. She didn't want to fall into Xiongba's hands and be tortured. Hui Yuan regretted not believing Qin Yu's words and guarding against Hui Qing. If the fire spirit race had been prepared in advance, then even if the monstrous bear clan had attacked en masse, the fire spirit race would not have fallen to such a state of being exterminated. Right, the teleportation talisman. Hui Yuan shivered in her regret. She remembered that Qin Yu had given her a teleportation talisman before he left. She didn't think that the teleportation talisman would be of any use, so she didn't pay much attention to it. But now, Kacha, Hui Yuan immediately refined the last of her true yuan and took out the teleportation talisman Qin Yu had given her from her spatial ring. She crushed it, and a unique spatial fluctuation spread out. Xiongba sensed it, and his expression changed. Wang, Wang, Wang. Before he could react, mysterious runes appeared around Hui Yuan and formed an ancient teleportation array. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and a figure emerged from the ancient formation beside Hui Yuan. That's a teleportation array? How is that possible? The entire territory of the fire spirit race has been sealed, so it's impossible for them to teleport. Who is that? This sudden change not only surprised Xiong Yuan and the other members of the Demon Bear tribe, who were slaughtering the members of the Fire Spirit tribe, but even Zhan He and Xiong Li, who were crazily fighting, involuntarily looked over. Just as the Fire Spirit race was about to be exterminated, such an unforeseen event had actually occurred. This caused them to be extremely curious as to who would intervene at this time. As expected, it has become like this. As Qin Yu looked at the Fire Spirit clan that was in a complete mess, Qin Yu knew that Hui Yuan did not believe him. He's really here. Hui Yuan had originally held onto a sliver of hope. But when he saw Qin Yu appear, a dazzling light immediately blossomed in his dark and despairing eyes. Although Hui Yuan felt bad for dragging Qin Yu, who was in the martial emperor realm, into this matter, Hui Yuan didn't feel too good about it. But now, Qin Yu was really the last and only hope of the fire spirit race. This was because Qin Yu seemed to have known that this would happen, but Qin Yu still gave her a teleportation talisman. This meant that Qin Yu must have a trump card on him. Half-beast, kid, who are you? Xiongba regained his senses. His face became sinister and ruthless as killing intent surged in his eyes. Killing intent. Sensing Xiongba's killing intent, Qin Yu glanced at him and pointed out a finger. The heaven origin of the war dragon gathered and turned into a finger force that pierced through the air. Swoosh! An afterimage of a finger force flashed through the air. Xiongba only felt the space in front of him ripple slightly. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness, and he fell to the ground. There was a bloody hole between Xiong Li's eyebrows, and blood was gushing out. This is seeing Qin Yu kill Xiongba with a single finger. Hui Yuan was dumbfounded. Xiongba's cultivation had reached the emperor realm. Qin Yu, who was only at the martial emperor realm, killed Xiongba with a single move, but soon Hui Yuan came to her senses. She was shocked to find that Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the complete heavenly yuan stage. In just a few days, he had reached the complete heavenly yuan stage from the martial emperor realm. This cultivation speed was too shocking, wasn't it, young clan leader? Seeing Xiongba killed in an instant, the heavenly yuan stage clansmen of the Monster Bear tribe who were surrounding Qin Yu were shocked. As the most talented genius of the Monster Bear tribe in the past 100 years, Xiongba was already the next clan leader of the Monster Bear tribe. It was certain that he would reach the heavenly wheel stage in the future. It was even possible that he would break through the yin-yang boundary and step into the calamity stage. But now, Xiongba, who had such amazing talent, was killed just like that. Naturally, the monster bear tribe's killing intent surged. Kill him! Kill him! Seeing this, Xiong Li's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to tear Qin Yu into pieces as he roared angrily. If he hadn't been held back by Zhan He, he would have already rushed out. Die! The first to rush out from the monster bear tribe was Xiong Li's confidant, Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan's face was filled with killing intent as the shadow of a monster bear appeared on his body. He clawed at Qin Yu with his claws. A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. This was the monster bear tribe's killing technique. With a swipe of his claws, even a 1,000-foot-tall mountain would be crushed into dust in an instant. Divine thunder annihilation. Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. He pointed at Xiong Yuan, who was charging at him from afar. With a crackling sound, a purple thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, suddenly struck down from the sky. It was the divine ability of the purple thunder divine cloud dragon. Xiong Yuan's reaction was quick. He changed his attack and clawed at the thunderbolt as if he wanted to tear it apart. Boom! However, with a deafening clap of thunder, Xiong Yuan's claws were turned into dust. Not only that, half of his head disappeared as well. How could this be? In just one move, Xiong Yuan, who was second only to the ancestor and patriarch of the monster bear tribe, was killed. This caused the other members of the monstrous bear clan that had charged over to kill Qin Yu to be stunned, unable to conceal their fear. They looked at Qin Yu, who had pointed with a single hand. Such strength was definitely not something that a heavenly Yuan realm cultivator could possess. Heavenly Will realm expert. As soon as this thought appeared, the ordinary heavenly Yuan realm cultivators of the monster bear tribe immediately retreated. Hua Xiao had used a secret technique to raise his cultivation to the level of a heavenly wheel realm cultivator. Dozens of them had besieged him and paid the price of several of them to severely injure him. Now that they had encountered a real heavenly wheel realm cultivator, they would need all the heavenly Yuan realm cultivators to go all out. Who is that guy? Zhan. He squinted his eyes as he carefully sized up Qin Yu. Half monster body, heavenly wheel realm cultivation. There shouldn't be such a person in the Fire Demon Mountain range. Where did he come from? Damn it! Xiong Li's eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. He was furious, and his killing intent was even more intense. Chapter 717. Rumble. While Xiong Li was filled with killing intent and was unable to escape, Qin Yu's attacks became even more ferocious. As Qin Yu took a step forward, a soul-crushing rolling thunder cloud started to condense in the sky. Bolts of terrifying lightning that contained destructive power continuously came crashing down. Every bolt of lightning was extremely pure, capable of killing a member of the demonic bear tribe. In just a short, while more than half of the heavenly Yuan elites from the demonic bear tribe had died. Ever since he had obtained the Zhanlong Celestial King's inheritance, the primordial battle dragon art seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal. As a result, Qin Yu's superpowers from the dragon tribe had become much more powerful. Otherwise, even if Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the perfect heavenly Yuan stage, he would not have been able to kill his peers so easily. He's too powerful. Hua Yuaner opened her mouth in disbelief when she saw Qin Yu slaughtering the demonic bear tribe like a god of death. In just a short period of time, more than half of the demonic bear tribe's elites had been killed. What a terrifying cultivation. Who exactly is this person? Oh, right, I remember now. Is he the half-demon that First Miss saved a few days ago? What? First Miss saved him? So, he saved her life. No wonder she came to save him. The remaining 100 members of the Fire Spirit tribe were overjoyed. At the same time, they began to speculate about Qin Yu's identity. Compared to the demonic bear tribe members who did not know about Qinyu's background, the fire spirit tribe members quickly remembered Qinyu. Although they did not know where Qinyu came from, they at least knew why Qinyu had attacked. Thousand Lightning Blast. After killing all the Heavenly Yuan stage elites, Qinyu could not be bothered to kill the rest of the demonic bear tribe members, one by one. With a thought, a vast lightning bolt struck down like a river. Wherever it passed, the demonic bear tribe members were killed. The only one who survived was Xiong Li, who was fighting with Zhen, he in the hall. How is this possible? Seeing that the foundation of the Demon Bear clan had been killed by Qinyu in a short couple of breaths' time, Xiong Li, who was originally overflowing with killing intent, finally reacted. There was a hint of shock and even fear in his berserk, blood-red eyes. Could it be that this person's cultivation has surpassed the heavenly wheel stage? Even Zhen, he could not hide the shock in his eyes when he saw Qinyu kill the members of the demonic bear tribe with a wave of his hand. This was because even if he were to attack, he would not be able to easily slaughter the demonic bear tribe's dozens of Heavenly Yuan stage practitioners in such a short period of time. Heavenly Yuan stage was the 9th level of the Heavenly Yuan stage. To the 9th level, to the Heavenly Yuan stage. Crack! Seeing the battle between Xiong Li and Zhen, he in the palace hall, it seemed that the outcome of the battle would not be determined in a short period of time. Qinyu extended his right hand toward Xiong Li. Qinyu did not have the time to wait for Zhen, he and Xiong Li to fight to the death. With a loud explosion, the lightning seal abruptly broke through the air and shattered the barrier around Xiong Li's body that enveloped the 30 spaces around him. Looks like I can only use a forbidden technique. Xiong Li was terrified. However, with Shen He in front of him and Qinyu behind him, he had no way to escape. Xiong Li's eyes flashed as he slapped his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and an ancient altar was formed. The altar gave off a mysterious light, and ripples appeared in the air. This is the demonic bear tribe's spirit summoning technique. Zhen He immediately realized what kind of forbidden technique Xiong Li was using. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately unleashed his killer moves at the ancient altar. He wanted to destroy it. The pale-faced Xiong Li naturally wouldn't allow Zhen He to succeed. He channeled all the heavenly path origin energy in his body into the defensive barrier around him, blocking all the origin energy attacks. Boom! At this moment, Qinyu unleashed another demonic heaven's lightning seal. With a deafening explosion, Xiong Li, who was vomiting blood, was sent flying dozens of feet away along with the ancient altar. The palace of the Fire Spirit clan was directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Whoosh! In the ruins of the main hall, a figure broke through the air and rushed towards Xiong Li. It was none other than Makoto Crane. Zhen He knew that Xiong Li's spirit summoning technique had the same ability as the teleportation array. Although the distance was too far to summon, the demonic bear tribe and the fire spirit tribe could teleport over. The person that Zhen He did not want Xiong Li to teleport over was Rumble. However, just as Zhen He approached, he was sent flying by a wave of terrifying energy. The large hall, which had originally turned into ruins, was directly turned into dust under the frightening force, and a huge empty space appeared. In the center of the empty space, a burly figure appeared. A terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky from his body. Beside him, Xiong Li was no longer breathing. The demonic spirit that possessed him had also dissipated. Is it too late? Seeing the burly figure, Zhen He's expression turned extremely grave. He was no stranger to that figure. It was the ancestor of the demonic bear tribe, Xiong Kuang. More importantly, from the demonic aura that Xiong Kuang emitted, his cultivation had broken through the heavenly wheel realm and stepped into the heavenly disaster realm. Zhen He, we have no enmity between us. However, for the sake of the fire spirit tribe, you dared to kill so many members of the demonic bear tribe. Today you will die. An old and sinister voice sounded. The burly Xiong Kuang raised his head and looked at Chun He. His dark brown eyes were filled with extremely gloomy killing intent. In Xiong Kuang's opinion, the only person in the fire spirit tribe who had the strength to kill so many elite members of the demonic bear tribe was Chun He. This person is the ancestor of the demonic bear tribe. His cultivation should have stepped into the heavenly disaster realm. Ordinary means won't be able to deal with him. Sensing that Xiong Kuang's killing intent had locked onto him, Zhan He's face turned even more grave. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Qin Yu to discuss. Although Qin Yu's cultivation seemed to be only at the complete heavenly origin realm, Qin Yu's combat strength was definitely at the heavenly wheel realm. He was just hiding his strength now. He just stepped into the heavenly wheel realm. There's nothing to worry about. Looking at the surging demonic aura and killing intent of Xiong Kuang, Qin Yu's expression was calm. In fact, there was even a hint of eagerness in his eyes. After coming to the fire domain, he had never truly fought with his full strength. Qin Yu was really curious about how strong he was. Just as well, he could test it out with the heavenly disaster realm Xiong Kuang. Whoosh! Like a meteor piercing through the sky, Qin Yu, who had unleashed his extreme speed path, had already charged out. However, this time, Qin Yu had a long spear in his hand. It was covered in chaotic ancient runes. Against a heavenly disaster realm Xiong Kuang, Qin Yu was serious. Chapter 7:18. You're courting death. Xiong Kuang ignored Qin Yu as he stepped forward and waved his sleeve. Whoosh! The violent and destructive heavenly origin energy turned into an apocalyptic wave and swept toward Qin Yu. Judging from the pressure, even a heavenly wheel realm expert would be seriously injured if they faced it head-on, let alone a heavenly yuan stage expert. However, Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all as he faced it head-on. Is this a calamity stage expert? Hui Yuaner and the rest of the fire spirit race, who thought that the crisis of their race had been resolved, were shocked when they saw Xiong Kuang's attack. In front of the furious Xiong Kuang, they felt that not only their bodies, but even their souls were intimidated. They couldn't move at all. Sky-devouring dragon seal. Facing Xiong Kuang's attack, a mysterious ancient dragon seal formed in the palm of Qin Yu's left hand. The dragon head on the dragon seal was lifelike and terrifying, as if it could devour everything in the world. As the ancient dragon seal expanded, a hole was devoured in the destructive wave. The dragon seal's power didn't diminish as it continued to devour Xiong Kuang. Xiong Kuang, who was filled with killing intent, had a strange look in his eyes. He was only at the peak of the sky origin stage. How did he break through his cultivation in such a short time? What kind of secret technique was this? Break. Xiong Kuang's reaction wasn't slow at all as he thrust out his palm. His powerful heavenly yuan formed a huge palm that slammed against the sky-devouring dragon seal. Although the sky-devouring dragon seal could devour everything, it was limited by Qin Yu's cultivation. It couldn't withstand Xiong Kuang's attack and was shattered. Swoosh! But at this moment, Qin Yu had already followed the sky-devouring dragon seal and arrived in front of Xiong Kuang. All the dragon runes on the chaotic dragon spear emitted a mysterious light, increasing the power of the chaotic dragon spear to the extreme. When the spear tip pierced through the air, ripples appeared in the void. It's a high-grade saint treasure. Xiong Kuang was shocked when he sensed the pressure coming from the primal chaos dragon spear. The Chaos Dragon Spear in Qin Yu's hand was at least a 7th-grade sacred treasure. Such a treasure was already among the top in the Fire Demon Mountains. Even the demonic bear tribe did not have a saint treasure of that level. Thus, in addition to being shocked, intense greed also appeared in Xiongquang's eyes. With his current cultivation, if he had a high-grade saint treasure and the fire demon token, it would not be impossible for him to forcefully break through the boundary of the Demon King mystic realm in the depths of the Fire Demon mountain range. Heaven and earth-defying cauldron. Thinking of this, Xiongquang's killing intent intensified, and his demonic aura became even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiongquang formed a hand seal and condensed an ancient cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. The ancient cauldron flickered with a mysterious light, bringing with it a boundless might as it descended from the sky, suppressing Qinyu. Rumble! The ancient cauldron and the chaos dragon spear instantly met in the void. Destructive heavenly yuan swept out like a stormy sea, destroying everything around it. Qinyu and Xiongquang's bodies shook violently at this moment as they withstood the destructive attack of their opponent. After a few breaths of time, Xiongquang and Qinyu, who were facing the attack head-on, both retreated continuously. However, Xiongquang only retreated 5 steps, while Qinyu retreated more than 20 steps. The difference in strength was still quite obvious. He can actually withstand the attack of a Calamity Realm expert. Zhang He, who had been looking for an opportunity to attack, was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Although he already knew that Qinyu had concealed his strength, Zhang He did not expect that Qinyu's combat strength would reach such a level when he was serious. If Xiongquang had not stepped into the Calamity Realm, he would have been defeated long ago. Where did this person come from? After stabilizing his body, Xiongquang looked at Qinyu. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but there was also a strong sense of suspicion. Not only could a perfect, heavenly yuan stage expert face off against him, a Calamity Realm expert, but he could also withstand his attack. This kind of physical strength was a little too terrifying, not to mention that he was only a half-monster. Even those pure-blooded monsters would not have such a strong physical body. It seems that it's still difficult to deal with a Calamity Realm expert with just the heaven-devouring dragon seal and the divine dragon tyrannical body. Qinyu looked at Xiongquang, who was sizing him up vigilantly, and his eyes flickered slightly. After the previous exchange, Qinyu had a clearer understanding of his own strength. With the secret techniques and saint treasures he had, he could easily kill a Heavenly Wheel Realm expert. However, against a Calamity Realm expert, he would still need to use the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens and the 8 trigrams Transform Dragon. Die for me. Demonic Fire Scarlet Sky technique. Xiongquang, who had already discovered that Qinyu was not easy to deal with, roared angrily. Demonic fire burned all over his body, covering him from head to toe as he soared into the sky. More than half of the land of the Fire Spirit tribe was covered by the demonic fire. Under the enhancement of the demonic fire, Xiongquang's power surged crazily. Soon, he reached the mid-Calamity Realm from the early Calamity Realm. Good, it's time to end this. Azure Dragon battled the heavens. Qinyu's eyes were cold. Although there were no changes on his body, inside his body, under his skin, green dragon scales grew from his flesh, covering his limbs and bones. Immediately, Qinyu's cultivation rose crazily at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu, who was originally at the perfect Heavenly Yuan stage, had reached the Calamity Realm. How is this possible? Xiongquang, who had used the demonic bear tribe's secret technique to increase his cultivation by 2 levels, felt Qinyu's terrifying increase in cultivation, and his face was filled with shock. Dragon's aura? The half-monster bloodline in his body is the dragon tribe's bloodline. Zhang He and the people from the fire spirit race were even more dumbfounded. They had never seen such a strange and inconceivable thing before. More importantly, Qinyu's terrifying dragon's aura made the demonic beast tribe bloodline in their bodies tremble instinctively, as if they were facing the ancient Shinran. Not good. At this moment, Xiong Kuang, who was filled with killing intent, immediately made a decision. Without thinking, he turned around and tried to escape. When Qinyu saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was too late to escape now. Swoosh! In a flash, Qinyu's figure crossed the void and caught up with Xiong Kuang in an instant. The chaotic dragon spear turned into a ray of chaotic light and disappeared in the void. Puff! Although Xiong Kuang noticed it in time and immediately put up a defense, it was a pity that he could not resist Qinyu's attack. His entire body was pierced by Qinyu, and his demonic soul was imprisoned. With a thought, Qinyu took out Xiong Kuang's demonic soul and refined it to replenish the power of the two spirits in his mind. Xiong Kuang is dead. Seeing that Xiong Kuang, who was at the Calamity Realm, was killed in an instant, Zhen He and the people from the Fire Spirit tribe were stunned. They looked at the dead Xiong Kuang in disbelief. One should know that Xiong Kuang was a Calamity Realm expert in the Flaming Demon Mountain Range. He was worthy of being called the Overlord. However, such an existence was killed by Qinyu in one blow. How terrifying was Qinyu's strength? Chapter 7:19. After killing Xiong Kuang, Qinyu walked over to Huashao, who was covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After examining him, Qinyu found that Huashao's condition was extremely dangerous. It could even be said that he was on the brink of death and could die at any moment. Can my father be saved? Hua Yuaner, Hu Quan, and dozens of other survivors of the fire spirit race gathered around and looked at Qinyu anxiously and hopefully. They had already examined Huashao's injuries. It was completely beyond saving. If Qin, you couldn't do anything, then Huashao could only wait for his death. Whether he can live or not will depend on his luck. Qinyu moved his right hand, and the fire orb that contained the inheritance of the fire river appeared in his hand. Originally, Qinyu wanted to give the fire orb to Hu Yuaner. After all, in terms of talent, no one in the fire spirit race could compare to Hu Yuaner. However, seeing Huashao's current condition, Qinyu changed his mind. Given the current situation of the fire spirit race, if Huashao died, then even if they survived the calamity of the bear spirit race, they wouldn't be able to survive in the fire spirit mountain range. This orb. Seeing the fire orb in Qinyu's hand, the fire spirit race members felt their bloodlines being stirred. They wanted to worship it. True Crane's eyes flashed with a bright light. The ripples contained within the bead caused his heart to palpitate. While his heart palpitated, the True Crane also sensed an extremely majestic energy fluctuation from the bead. If he could refine the orb, then his cultivation would definitely break through to the calamity stage. Of course, in front of Qinyu, even if Zhen He had such a thought, he still did not dare to reveal it. Even the arrogant Xiong Kuang, who had stepped into the calamity stage, was easily killed by Qinyu. He didn't want to risk his life. Buzz. Buzz. Hua Zhao's body trembled as the fire orb merged with him. Strange flame divine inscriptions covered his entire body. In the next moment, Huashao, who was originally weak and on the verge of death, became stronger at an astonishing speed. His vitality is becoming stronger. His injuries are also recovering. Great! What treasure is that? Hu Yuaner and the other members of the fire spirit race were overjoyed when they sensed it. After encountering a calamity, Huashao was still saved. This was really a great fortune. The fire spirit clan's people were deeply grateful to Qinyu. As the battle came to an end, the outcome of the battle between the fire spirit clan and the monstrous bear clan quickly spread through the Fire Demon Mountain Range. In the Fire Demon Mountain Range, the monstrous clans that had originally thought that the Fire Spirit clan would definitely be exterminated were all extremely shocked upon learning that the monstrous bear clan had been exterminated. After all, judging from the battle prowess displayed by the demon bear tribe, other than their lack of foundation, they were already comparable to the top great demon clans in the Fire Demon Mountain range. However, after asking around, no matter how shocked the demonic beasts were, they could only believe that the demonic bear tribe had indeed been exterminated. Even Xiong Quang, who had obvious traces of a calamity stage expert on his body, was hung outside the valley. For a time, the entire Fire Demon Mountain range became extremely fearful of the fire spirit race. They didn't know how the fire spirit race, which had always been at the bottom of the Fire Demon Mountain range, had hidden such strength. Many monstrous clans that had grudges with the fire spirit race in the past directly moved out of the Fire Demon Mountain range. This directly caused the Fire Demon Mountain range to become turbulent as they competed for resources. Of course, the most turbulent was naturally the monstrous bear tribe's territory. After seeing that the fire spirit race didn't seem to have any intention of taking over the monstrous bear tribe's territory, the surrounding great demon clans all moved to divide the monstrous bear tribe's territory. 3 days later, at the fire spirit race. "Are you leaving?" Hua Yuana looked at Qin Yu. She had already seen through Qin Yu's thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that there had been people spying on the fire spirit race's territory these days, Qin, you would have left long ago. "I still have things to do. I can't stay any longer." Qin Yu nodded. Not only did the fire spirit race have True Crane, who was at the Heavenly Wheel realm, but even Hua Xiao, who had been severely injured and on the verge of death, had also stepped into the Heavenly Wheel realm after fusing with the Fire Pearl. There was no need to worry about the safety of the fire spirit race. While protecting the fire spirit race, Qin, you hadn't been idle. He had already used a secret technique to determine the location of the dragon soul. Now, it was time for Qin Yu to leave. "My fire spirit race will never forget your kindness. If you need us in the future, my fire spirit race will definitely go through water and tread on fire." Hua Yuan solemnly bowed to Qin Yu when she heard that. If it weren't for Qin Yu, the fire spirit race would have been completely exterminated. Consider this as returning the favor for saving my life. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it. Qin Yu smiled and strode out of the fire spirit race's valley. Hua Yuan's lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She stared blankly at Qin Yu's back until Qin Yu disappeared. She still hadn't recovered from her shock. That little brat has finally left. When Qin Yu left the fire spirit race's territory, in the fire spirit race that was waiting to be rebuilt at the top of a loft, a figure sitting cross-legged opened his eyes slightly and looked in the direction Qin Yu left. He heaved a sigh of relief. This person was the patriarch of the fire spirit race, Hua Xiao, but the current Hua Xiao was completely different from before. Not only was his gaze indifferent, but there was also a powerful pressure looming around him. Chirp! At this moment, at the edge of the Fire Demon Mountain range, a large snow-white condor that was several zhang in size flew into the sky, straight into the clouds. It was an Emperor Realm snow eagle with the bloodline of an ancient heavenly Peng. It was one of the top monster races in the Fire Spirit Mountain range. But at this moment, there was a figure standing on the back of the large eagle. That person was Qin Yu, who had left the Fire Spirit race. According to Qin Yu's secret technique, the location of the dragon soul was quite far from the Fire Spirit Mountain range. Now, Qin Yu was still unable to break free from the pressure of heaven and earth to fly. Naturally, he couldn't reach the location of the dragon soul as soon as possible. Therefore, Qin Yu casually subdued a snow eagle to ride on his journey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above the 9 heavens, the whistling wind was as terrifying as blades. Qin Yu stood on the back of the snow eagle and turned a blind eye to those hurricanes. With the current strength of his physical body, how could such a strong gale be taken seriously by him? Qin looked down at the landscape of the Fire Spirit Mountain as he traveled. Rumble! After flying for a full 5 days and 5 nights, they passed through a desert. A deafening roar of thunder suddenly came from the sky, accompanied by an extremely violent fluctuation of thunder. Someone is fighting! Qin instantly sensed and controlled the snow eagle to fly lower. Not long after, a chaotic battle appeared in front of Qin eyes. In the depths of the desert, there was a mountain-like 2-headed python that was 1,000 feet long. It was crazily swallowing and spitting out green lightning, wantonly destroying everything. Around the 2-headed python, there were more than 10 cultivators who were crazily attacking it. Chapter 7:20, Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python. Standing on the snow eagle, Qin looks at that 2-headed huge python that is swallowing and spitting out thunderbolts with great interest. The Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python was a descendant of the ancient Heavenly Lightning Python. It had an extremely pure Heavenly Lightning Python bloodline. To Qin, the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python bloodline was useless. However, the Purple Thunder Heavenly Dragon that Qin had subdued was a lightning-attributed dragon. If he could refine the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python bloodline, it would definitely be of great benefit to the Purple Thunder Heavenly Dragon. Although the Purple Thunder Heavenly Dragon's bloodline was fundamentally stronger than the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python's bloodline, it was limited by its cultivation and could not break through to the Ancient Emperor realm. Therefore, Qin needed some external help to break through the limits of the Purple Thunder Heavenly Dragon, Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon, and the Chaos Ancestor Dragon. This was also why Qin did not refine all the flames in the mystic realm in the depths of the Flaming Demon Mountain range. Instead, he kept most of them in the Chaos Dragon world. Otherwise, Qin cultivation would not have only increased to the full Sky Yuan realm. After all, the vast sky divine flames in the Demon King mystic realm were left behind by a great emperor. As for the dozen or so cultivators attacking the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python, their cultivation had all reached the Calamity realm. They did not have any demonic aura, and looked like they were all humans. However, within their Heavenly Yuan power, there was an extremely dense and intense demonic qi. The demonic qi was far more terrifying than the extraterritorial demon tribe in the Sky region. Rumble! The battle continued. Although it was surrounded, the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python did not fall into a disadvantage. Rolling lightning struck recklessly, and even the Heavenly Wheel Realm cultivators did not dare to underestimate it. If not for the dozen or so cultivators who had mastered an extremely mysterious battle formation, they would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python's attacks. Golden Crow Demonic Formation. After a long battle, both sides had exhausted much of their cultivation. A gray-eyed man, who was the leader of the cultivators, shouted in a low voice. Immediately, their battle formation changed. Vast Heavenly Yuan surged out and condensed into 9 dazzling suns in the void. A golden crow appeared in each of the blazing suns. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the next moment, the 9-headed golden crow, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, suddenly pounced towards the 2-headed Heavenly Lightning Python that was spitting out destructive lightning. However, the flames on the 9-headed golden crow were pitch black and exuded an extremely strange demonic aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Besieged by the 9 blazing golden crows, the Sky Lightning Twin-Headed Python immediately fell into a disadvantage. The destructive lightning it spat out didn't do much damage to the 9 blazing golden crows. However, the pitch-black flames spat out by the 9-headed golden crows left behind a large area of burn marks on the body of the Heavenly Lightning Twin-Headed Python. Waves of smoke were emitted. Hold it back and refine it. Seeing that the Golden Crow demonic formation was indeed able to deal with the heavenly lightning twin-headed python, the gray-eyed man in the lead could not conceal his joy. As long as the descendants of ancient fierce beasts reached adulthood, they would at least be at the Empyrean realm. Right now, this heavenly lightning twin-headed python was currently at the boundary of transforming to Empyrean realm. For the gray-eyed man and the others, this was a rare opportunity. If the heavenly lightning twin-headed python was allowed to complete its metamorphosis and step into the heavenly venerate realm, it would be difficult for them to deal with it no matter how many Calamity Realm cultivators they had. Rumble! Under the burning of the nine-headed Golden Crow demonic formation, the injuries on the body of the heavenly lightning twin-headed python became more and more serious. Its mountain-like body rolled crazily, and the earth shook violently as if a mountain flood had erupted. Amidst the tremors, lightning surged like a river, filling the void and destroying everything. However, the more it struggled, the weaker the cultivation of the heavenly lightning twin-headed python became. Not only can it burn its blood, but it can also burn its soul. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he stood on the snow sculpture and watched the battle quietly. From a certain perspective, the pitch-black flames of the nine-headed golden crows were no weaker than the vast sky divine flames of the Demon King mystic realm. Of course, Qin Yu had never seen the true might of the Demon King mystic realm, so he could only make a rough comparison. However, this was enough to show how terrifying the pitch-black flames of the nine-headed golden crows were. Whoosh! Seeing that the heavenly lightning twin-headed python was about to reach its limit, Qin Yu did not hesitate. He jumped off the snow sculpture and entered the ground. At this moment, the gray-eyed man, who was the leader of the dozen or so cultivators, seemed to have sensed something and looked back at the snow sculpture that was rising rapidly into the sky. Was it an illusion? Seeing that it was only an Emperor Realm monster beast, the gray-eyed man raised his eyebrows slightly and withdrew his gaze in confusion. Just now, he clearly sensed a trace of fluctuation that made his heart palpitate, but it only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. This made the gray-eyed man unsure whether it was an illusion or not. That is, Hallmaster, look. At this moment, the pupils of the Calamity Realm cultivators around the gray-eyed man suddenly shrank, and their expressions changed drastically, as if they had seen something. It was an extremely unbelievable scene. The gray-eyed man hurriedly looked back, and his pupils also shrank sharply. He saw that a figure had appeared in the Golden Crow demonic array that trapped the heavenly lightning twin-headed python. How did he get in? The gray-eyed man was extremely shocked. The Golden Crow demonic array that they had set up was an ancient array with a powerful barrier. Even heavenly venerables would find it difficult to break it in a short time. This was also the reason why the heavenly lightning twin-headed python had been unable to break out. But now, someone had snuck into the Golden Crow demonic array without anyone noticing. This naturally shocked the gray-eyed man and the others. The person who had entered the ancient array was none other than Qin Yu. They saw that Qin Yu's body was burning with golden flames, resisting the Golden Crow's demonic flames. As for the destructive thunderbolts unleashed by the heavenly lightning twin-headed python, they immediately disappeared when they touched Qin Yu as if they had been devoured. How dare you ruin our fiend demon sex business? You're courting death. Seeing that Qin Yu had walked to the side of the heavenly lightning twin-headed python, the gray-eyed man's eyes flashed with a chilling light. They had put in a lot of effort to besiege and trap the heavenly lightning twin-headed python, just as it was about to break through. Now that they were about to succeed, they naturally couldn't let someone intercept them halfway. Immediately, his killing intent soared as he charged out. Withdraw! Sensing the actions of the fiend demon sect, Qin Yu waved his sleeve, and a vast dragon aura descended. Under the attack of the golden crow demonic flames, the bloodline of the heavenly lightning twin-headed python, which had already reached its limit, was immediately suppressed to the extreme. Its mountain-like body collapsed with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a thought, Qin Yu immediately withdrew the heavenly lightning twin-headed python into the ancient dragon god seal. Seeing that the 9 golden crows had lost their target and were flying towards him, Qin Yu didn't hesitate. The yin-yang escape talisman in his hand glowed, and he instantly disappeared into the ground. Damn it, who the hell is it? By the time the gray-eyed man and the others charged into the golden crow demonic array, Qin Yu had already disappeared without a trace. This caused the gray-eyed man and the others to fly into a rage, their killing intent shocking the heavens. Chapter 7:21. By now, Qin Yu was already far away from the fiend demon sect. With Qin Yu's current fighting strength, he was not afraid of the fiend demon sect. However, since he had the 2-headed heavenly lightning python, there was no need for Qin Yu to fight them. After emerging from the ground, Qin Yu came to the peak of a mountain. After extracting the ancient heavenly lightning python's bloodline power from the body of the 2-headed heavenly lightning python, Qin Yu threw it into the chaos dragon realm for the purple thunder divine dragon to refine. Qin Yu only had 3 dragons in the eternal dragon realm. They were the chaos ancestor dragon, the golden flames heaven incinerating dragon, and the purple thunder divine dragon. This caused Qin Yu to feel even more strongly that he needed to search for the dragon clan. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to complete his grand plan for the eternal dragon realm. Among the 3 dragons, the one with the strongest cultivation was the chaotic ancestor dragon. The chaos ancestor dragon was already at the peak of the martial emperor realm and had fused with the chaotic chi and dragon emperor blood essence in the heaven domain. He was now in seclusion, and when he woke up, he would step into the 9th tier of the heavenly Tao. Given the terrifying talents of the dragons, once they broke through the limits of the heaven domain, their cultivation would erupt like a volcano. The golden flames heaven incinerating dragon and the purple thunder divine dragon had also reached the ancient emperor realm and were trying to break through. It would not be difficult for them to reach the 9th tier of the heavenly Tao. Chirp! After about an hour, a sharp chirp rang out. A snow-white light descended from the sky, landing on the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. It was the snow sculpture that Qin Yu had branded. It had followed its senses. With a flying leap, Qin Yu climbs onto the snow eagle and flies away. After flying for another 10 days, Qin Yu came to the edge of a huge lake as vast as the sea. In the distant lake, there was a huge island like an ancient beast entrenched there. Demonic chi filled the sky. Qin Yu did not take the risk and rushed directly into the lake. That was because the entire lake was covered by an ancient spirit formation. Once one passed through it, one would be detected by the spirit formation. Qin Yu was now certain that the dragon soul that had fallen into the fire domain with him was on that giant island. Qin Yu had already investigated the island. It was Beast King Island, one of the overlords in the western part of the fire domain. It could be said that more than half of the demon clan warriors in the western part of the fire domain had gathered on Beast King Island. It was rumored that there was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse guarding the Beast King Island. In the fire domain, a quintessential saint stage existence was already considered a top existence. After circling around the lakeside for a while, Qin Yu jumped off the snow eagle and performed a secret sensing technique. With the barrier around the giant lake, it was very difficult for Qin Yu to determine where the dragon soul was on the Beast King Island. But with Qin Yu's current distance, if he used the secret technique, the dragon soul would definitely be able to sense it. As long as the dragon soul responded, Qin Yu could directly use the yin-yang escape talisman to sneak in and rescue the dragon soul. To be honest, Qin Yu was not worried about the dragon soul's safety, because even if the dragon soul's physical body was destroyed, its soul would return to the ancient seal of the divine dragon. However, if that happened, it would cause great damage to the dragon soul. Not only would its cultivation be greatly reduced, but it would also harm its origin. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Qin Yu naturally did not want the dragon soul to destroy its body. Buzz. Sure enough, after Qin Yu used his secret technique, a weak energy fluctuation was emitted from the beast King Island. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and he immediately dove into the ground and into the giant lake. Roar! At this time, in the depths of Beast King Island, an ancient cave filled with cold air came a dragon roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. The deafening dragon roar contained a supreme dragon's might, causing countless demonic tribe experts on Beast King Island to feel their beast souls tremble. Their bloodline power was suppressed to the extreme. What a terrifying dragon power! On Beast King Island, countless demon clan warriors looked toward the depths of Beast King Island. Many who did not know were guessing that there was a demon clan warrior on the island who had awakened the dragon clan bloodline. However, those who knew the inside story knew that this was the dragon power of the dragon clan that the island master had imprisoned some time ago. It seemed that the island master was still unable to subdue the dragon clan after such a long time. That made sense. The dragon clan was a lofty and noble existence to the demon clan. Naturally, they would not submit to the demon clan. Roar! At this time, in the ancient cave filled with cold air, the dragon soul that was 100 feet tall and covered in light black dragon scales with chaotic dragon patterns constantly roared. The dragon soul's entire body was pierced through by ancient and mysterious bronze chains, and at the end of each chain was an ancient cauldron. Strands of pure dragon blood were flowing along the bronze chains into the ancient cauldron. I thought that you had already accepted your fate. It seems that you still won't give up. A deep laugh sounded, and a man with a horn on his head and wearing a luxurious robe appeared. Old thief, you can laugh now. When I break free from this seal, your death will come. A cold light flickered in the dragon soul's eyes. The dragon soul's luck was not as good as Qin Yu's. After it was severely injured and fell into the fire domain, it was captured by the people of Beast King Island. A living dragon clan warrior was a supreme treasure to the demon clan of Beast King Island. Therefore, Beast King Island had been trying to subdue the dragon soul during this period. However, after trying all kinds of secret techniques and discovering that there was no way to control the dragon soul, they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to extract the dragon clan bloodline from the dragon soul. As for the dragon soul's soul, they would slowly think of a way in the future. You still haven't accepted reality after falling to this point. You still want to break free from the seal? I advise you to break the seal on your soul and cooperate with us. Only then will you have a way to survive. Otherwise, this 18 evil ghost cauldron will devour you until your bones and soul are gone. Yuan Yu crossed his arms and tried to persuade the dragon soul again. It was because of the complicated seal in the dragon soul's soul that they could not control it. If it was not a last resort, they would not be willing to destroy the dragon soul of a real dragon clan warrior. Humph! The dragon soul snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Although Beast King Island had a powerful barrier, the dragon soul could still sense that Qin Yu was not dead. Furthermore, he had clearly come to the edge of Beast King Island just now. This naturally made the dragon's soul excited. As long as Qin Yu came, it would kill until a river of blood flowed on Beast King Island. Watch carefully and continue to refine it. Seeing how stubborn the dragon soul was, Yuan Yu shook his head and sealed the dragon blood in the 18 cauldrons into a jade bottle before turning around and leaving there were still 18 demon clan warriors in the ancient cave. Each of them was in charge of a bronze cauldron to maintain the operation of the 18 evil ghost cauldrons. After leaving the ancient cave, Yuan Yu came to the center of Beast King Island and entered a magnificent hall. Island Lord, today's dragon blood has been collected. After arriving at the magnificent hall, Yuan Yu respectfully took out the sealed dragon blood. Very good. A joyful voice sounded. A burly figure was sitting on the main seat of the hall. With a move of his finger, the dragon blood in Yuan Yu's hand fell into his hand. This person was the Island Lord of Beast King Island, Su Jing. Chapter 7:22. I've already refined the dragon blood 87 times. I just need to refine it 12 more times, and my bloodline will completely revert to its ancestral form. After Yuan Yu left, Su Jing looked at the strands of extremely pure dragon blood in the jade bottle in his hand. He could not hide the joy in his eyes. The cultivation of the monster race was different from that of the other races. The monster race relied heavily on the power of their bloodline. The stronger their bloodline, the stronger their cultivation and talent. If they could refine their bloodline power to the point of reverting to their ancestral form, their potential would reach a heaven-defying level. Ever since he had captured the dragon soul, Su Jing had been making arrangements to refine the dragon bloodline and fuse it into his bloodline to undergo a metamorphosis. Without hesitation, Su Jing entered the depths of the hall with the jade bottle in his hand. In an inner hall, there was an extremely profound ancient formation in the inner hall. As Su Jing entered, countless ancient formation runes gathered in the center of the ancient formation, forming an altar. At a glance, the altar looked like a ferocious beast that gave off an ancient aura. Buzz! Buzz! As Su Jing poured the dragon blood in the jade bottle onto the ancient formation altar, the altar immediately trembled, as if the ferocious beast was rampaging. Its aura became even more terrifying. In the next moment, countless strands of blood rose from the ferocious beast and fused into the acupoints all over Su Jing's body. Su Jing's expression brightened as a layer of ethereal light appeared around him, forming a vast sea. His entire body flickered in and out of existence as if he was hidden in the sea. After a long while, the ethereal light around Su Jing gradually dissipated, revealing his true body. One could clearly sense that Su Jing's aura had changed. Although his cultivation had not increased, his aura seemed to have undergone some sort of metamorphosis. As expected of the dragon race bloodline, Su Jing could not hide the joy on his face when he sensed the changes in his bloodline. He had taken another big step towards reverting his bloodline to its ancestral form. The strength of the dragon race's bloodline was indeed well-deserved. Actually, Su Jing was really lucky. The dragon soul was born in the body of a mortal ancient Shinran and awakened the bloodline of a mortal ancient Shinran. This was why the dragon soul's bloodline was far superior to ordinary dragons. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary dragon, even if his cultivation level had reached the 9th firmament of the heavenly Tao, the dragon blood would not have such miraculous effects. I didn't expect Brother Tianjing's true form to be the legendary void dark whale that only exists in the sea. Just as Su Jing dispersed the formation and was about to leave, a light laughter rang out. The corners of Su Jing's eyes twitched as he stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head slightly and smiled. When did Mr. Qi arrive? In the direction that Su Jing was looking at, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing dressed in a blazing robe appeared. I've been here for quite a while. Qi Liwei walked over and sized Su Jing up. It seems like Brother Su Jing's injuries have completely healed. I'm afraid you don't need the Fire God Palace's sacred medicine anymore. Clearly, Qi Liwei had also noticed that the Void Jing bloodline had changed. I never imagined that there would be a dragon tribe in the fire domain. After merging with the dragon tribe's bloodline, not only did my injuries recover, even my bloodline underwent a transformation. Of course, I will never forget Mr. Qi's kindness. Su Jing's eyes flickered. Since Qi Li Wei had been here for quite a while, he must have seen the dragon tribe's blood essence. Su Jing did not hide anything and spoke directly. The rumors are true. Brother Tianjing's luck is heaven-defying. You really caught a dragon tribe member. I'm so envious. Qi Li Wei's eyes flashed when he heard Su Jing's words. He was still skeptical at first. However, now that Su Jing had admitted it personally, it was probably true. Why? Mr. Qi, are you also interested in the dragon tribe? Su Jing's eyebrows twitched when he saw Qi Li Wei's expression. Could Qi Li Wei's target be the dragon tribe in his hands? However, Qi Li Wei was a human and not a demon. Why would he want the dragon tribe? Did he want to subdue it? The dragon tribe is really useless to me. However, Qi Li Wei chuckled. Mr. Qi, please speak your mind. Su Jing asked directly when he saw the situation. Since Brother Tianjing is a straightforward person, I shall not hide it from you. The dragon tribe is useless to me, but it's something that the palace master of the Fire God Palace urgently needs. Qi Li Wei said. Could it be that the palace master of the Fire God Palace is a demon? Su Jing was a little surprised. My palace master is not a demon. However, he has a dragon tribe member in his hands. Qi Li Wei said slowly. The Fire God Palace has a dragon tribe member. Su Jing was shocked. One should know that the dragon tribe was an innate life form. It was an extremely rare life form even in the Ten-Corner world. The Fire Territory was just an insignificant martial territory in the Great Spirit world. How could there be two dragon tribes? This is a top secret in the Fire God Palace. If it wasn't for my master, I wouldn't have known about it. Brother Tianjing, now you understand why I'm here. Qi Li Wei nodded and said, Your palace master wants to merge the dragon tribe bloodline? Su Jing pondered for a moment and immediately understood. The dragon tribe bloodline could transform the demon tribe bloodline. Naturally, the dragon tribe bloodline would be greatly beneficial to the dragon tribe as well. However, if the two of them were to fuse, then one of them would definitely die as a result. That's right. Qi Li Wei looked deeply at Su Jing. If Su Jing did not agree, he would have to take action. The Beast King Island was an overlord force in the western part of the Fire Territory. However, the Fire God Palace was one of the top forces in the entire Fire Territory. If the experts from the Fire God Palace came, the Beast King Island would be destroyed in an instant. Mr. Qi, you saved my life, so I won't hide it from you. My name is Su Jing, and my original form is the Void Dark Whale. I came from the Sea God Palace in the Sea region. I was plotted against and ended up in the Fire Territory. Now, it's an important moment for my bloodline to transform. Could Mr. Qi make an exception and report this to your palace master later? If Mr. Qi agrees, I will be very grateful. Su Jing knew that since the Fire God Palace had their eyes on the dragon tribe, he could not protect them with his current strength. Hence, he could only use other means. He believed that with the Sea God Palace behind him, Qi Li Wei would be wary of him. Sea region? Su Jing, you are the young island master of the Sea God Palace. Qi Li Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he knew that Su Jing had a powerful background when he saw his original form, he did not expect him to be the young palace master of the Sea God Palace. The Sea region and the Fire Territory were both in the Great Spirit world. However, compared to the Fire Territory, the Sea region was much more powerful. As for the Sea God Palace, it was a true giant that had completely unified the Sea region. It was famous even in the Great Spirit world. Compared to the Fire God Palace, it was much stronger. Su Jing's intention in revealing his identity and background at this time couldn't be any more obvious. Chapter 7:23. That's right. I am the current young master of the Sea God Palace. If Mr. Qi agrees to my request, I will offer the dragon race to you with both hands after my bloodline has undergone ancestral awakening. If you don't agree, I will have no choice but to send a secret message back to the Sea Realm. I believe that with the allure of the dragon race, all the sea monsters in the Sea Realm will be mobilized. Su Jing nodded and decided to make things clear. Then how can I believe that you won't go back on your word after your bloodline has undergone ancestral awakening? Qi Liwei pondered for a long time before looking at Su Jing solemnly. It's very simple. Once my bloodline has undergone ancestral awakening, I will return to the Sea Realm and become the master of the Sea God Palace. The entire Sea Realm will be under my control. Mr. Qi, do you think that I will tell the Sea Realm races about the dragon race at that time? Su Jing said directly, Indeed, since the dragon race bloodline can allow your bloodline to undergo ancestral awakening, it will definitely be able to allow the other sea monsters in the Sea Realm to undergo ancestral awakening as well. There will be no benefits for Brother Su Jing if this news is spread. Qi Liwei quickly understood the meaning of Su Jing's words. If Su Jing was the only one in the Sea God Palace who had undergone ancestral awakening, his position as master would be unshakable. If other sea monsters also underwent ancestral awakening, although the Sea God's island would become stronger, Su Jing's position would also be challenged. Qi Liwei and Su Jing, who had reached an agreement, immediately relaxed. While the two of them were probing each other, Su Jing continued to probe each other. In the depths of the Beast King Island, in the ancient cave filled with cold air, the dragon soul that was originally sealed by the 18 evil spirit cauldrons suddenly opened its eyes, and excitement appeared in the dragon's eyes. He's finally here. The dragon soul could sense that Qin Yu's aura had already arrived in the ancient cave. Although it didn't know how Qin Yu had passed through the layers of restrictions, it was certain that Qin Yu had already entered the ancient cave. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon soul that had calmed down began to struggle again. Dragon chi spread from its body as a vast dragon might swept out. The 18 heavenly will stage Yao cultivators guarding the area simultaneously looked towards the dragon soul as they poured all their strength into the heavenly Yuan ancient cauldron. Although the dragon soul was suppressed by the 18 evil spirit cauldrons, they did not dare to relax for even a moment. In the beginning, the dragon soul had almost broken free from the suppression and escaped. Rise! However, even as the 18 demonic cultivators were completely focused on suppressing the dragon soul, a voice suddenly echoed out. In the blink of an eye, 8 beams of light appeared around the 18 heavenly wheel stage demon cultivators and the 18 ancient cauldrons. Every 8 beams of light formed an individual sealing ancient formation that was filled with supreme divine might. Who is it? The 18 heavenly wheel realm beast cultivators all paled in shock and disbelief. The island master had already laid down layers upon layers of restrictions. Under such heavy security, how could anyone possibly break in? Destroy! Another low cry appeared. Immediately, those ancient sealing formations began to tremble gently, following which an extremely majestic and frightening destructive force suddenly filled all of the ancient formations. Accompanied by shrill and miserable howls, the 18 heavenly wheel stage demon cultivators were turned into ashes before they could even react. Their souls were completely scattered. Crack! The 18 evil spirit cauldrons were also affected by the destructive force. The 18 bronze chains shattered inch by inch and could no longer suppress the dragon soul. Boom! The moment it broke free, The dragon soul's huge tail swept across, and the 18 ancient cauldrons were directly pulverized by the dragon soul's physical strength. The traces of essence blood that had been extracted also completely merged into the dragon soul's body. The bloodline is damaged. As the dragon soul merged with the dragon blood, Qin Yu emerged from the ground with a flash of light. After carefully sensing the dragon soul's condition, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. One should know that the dragon soul that had awakened the immortal ancient Shinran bloodline was even stronger than the primal chaos ancestor dragon. If it could not recover, it would have a huge impact on the dragon soul's potential. 30% of the bloodline has been extracted, but it's fine. It's not that easy to refine my bloodline. The dragon soul's face revealed a ferocious expression. As it spoke, the dragon aura around the dragon soul boiled, and the space around it became distorted. That was the power of time and space continuously recovering. Originally, with the dragon soul's superpower of time and space, even if it could not defeat the enemy, it would be easily captured. Unfortunately, when it was in the World Sea, the dragon soul was violently impacted by the spatial turbulence, causing it to be severely injured. That was why it was captured by the people of Beast King Island. They seemed to have sensed it. Qin Yu, who was guarding beside the dragon soul, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He sensed thousands of tyrannical auras crazily rushing towards the ancient cold chi cave. Among the thousands of people, the weakest was at the heavenly origin realm. There were also many heavenly wheel realm and heavenly calamity realm cultivators. In addition, there were more than 10 extremely oppressive auras. Not only are there heavenly venerables, but there are also heavenly saint realm cultivators. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The dozen or so extremely oppressive auras were obviously heavenly venerables and heavenly saint realm cultivators. Immediately, Qin Yu waved his sleeve, and the dragon's soul entered the ancient divine dragon seal. Under the primal chaos dragon realm and the ancient divine dragon seal, the dragon soul's cultivation recovered at an astonishing speed. Of course, it was impossible for the dragon soul to recover to its peak after losing 30% of the dragon clan's bloodline. Even if it regained its lost bloodline, it would need to recuperate for a period of time to recover its vitality. After keeping the dragon soul, Qin Yu did not leave. He held the long spear in his hand and calmly stood in the same spot. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the complete heavenly origin realm, Qin Yu was not afraid of the heavenly venerables and heavenly saint realm cultivators who were about to arrive. Qin Yu dared to sneak into Beast King Island alone, so he naturally had a foolproof plan. Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, figures with astonishing demonic auras rushed into the ancient cave. When they saw the destroyed 18 evil ghost cauldrons and the dragon soul that had disappeared, the demonic cultivators who came looked at Qin Yu with murderous intent. There was only Qin Yu in the ancient cave. Obviously, the person who destroyed the 18 evil ghost cauldrons and rescued the dragon soul was Qin Yu. Human clan? No, he has the demonic clan's bloodline in his body. Half demonic body. This guy is only at the heavenly origin realm. How did he get in? That's not the point. The dragon clan's whereabouts is the key. The powerful demonic cultivators who came in were originally quite cautious. However, when they saw that the intruder, Qin Yu, was only at the heavenly origin realm, they were immediately surprised and began to discuss among themselves. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely angry aura descended like a volcano that was about to erupt. This made the demonic cultivators who were discussing among themselves tremble and immediately fall silent. Of course, they knew that the owner of the angry aura was Island Master Su Jing. If they spoke too much and angered the Island Master, they would be torn to shreds. Sure enough, as the void rippled, two figures with terrifying auras appeared in the void. The two of them were Su Jing and Qi Li Wei. Chapter 724. Hand over the dragon tribe. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Seeing that the dragon soul had disappeared and was replaced by Qin Yu, Su Jing's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Terrifying, murderous intent filled the air. Seeing that his bloodline was only a dozen times away from atavism, Su Jing could not hide his murderous intent when someone dared to target the dragon tribe at this time. Of course, despite his murderous intent, Su Jing did not directly take action. This was because he suspected that Qin Yu had some relationship with the fire god palace behind Qi Li Wei. After all, Qi Li Wei had just found him, and Qin Yu had appeared to kidnap the dragon tribe. In Su Jing's opinion, this was too much of a coincidence. Brother Su Jing, this person has nothing to do with the fire god palace. If the fire god palace really wanted to take action, they would not have sent a mere heavenly yuan realm cultivator and trapped him here. Noticing Su Jing's gaze, Qi Li Wei immediately reacted and said, "It's fine." Qi Li Wei's words made Su Jing feel at ease. As long as it was not someone from the Fire God Palace, he was not afraid of any faction in the fire domain. "Men, capture him. I want to know who sent him here." Su Jing immediately gave the order with murderous intent. He had kept the news of the dragon tribe sealed on the Beast King Island. He wanted to find out who dared to play tricks behind his back. If there really was someone from the Beast King Island with evil intentions, he would kill one as an example to others. Yes, as soon as Su Jing's voice fell, dozens of heavenly wheel realm demons immediately pounced on Qin Yu. Billowing demonic aura swept out as a series of demonic secret techniques with destructive, murderous intent covered the space around Qin Yu. Judging from the terrifying aura, even a Calamity Realm cultivator would not be able to withstand such an attack, let alone a Heavenly Yuan Realm cultivator. 1,000 illusionary shadows, Dao. However, at this moment, thousands of rays of black light bloomed from Qin Yu's body. The illusory black light was so dreamy that no one could tell if it was real or fake. It filled the entire icy ancient cave. Rumble! In the next moment, a deafening explosion resounded. The killing moves executed by the dozens of Heavenly Wheel stage Yao cultivators all landed on empty air. They didn't even hit Qin Yu in the slightest. The Umbra Thousand Illusions Dao was the Umbra Dream Dragon's ultimate ability. Although the shadowy illusion dragon and the bloodthirsty sky-killing dragon had refused to submit to Qin Yu had refined them and fed them to the golden flame sky-incinerating dragon and the others. However, Qin Yu had mastered their dragon race's divine abilities. The 1,000 Serene Shadows Dao was a divine ability that could evolve endless illusions. It was precisely because of this that the attacks of the dozens of Heavenly Wheel Stage demon cultivators all missed. Not a single one of them managed to hit Qin Yu, because at this moment, the dozens of demonic beast cultivators that were touched by the black light all fell into the illusion. Bloodthirsty hell. The instant the 1,000 Umbra illusionary path was unleashed, a bloody fog that was filled with dense killing intent erupted from Qin Yu's body like a surging wave. More than half of the cold ancient cave had turned into a blood-red world. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out one after another. The dozens of demonic beast cultivators that had fallen into the illusion were swallowed by the bloody fog before they could break free from the illusion. In an instant, all of them died, and a thick smell of blood filled the air. This sudden, unforeseen event caused everyone on the Beast King Island to be greatly shocked. The shock on their faces could not be concealed. A perfect Heavenly Yuan stage had killed dozens of Heavenly Wheel stage demon cultivators in an instant. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. This person is strange. He must have deliberately concealed his cultivation level. Yuan Yu, who was about to attack, narrowed his eyes. He could not hide the fear in his eyes. To be able to kill dozens of Heavenly Wheel stage demon cultivators in an instant, Qin Yu's cultivation level was definitely higher than the Heavenly Yuan stage. At the very least, he was at the Heavenly Disaster stage. He might have even reached the Heavenly Venerate stage, or even the stronger Heavenly Saint stage. Therefore, even Yuan Yu, whose cultivation level had reached the Heavenly Venerate stage, was somewhat fearful. He did not dare to act rashly for fear of falling into Qin Yu's trap. Illusion? Boundary? No, there is also the fluctuation of an array. Qi Li Wei, who was from the Fire God Palace, immediately recovered from his shock. With his cultivation level at the Sky Saint stage, he could naturally see the power of Qin Yu's superpower at a glance. In addition to the two superpowers, Qin Yu had been able to erupt with such terrifying power. More importantly, Qin Yu had borrowed the power of the array. Qi Li Wei spread out his senses and probed the array that Qin Yu had set up. However, the more he probed, the more shocked Qi Li Wei was. This was because he sensed that the fluctuation of the array that was triggered by Qin Yu had covered the entire Beast King Island. Such terrifying array attainments meant that he had at least reached the level of a Saint Array Master. Naturally, Qi Li Wei found it hard to believe. Even in the entire fire domain, there were only a few Saint Array Masters. Where did Qin Yu come from? Dragon Clan superpower and Dragon Clan bloodline. At this moment, Su Jing, who had been surging with killing intent, was overjoyed. That was because not only was he able to tell that what Qin Yu had used was a Dragon Clan's divine ability, he had also sensed an extremely pure Dragon Clan's bloodline fluctuation from Qin Yu's body. Although it was extremely weak, Su Jing, who had refined Dragon Clan bloodline, would never be wrong. In fact, the Dragon Clan bloodline in Qin Yu's body was no weaker than the Dragon Clan soul. This naturally made Su Jing overjoyed. After all, this was a heaven-defying opportunity that had come to him. To the Monster Clan, it was a supreme treasure that could only be found by chance. Heavenly Stellar Divine Light. Seeing that the people on Beast King Island were stunned, Qin Yu's gaze fell on Su Jing. He used the Dragon Clan superpower again, a solid beam of Heavenly Stellar Divine Light that contained immeasurable power instantly broke through the void and attacked Su Jing. It was so fast that it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. No one could see its shadow at all. Just like how Su Jing could sense the Dragon Clan bloodline in Qin Yu's body, Qin Yu could also clearly sense the Dragon Clan bloodline in Su Jing's body that he had refined. Naturally, Qin Yu directly attacked Su Jing. Qin Yu had now gathered the power of the ley lines of the entire Beast King Island. His battle prowess had reached the advanced Heavenly Venerate realm. He did not fear Su Jing, who was at the Sky Saint realm. Child's play. Su Jing sneered. He did not seem to move, but the void in front of him rippled slightly and a hazy, illusory light appeared. The Heavenly Stellar Divine Light that contained the power to destroy stars was annihilated by the void. It really is a void superpower. After sensing it, Qi Li Wei's eyes were filled with intense fear. His cultivation was much stronger than Su Jing's. However, as a member of the Void Dark Whale clan, Su Jing's void superpower was enough to allow him to fight opponents above his level. A branch of the space-time Tao. Qin Yu sensed it slightly, but his expression did not change at all. Chapter 7:25. Although Su Jing's void divine ability seemed wondrous, it was only a subdivine ability of the Tao of space and time that was related to space. If the Dragon Soul's cultivation was not so weak, it could crush him with just a thought using the space-time Tao. Swoosh! After breaking Qin Yu's attack, Su Jing's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light. As Su Jing charged out, void chains appeared in the void. They were formed by the void power and were impossible to defend against. Qin did not bother to dodge Su Jing's attack at all. In the blink of an eye, Qin was bound by the void chains and was completely sealed. You have guts to barge into the forbidden area of the Beast King Island alone. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Su Jing appeared in front of Qin like a shadow, his eyes filled with greed and joy. He was caught so easily. Yuan Yu, who was extremely wary of Qin, was surprised when he saw Su Jing seal Qin as soon as he attacked. The superpower killing skill that Qin had just used could threaten a quintessential saint. How could he be suppressed so easily? Something's not right. When Qi Liwei, who was watching from the sidelines, saw that Qin Yu's gaze was cold and calm from the beginning to the end, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Just as he was about to warn Qin Yu, he saw that the space around Qin Yu, who was originally sealed and unable to move, suddenly started to violently vibrate. The chains of nothingness that originally bound Qin Yu started to shatter inch by inch in the midst of the spatial vibration. The power of space-time. Su Jing's expression changed drastically when he sensed it. The space-time Tao was the perfect counter to the void superpower of the Void Dark Whale clan. Once he thought of this, Su Jing knew that he had been tricked by Qin Yu. He immediately wanted to use his secret technique to escape. Azure Dragon fights the heavens. 8 trigrams battle dragon. However, Qin Yu, who was prepared, would not let Su Jing escape. Qin Yu suddenly attacked. The chaotic dragon spear pierced through the air like a ferocious dragon. Above the chaotic dragon spear, there was a huge 8 trigrams dragon formation that contained unparalleled destructive power. Qin Yu's cultivation base had already reached the mastery heavenly venerate realm with the help of the Earth Vein's power on the Beast King Island. Now that he had used the Azure Dragon fights the heavens to increase his cultivation base, his battle prowess had skyrocketed and was comparable to a quintessential saint. Su Jing's divine power was restrained, and he was caught off guard. The chaotic dragon spear pierced through him. A vast dragon might radiated from the chaotic dragon spear, directly suppressing Su Jing's bloodline and soul. This caused Su Jing, who was already in a precarious situation, to suffer one disaster after another. Might of the dragon clans, might of the dragon clans, might was dragon's mightses, was dragon soul. Churning seawater appeared around Su Jing as fresh blood spurted out. A huge illusory figure also appeared. Might's heavenly forces was Might's. Fire god art, incinerate. Qi Liwei finally made his move when he saw that Su Jing was about to be killed by Qin Yu. Qi Liwei formed a seal with his hands and charged out, his body burning with flames. Qi Liwei's body burned fiercely as he charged out, turning him into a flaming giant. Qi Liwei, who had turned into a flaming giant, threw a punch at Qin Yu. A huge whirlpool of flames appeared in the air, incinerating everything that was sucked into it. Qi Liwei was clearly waiting for the right moment to make his move. If Qin Yu insisted on killing Su Jing, he would also suffer from Qi Liwei's destructive attack. At that time, both sides would suffer great losses. Mid-quintessential saint realm, Qin Yu's cold gaze didn't change at all. Qi Liwei's cultivation base was higher than Su Jing's, and his timing was extremely vicious. However, Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. Space-time mirage. As the dragon soul's cold voice sounded from the ancient dragon god seal, ripples appeared in the air, with Qin Yu at the center. In the next instant, a white light flashed, and Qin Yu, Su Jing, and Qi Liwei all disappeared from the ancient cave. The bloody mist that had filled half of the ancient cave gradually dissipated with Qin Yu's disappearance. What's going on? Is it an illusion? No, it's not an illusion. Island Master has indeed disappeared. What a strong spatial fluctuation. Is this the legendary space-time teleportation? Yuan Yu and the other experts of the Beast King Island were extremely shocked when they saw Qin Yu and the other two disappear in an instant. They hurriedly gathered and started to discuss spiritedly. Bloodline sense. After Yuan Yu examined his surroundings with rapt attention, he suddenly took out a piece of ancient jade and formed a seal with his hands, forming an ancient seal on the ancient jade. As the ancient jade glowed, a special fluctuation spread out and merged into the air. Buzz, buzz. A moment later, the ancient jade trembled slightly. Island Master is still here. He hasn't disappeared. Activate the array immediately and seal this place. Seeing the ancient jade tremble, Yuan Yu, who had a grave expression, immediately gave the order to be on guard. Immediately, the experts of the Beast King Island moved. With the ancient cave as the center, they were on guard and completely sealed it off. At this moment, in the space-time mirage, Qin Yu held the chaotic dragon spear in his hand. At the tip of the spear was a 400-foot-tall blue whale that was suppressed by the dragon's aura. The blue whale was Su Jing's true body, the Void Dark Whale. Su Jing had the Void Divine Power and was even more difficult to deal with than Qi Li Wei. Unfortunately, he had been careless and had fallen into Qin Yu's trap. Dozens of feet away from Qin Yu, Qi Li Wei, who had transformed into a flame giant, was staring at Qin Yu with extreme vigilance. While he was on guard, Qi Li Wei was also looking for a way out of the space-time mirage. To be honest, Qi Li Wei regretted making a move. He had thought that he could use the opportunity to save Su Jing, but he hadn't expected Qin Yu to have such a trick up his sleeve. When Qi Li Wei had attacked, Qin Yu had been less than 10 feet away from him. However, after using the space-time mirage, the distance between them had increased by dozens of feet. Qi Li Wei was extremely shocked by Su Jing's ability to control space. If he were to possess such a remarkable spatial ability, then to a certain degree, Qin Yu would already be in an undefeatable position. Of course, the only thing that made Qi Li Wei rejoice was that after entering this space, Qin Yu's cultivation level dropped like it was jumping off a cliff. Qin Yu's original battle strength had reached the Sky Saint stage, but now it was at most the Heavenly Calamity stage. This was because the Earth Vein energy gathered by the Beast King Island could no longer strengthen Qin Yu. Of course, since Qin Yu had used the space-time mirage, he must have known this. Under such circumstances, Qin Yu had still used the space-time mirage. This meant that he must have other means to protect himself. Whoosh! While Qi Li Wei was on guard, a light flashed and appeared beside Qin Yu. It was the dragon soul in human form. Chapter 7:26. Pa! The dragon's soul struck out with its palm. Layers of spatial energy appeared and covered Su Jing's body. In the next instant, the void shook and Su Jing disappeared. The dragon soul gave Qi Li Wei a cold glance and entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Who are you? Seeing Qin Yu looking at him coldly, Qi Li Wei felt a sense of danger and became more vigilant. Whoosh! However, Qin Yu's answer to Qi Li Wei's question was his body flashing and rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. However, given Qin Yu's current level of power, the extremely fast body maneuvering skill he uses is easily seen through by Qi Li Wei. Secret technique, stacking flames technique. Qi Li Wei did not show any mercy and attacked with a killing move. Layers of raging flames surged out and covered a radius of several hundred feet. Qin Yu, who was rushing out at an extremely fast speed, was naturally the main target. Explode! Then, Qi Li Wei yelled. The surging flames suddenly exploded violently like a volcanic eruption that could burn everything in the world. Qi Li Wei did not relax after using the Fire God Palace's secret technique. He did not think that the stacking flames technique would be able to kill Qin Yu. He was waiting for Qin Yu to reveal his trump card. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the flames were swallowed by the vortex of flames, and Qin Yu, who was originally covered in flames, was revealed. But this time, apart from Qin Yu, there was another flaming skeleton. Just now, Qi Li Wei's secret flame technique had been completely devoured by the blazing skeleton. After devouring the destructive flames, the flaming skeleton seemed to have awakened and emitted a monstrous aura. 2 clusters of pale gray flames danced in its empty eyes. Hu Zhang's heavenly god realm flaming skeleton was Qin Yu's true killing move. Back then, when Qin Yu obtained this skeleton, he discovered that the raging flame skeleton was perfectly sealed. As long as it was handled properly, it would be able to unleash the cultivation of the raging flame skeleton. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to fuse the skeleton Ghost King with the flaming skeleton. Although the two had yet to merge completely, the skeleton Ghost King's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. A heavenly god puppet. Ever since the skeleton Ghost King appeared, Qi Li Wei's gaze had been fixed on the skeleton Ghost King. The aura that the skeleton Ghost King exuded was undoubtedly left behind by a heavenly god. Qin Yu actually had a puppet of such a level. This made Qi Li Wei feel even more uneasy. Looking at the heavenly god realm puppet, Qin Yu's background might not be any weaker than the fire god palace. Space-time ancient slaughtering formation. Qin Yu charged out once again. This time, as the chaotic dragon spear stabbed out, a towering ancient formation appeared in the void and pressed down on Qi Li Wei. At the center of the ancient formation, there was an ancient diagram. It was the immortal extermination ancient diagram, a murderous intent that was as vast as the sea suddenly swept down, wreaking havoc towards Qi Li Wei. Swoosh! Together with Qin Yu, the skeleton Ghost King also charged out. A fiery light flashed. The skeleton Ghost King appeared in front of Qi Li Wei as if it had teleported. Without any superfluous moves, it threw out a punch. However, the might of the punch caused the space-time illusory world to tremble slightly as if it was unable to withstand it. One should know that the dragon soul had reached the heavenly Yuan realm, and it had a deep understanding of the space-time Tao. Previously, Qi Li Wei had not been able to shake the space-time illusory world by using a secret technique. From this, one could see how powerful the skeleton Ghost King's punch was. Fire God's incantation. At this critical moment, Qi Li Wei did not dare to hold back any of his strength. He immediately gave it his all. Qi Li Wei's hands moved rapidly as fiery runes appeared and formed ancient fiery words around him. Every flaming ancient character contained a mysterious power, as if the supreme fire god had descended. Rumble! The space-time ancient slaughtering array and the skeleton Ghost King clashed with Qi Li Wei's ancient fiery words. An earth-shattering explosion resounded as the raging flames exploded. The space-time illusory world shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Die! In the violent flames, a fiery light parted the flames and appeared in front of Qi Li Wei. Boom! Boom! The flaming ancient characters around Qi Li Wei were unable to resist at all. They were directly smashed into pieces, turning into sparks and dissipating. Spare his life. Just as the skeleton Ghost King was about to kill Qi Li Wei, the dragon soul's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an extremely slow space-time energy appeared and slowed down Qi Li Wei's reaction by more than 30 times. It was the dragon soul's space-time superpower that slowed down the space-time flow around Qi Li Wei. At the Sky Saint stage, even a moment of weakness would be fatal, let alone being slowed down by 30 times. Of course, because of the dragon soul's voice, Qin Yu did not let the skeleton Ghost King kill Qi Li Wei with one punch. Instead, it only severely injured him and sealed his cultivation. What happened? Qin Yu asked the dragon soul that was refining Su Jing's dragon blood, as he sent a wisp of soul power into the ancient seal of the dragon god. Take a look at this. The dragon's soul flicked its finger and sent a memory fragment into Qin Yu's soul power. Fire God Palace, Dragon Race. A moment later, a dazzling light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The dragon soul had just given him the memory of Su Jing and Qi Liwei's conversation. Therefore, Qin Yu knew that the dragon race existed in the Fire God Palace where Qi Liwei was. This naturally made Qin Yu ecstatic. He did not expect that after accidentally wandering to the fire domain, not only did he obtain the Fire Emperor's inheritance, but he also obtained clues about the dragon race. One had to know that whether it was Qin Yu or the dragon soul refining the dragon race's blood was always the fastest way to increase their cultivation. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Qi Liwei. He directly pulled out Qi Liwei's soul and prepared to search it and refine it. Buzz. But just as Qin Yu's soul power entered Qi Liwei's soul, a special wave suddenly surged out from Qi Liwei's soul. As if it was a chain reaction, Qi Liwei's body trembled violently. Then, a blazing red spirit rune filled Qi Liwei's body and soul. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and the void was violently surging. Not good. Qin Yu's face changed, and he immediately went into the ancient seal of the dragon god. The skeleton ghost king grabbed the ancient seal of the dragon god and quickly fled. At this critical moment, the dragon soul, which was connected to Qin Yu, immediately dispersed the space-time ethereal world and slowed down the flow of time around the skeleton ghost king. Rumble! Almost instantly, Qi Liwei's soul and physical body exploded violently with a loud bang. They turned into thousands of strange fire gods' mantra and swept in all directions. Each fire god's incantation contained the destructive power of fire. Once touched, it would immediately explode. Chapter 727. This is Run. Yuan Yu and the other experts of the Beast King Island, who had been guarding the cold ancient cave, were on high alert. The moment they sensed something, they were instantly killed by the explosion of the destruction flame talismans. Thousands of fire talismans followed after the explosion. In an instant, the entire Beast King Island was engulfed by the destructive flames, with the cold ancient cave as the epicenter. Countless demonic beasts were affected and turned into ashes in an instant. Whoosh! After a long while, a flame soared into the sky from the raging flames. It was the skeleton ghost king. That was close. Qin Yu emerged from the ancient dragon seal after knowing that he had avoided a calamity. Looking at the destroyed Beast King Island, his eyes were filled with shock. If it wasn't for the skeleton ghost king, Qin Yu would be in danger even if he hid in the ancient dragon seal. Because even the Inyan escape talisman couldn't avoid the fire talismans in time. Even though his cultivation has reached the quintessential saint realm, his soul sea is still sealed. The Fire God Palace is not to be underestimated. Qin Yu knew that the reason for this was that he had triggered the seal in Qi Liwei's soul sea when he refined Qi Liwei's soul sea. From the aura, he could tell that the one who had left the seal in Qi Liwei's soul sea was obviously an almighty who was at the quintessential saint realm or even above the heavenly god realm. Qin Yu muttered to himself. He naturally wouldn't let go of the dragon in the Fire God Palace, but he had to be fully prepared if he wanted to go to the Fire God Palace. Otherwise, even with the skeleton ghost king around, he might be in a desperate situation. With that thought, Qin Yu grabbed the skeleton ghost king and flew away. The moment Qi Liwei self-destructed, in a sea of fire far away from the Beast King Island, there was a huge Fire God Palace. It was like a divine beast standing in the sea of fire. Within the flame godly palace, there was a vast and mighty aura that spread out, suppressing all living beings. The Fire God Palace was the top overlord force in the fire domain, the Fire God Palace. Although the Fire God Palace had yet to unify the Fire Domain, there were no forces in the Fire Domain that dared to challenge the Fire God Palace. From this, one could see how powerful the fire field was. At this time, somewhere in the Fire God Palace, in an ancient tower that was burning with golden flames, a figure that was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. Not only was that person burning with golden flames, even his eyes were in the shape of golden flames. Li Wei is dead. The soul seize restriction was also triggered. Does this mean that he has fallen to the point of having his soul searched? After sensing for a while, Su Jinwei's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. His eyes burned with golden flames, and an intense killing intent filled the air. Men! Immediately, Su Jinwei let out a low shout. As the ancient pagoda opened, several figures hurriedly entered the ancient pagoda. Master! The weakest among them was at the heavenly venerate stage. However, compared to Qi Li Wei, who was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, there was still a huge gap between them. Just a moment ago, your eldest senior brother's soul dissipated. Su Jinwei said in a deep voice. What? Eldest senior brother is dead? Master, is this for real? Who is it that dares to touch the people of the Fire God Palace? When the few of them heard this, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it. All of you, shut up. Now, I want to know where your eldest senior brother went and what happened. Go and find out immediately, Su Jinwei said angrily. Master, I heard from eldest senior brother that he seemed to have something to do and went to Beast King Island. A disciple at the peak of the heavenly venerate stage quickly replied. Beast King Island? A fierce look appeared in Su Jinwei's eyes. He had heard of Beast King Island before. It was famous in the western part of the fire field. However, compared to Beast King Island, it could not be compared at all. Su Jinwei could even crush Beast King Island alone. Immediately, Su Jinwei's figure flashed and disappeared. He wanted to see who it was that dared to kill his disciple. At this time, on an isolated island in the fire field, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. Spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged around him like waves, crazily surging into his body. Beneath this lone island, there was an extremely large khanate spirit vein. As such, it attracted many desolate beasts to reside here. After Qin Yu arrived, he asked the Skull Ghost King to kill all the wild beasts. He used a secret technique to extract the innate spiritual vein and cultivate crazily the true origin in his body, which had reached the complete heavenly Yuan realm, became restless again. This was a sign that he was about to break through. However, the amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth needed to break through to the heavenly wheel realm from the heavenly Yuan realm was extremely shocking. This was also the important reason why the increase of a martial artist cultivation would be extremely slow after reaching the 9th level of the heavenly law. This was because after reaching the 9th level of the heavenly law, the true origin would turn into heavenly Yuan, and its quality would change. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that was normally enough to allow a martial artist to break through to the 9th level of the heavenly law could only increase their cultivation. Fortunately, the innate spiritual vein under the isolated island was extremely large. Qin Yu estimated that it would not be difficult for him to break through to the heavenly wheel realm. While Qin Yu was cultivating, the dragon soul in the ancient seal of the divine dragon was also crazily absorbing dragon qi to consolidate its cultivation. This time, the dragon soul had not only regained its lost bloodline power, but it had also refined Su Jing's void dark whale bloodline. This was a blessing in disguise. Not only had its foundation recovered, but the void dark whale bloodline had also deepened the dragon soul's understanding of the space Tao. As a result, its cultivation would also break through. While Qin Yu was cultivating on the isolated island, the news of the Beast King Island's complete destruction spread rapidly to the western part of the fire field and gradually spread to the entire fire field. After all, in the entire fire field, the Beast King Island was considered one of the top forces. Although it could not be compared to a giant like the Fire God Palace, it was not something an ordinary force could do to completely destroy it. Therefore, the destruction of the Beast King Island caused a huge commotion in the fire field. Boom! Time passed slowly. After more than 10 days, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura swept out from Chinyu, who was sitting cross-legged. Chinyu's cultivation had finally stepped into the heavenly wheel realm. Around him, the power of yin and yang surged, faintly condensing into a yin-yang wheel. Chinyu was in the center of the yin-yang wheel. After about 7 minutes, the yin-yang wheel gradually disappeared. The surging aura on Chinyu's body also calmed down. Initial heavenly wheel realm. Chinyu opened his eyes and felt the majestic heavenly yuan in his body. A smile appeared on his face. Although there was only a fine line between the perfect heavenly yuan realm and the initial heavenly wheel realm, his cultivation had increased by more than a few levels. Naturally, Chinyu's strength had also undergone an enormous change. Now, even with the Azure Dragon's help, Chinyu was confident that he could fight a heavenly Venerate head-on. Chapter 7:28. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed, and the Dragon Soul appeared beside Chinyu. You have also made a breakthrough. Sensing Chinyu's powerful aura, the Dragon Soul could not hide the joy on its face. Just a moment ago, its cultivation had also made a breakthrough from the initial Heavenly Yuan realm to the middle Heavenly Yuan realm. It might even make a breakthrough to the late Heavenly Yuan realm at any time. The immortal ancient Shenron's bloodline talent was gradually awakening in the Dragon Soul. It's time to make a trip to the Fire God Palace. Sensing the Dragon Soul's breakthrough, Chinyu revealed a smile on his face. If they could successfully obtain the dragon race of the Fire God Palace, their cultivation would be greatly enhanced. Immediately, Chinyu and the Dragon Soul left the isolated island and headed towards the Fire God Palace. After more than a month, Chinyu and the Dragon Soul finally arrived at the Fire God Palace from the west of the Fire Domain. The Fire God Palace was located in the Fire God Ocean. Other than the people of the Fire God Palace, no one else could enter the Fire God Ocean. Chinyu's original plan was to ambush 2 people of the Fire God Palace and disguise himself. However, after the ambush was successful, he realized that all the people of the Fire God Palace had the same forbidden curse in their soul seas. It was because of the forbidden curse that the people of the Fire God Palace could freely pass through the barrier of the Fire God Ocean. To avoid alerting the enemy, Chinyu did not disguise himself. After the Dragon Soul entered the Dragon Soul Ancient Seal, he used the Yin-Yang Escape Talisman to pass through the barrier of the Fire God Ocean. Although the restrictions of the Fire God Sea were rather strange, they were still quite powerful. However, it was not as good as the barrier of the Monster King's secret realm in the Fire Demon Mountain range. It allowed Chinyu to enter the Fire God Ocean easily. After all, the Monster King's secret realm in the Fire Demon Mountain range was set up by Hu Jiang, a subordinate of the Fire Emperor. After Hu Jiang passed away, his skeleton still retained the combat strength of a heavenly god. This was enough to show that Hu Jiang's combat strength was above the heavenly god realm. However, the moment they passed through the barrier and dived into the Fire God Sea, Chinyu, who was originally heading towards the Fire God Palace, and the Dragon Soul that had entered the ancient seal of the Dragon God both had a change in expression. They could clearly sense a vast dragon's might coming from the depths of the Fire God Sea. This made Chinyu and the Dragon Soul's eyes light up. It seemed like there was no need for them to take the risk and sneak into the Fire God Palace. That was because the dragon from the Fire God Palace was most likely hiding in the depths of the Fire God Sea. No wonder the fire god palace had sealed the entire sea of fire. It was because of this reason. Fire attribute dragons? This fire attribute fluctuation. Is it leaf fire? Qin, you carefully sensed, and countless information about the dragon race flashed through his mind. The information regarding the dragon clan was all obtained by Qin Yu from the immortal King Zhanlong. After all, Qin Yu was only familiar with the dragon clan that he had seen in the heaven domain. He had never heard of the dragon clan outside of the heaven realm. Anciently fire dragon. After a while, a dragon appeared in Qin Yu's mind. In the battle dragon Immortal Emperor's inheritance, only the ancient leaf fire dragon had the leaf fire attribute. It was a dragon that was born in the ancient times, and it was considered to be one of the best among the fire attribute dragons. However, in terms of potential, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon that Qin Yu had subdued was actually more powerful than the ancient leaf fire dragon. This was because the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon's golden flame heaven incinerating dragon was able to suppress the ancient leaf fire dragon's leaf fire superpower. However, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon was limited by its cultivation base, so it could not be used now. After deducing that it was the ancient leaf fire dragon, Qin Yu began to think of a way to deal with the ancient leaf fire dragon. This was the territory of the fire god palace, so Qin Yu had to end the battle quickly. If he attracted the attention of the experts of the fire god palace, it would be extremely troublesome and dangerous for Qin Yu even if he had prepared many means. Soon, with the help of the Yin-Yang escape talisman, Qin Yu easily dived into the depths of the fire god sea. The deeper he went, the stronger the aura of the dragon tribe. When that 10,000 feet long fire dragon appeared in his line of sight like an enormous mountain, Qin Yu's deduction was verified. That dragon was indeed the ancient leaf fire dragon. The flames burning all over the ancient leaf fire dragon were the ancient leaf fire, and its power was terrifying. The magma flames in the fire god, sea, were all emitted by the ancient leaf fire dragon. With such a fluctuation, it must be at least at the heavenly god realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get it. The voice of the dragon soul came from the divine dragon ancient seal. When the dragon soul spoke, there was an unconcealable excitement in its voice. If they could get their hands on a heavenly god realm dragon, it would be a great benefit to them. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Qin Yu's eyes were also flickering with light. It was not easy to find a dragon. Naturally, he would not give up just because it was difficult to get it. Without hesitation, Qin Yu immediately made his move. Formation flags that were engraved with mysterious immortal runes scattered all over the fire god sea, forming a huge ancient formation. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As soon as the ancient formation was established, the ancient leaf fire dragon opened its eyes as if it was aware of something. Its faint golden eyes were engulfed in flames. The flames of the fire god sea began to boil. Why is the ancient leaf fire dragon awake? In the fire god palace, a muscular man in armor who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. The bulky man's eyes flickered with astonishment. His figure disappeared with a flicker. Primordial Mongol godly formation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and the fire god sea was aware of it. He immediately activated the ancient formation with a thought. Immediately, the runes on the ancient formation shuddered, and an ancient god that was a few hundred feet tall appeared. Its mighty divine aura suppressed the ancient leaf fire dragon. The primordial Mongol godly formation was one of the ancient formations left behind by the immortal Emperor Zhanlong. It used the primordial immortal qi to summon an ancient god that could suppress ancient immortals. However, with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could not even unleash a 10,000th of its power. Even so, it was considered a super-killing formation among the 9 layers of the heavenly path. Roar! The ancient leaf fire dragon roared furiously when it sensed the threat of the ancient formation. With a sweep of the enormous dragon tail, the power of the entire fire god sea was drawn to attack the ancient god. Suppress. However, at this moment, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul both executed their secret techniques. The inheritance of the immortal Emperor Zhanlong and the Dragon Soul's bloodline of the immortal ancient Shenron suppressed the ancient leaf fire dragon. Immediately, the body of the ancient leaf fire dragon, which was attacking ferociously, shook violently. The dragon tribe bloodline in its body was suppressed to the extreme. The ancient leaf fire dragon's cultivation of the heaven god realm also dropped drastically. Rumble! The ancient god's aura surged as it punched the ancient leaf fire dragon's enormous dragon head with its fists. The moment they collided, two immortal seals appeared on the ancient leaf fire dragon's fists and imprinted themselves on its head. The ancient leaf fire dragon's bloodline, which was already suppressed by Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, was suppressed again. The two immortal seals gathered the primordial immortal qi and contained the supreme Tao of sealing. Moreover, they were seals that specifically targeted the dragon race. As a result, the ancient leaf fire dragon was sent deep into the fire god sea by the ancient god. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw that. He immediately flew toward the ancient leaf fire dragon. It was the best time to suppress the ancient leaf fire dragon. Chapter 7:29. War Dragon, Celestial Seal. As Qin Yu flew toward the ancient leaf fire dragon, he made a series of hand seals with his hands. Mysterious and ancient blood runes condensed into a blood-red ancient seal. The ancient seal was surrounded by mysterious dragon runes, and it was filled with a supreme dragon aura. The War Dragon Celestial Seal was formed by Qin Yu's dragon bloodline, the vast dragon aura in the divine dragon ancient seal, and the inheritance of the War Dragon Celestial King. The Celestial Seal was not meant to suppress the dragon bloodline, but it was meant to suppress the dragon soul. Swoosh! In a flash, the War Dragon Celestial Seal broke through the air and hit the ancient leaf fire dragon that was blasted into the depths of the fire deity sea. Smoke rose from the sea as the ancient leaf fire dragon's soul was suppressed by the War Dragon Celestial Seal. Qin Yu smiled when he saw that the War Dragon Celestial Seal was effective. Since the ancient leaf fire dragon's dragon bloodline and soul were suppressed, it meant that he could subdue the ancient leaf fire dragon. Fire god burning sky array. However, right at this moment, a monstrous might that caused one's heart to palpitate abruptly descended upon them. In an instant, the magma flames in the fire deity sea became many times heavier, as if they were about to solidify. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that there were many mysterious fire runes within the magma flames. Vaguely, the entire fire deity sea had turned into an incomparably huge ancient array. As the flames became heavier, the sea of fire began to boil violently, and the power of the magma flames soared. Even though Qin Yu had the golden flame, heavenly incinerating fire covering his body, he could not bear it for a while. Of course, the golden flame, heavenly incinerating dragon, was also devouring the essence of the flames as it endured the power of the magma flames. Have I been discovered? When Qin Yu sensed that overflowing oppressive might, his expression changed slightly. He looked over and saw that the source of the terrifying aura was a burly man in armor. The aura that the burly man exuded was at least 10 times stronger than Su Jing and Qi Li Wei from the Beast King Island. The appearance of that person gave Qin Yu an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation had definitely surpassed the Sky Saint stage. At the very least, he was at the Heavenly God stage, or even stronger. You're courting death. Shui Yu, who had sensed the abnormal awakening of the ancient leaf fire dragon, was enraged at the sight. He had never expected that someone the absolute overlord of the fire field, would dare to sneak into the fire god palace and target the ancient leaf fire dragon. Looking at the scene before him, it was clear that the ancient leaf fire dragon had been completely suppressed. If he had arrived just a little later, the ancient leaf fire dragon might have been stolen by someone else. The murderous intent in Shui Yu's eyes intensified when he recalled that the ancient leaf fire dragon had nearly been stolen right under their noses. Boom! With a little hesitation, Shui Yu pointed his finger forward. The entire fire god sea, which had transformed into a huge ancient formation, gathered an unparalleled destructive force and pressed towards Qinyu from all directions. The might of the apocalyptic fire was so strong that it could easily crush a quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Dragon Soul. Qinyu's face turned grave. Shui Yu's cultivation was far above his perception. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. However, seeing that the ancient leaf fire dragon was about to be subdued, Qinyu naturally could not give up just like that. Space-time turbulence. Hearing Qinyu's words, the dragon soul, which had been prepared, immediately performed its space-time superpower with all its might, with Qinyu as the center. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet slowed down. Not only that, but after the space slowed down, it became chaotic. This was a new space-time superpower that the dragon soul had comprehended when the realm sea was swept into the space-time turbulence. The lava flames that were pressing towards Qinyu were shattered by the distortion of space, which bought a lot of time for Qinyu. Space-time power. Shui Yu's eyes flashed when he saw the space around Qinyu distort and almost collapse. In the fire domain, cultivators who had comprehended the space way were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. A cultivator who comprehended both space and time had never appeared before. It was no wonder that Qinyu could enter the fire god sea silently. Of course, although he was surprised, Shui Yu's reaction was not slow at all. Destroy! He roared, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd seemed to be made of gold, exuding an ancient and mysterious pressure. With a flash of golden light, Shui Yu held the halberd in his hand and pierced through the air. As the space rippled, the space-time turbulence that the dragon soul had cast was torn apart. In an instant, the golden halberd appeared in front of Qinyu, wanting to completely annihilate Qinyu. Swoosh! At this critical moment, Qinyu was not flustered at all. Space-time power surged on his body, and in an instant, he teleported away and avoided the attack of the golden halberd. This was the teleportation technique that Qinyu had prepared before he came. After the teleportation, Qinyu appeared on the head of the ancient leaf fire dragon. He attacked again, trying to keep the ancient leaf fire dragon into the ancient dragon seal. Roar! However, the ancient leaf fire dragon was a heavenly god. Even if its bloodline and dragon soul were suppressed, it was still not easy to subdue it. It kept struggling, and the leaf fire that could burn everything rose, as if it wanted to annihilate Qinyu. Fire god halberd. Shui Yu, whose attack was dodged by Qinyu, twitched his face, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Dazzling fire runes appeared on his armor, and the fire runes spread to the golden halberd. The two of them seemed to have merged into one. The earth-shattering power directly suppressed the space around him, causing it to solidify. This space will collapse. We can't hold on. We have to retreat. Sensing the terrifying power that Shui Yu exuded, the dragon soul's face changed. It used all of its space-time superpower and said to Qinyu, if the space collapsed, the teleportation technique that they had prepared so carefully would be useless. Damn it, I was so close. Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine, but he was still unwilling to give up. Immediately, Qinyu formed a seal with his hands and slapped the ancient leaf fire dragon. In an instant, a large amount of dragon blood was extracted from the ancient leaf fire dragon's body. Even if he could not take the entire ancient leaf fire dragon, he had to collect some interest. He could not leave empty-handed. Die. Seeing Qin Yu's action, Shui Yu, who was filled with killing intent, thrust his halberd forward. A cracking sound rang out. Just as the dragon's soul had sensed, the space where the golden halberd passed immediately shattered. Swoosh! However, just as the space cracks were about to spread to Qin Yu, a flame flickered, and a skeleton appeared and punched the golden halberd. The two of them exploded with the sound of metal colliding, and rings of destructive force spread out. It was the skeleton ghost king who had appeared to help. Let's go! Qin Yu, who had captured a lot of the ancient leaf fire dragon's bloodline, took out a teleportation talisman. Teleportation runes appeared on him and the skeleton ghost king, and they were about to be teleported away. Chapter 730. Stay here, Fire Divine Boundary. Shui Yu's face was dark, and he would not let Qin Yu and the Dragon God King escape. He pointed the golden halberd in his hand towards the sky, and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Immediately, the entire fire god sea started to spin with Shui Yu as the center and turned into a huge flaming whirlpool world. In this whirlpool world, Qin Yu's teleportation talisman and the Dragon Soul's space-time superpower were met with great resistance. It was as if this flaming world was completely isolated from the outside world. Shoo! 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 Just as Shui Yu was using a secret technique to isolate the flaming world, figures with shocking auras emerged from the golden halberd. Teleportation array. Qin Yu looked at the golden halberd and realized that there were several teleportation talismans on it. It was obvious that Shui Yu had teleported all the experts from the Fire God Palace over. The continuous stream of experts from the Fire God Palace had pushed Qin Yu into a desperate situation. Give me the Dragon Mark sword. At this crucial moment, the Skeleton Ghost King's voice suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu was surprised. This was the first time the Skeleton Ghost King had a consciousness after he had signed a contract with it. However, Qin Yu did not hesitate and flicked his finger. The Dragon Mark ancient sword that he had obtained from the Fey King's secret realm that had merged with the dragon bloodshot towards the Skeleton Ghost King. Whoosh! The moment the Skeleton Ghost King held the Dragon Mark ancient sword, it turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of Shui Yu in an instant. Vaguely, a majestic dragon aura was emitted. A sword ray that was dozens of feet long tore through the void and slashed at the pillar of fire. Rumble! A deafening explosion resounded, and cracks that were dozens of feet long appeared on the pillar of fire. The time and space in this flaming world started to flow again. Run! The Skeleton Ghost King's consciousness immediately appeared in Qin Yu's mind. You're courting death. Just as the Skeleton Ghost King's thoughts were transmitted over, Shui Yu, whose eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent, pounced towards the Skeleton Ghost King and blocked its attack. As the might of the sword glow gradually dissipated, the cracks on the fire pillar that soared into the sky also rapidly healed. Whoosh! However, Qin Yu had seized this opportunity. As his spatial energy vibrated, he instantly teleported away. Damn it! Seeing Qin Yu disappear, Shui Yu became even more furious, and his killing intent surged. As the peak overlord of the fire field, someone had captured the dragon blood of the ancient leaf fire dragon right under their noses and escaped unscathed. This naturally infuriated Shui Yu and the people from the Fire God Palace. They rushed out of the whirlpool in the Fire God Sea and attacked the Skeleton Ghost King. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the Fire God Palace, there was a huge spatial crack. A huge flaming hand that covered the sky grabbed towards the horizon. Patriarch! Seeing the huge flaming hand that covered the sky, Shui Yu and the experts from the Fire God Palace were pleasantly surprised. It seemed like the patriarch, who was in seclusion, had sensed the accident in the fire god's sea and had taken action personally. This made them feel relieved. Since the patriarch had taken action personally, Qin, you would have nowhere to run. With the appearance of the flaming hand, the entire fire god palace was alarmed, and countless experts were in a heated discussion. At this moment, on a lone peak a few thousand miles away from the fire god palace, the void trembled slightly, and mysterious runes spread out, forming a teleportation ancient array. A figure appeared from the teleportation ancient array. It was Qin, who had escaped using the teleportation ancient array. The moment Qin came out of the teleportation ancient array, he immediately cast a secret summoning skill. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he cast it, the secret summoning skill did not respond. This made Qin face turn pale. However, he did not give up. He immediately drew out a trace of origin soul energy and inserted it into the contract mark he had signed with the Skeleton Ghost King. You can't summon the Skeleton Ghost King. The dragon soul came out of the ancient dragon seal and saw Qin expression. It immediately understood. The Skeleton Ghost King was different from the dragon tribe. It was a contracted living being, and Qin could summon it directly. It seems like the fire god sea has the ability to isolate time and space. Qin took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. Although he had captured many ancient fire dragons' bloodline in the fire god sea, he had lost the Skeleton Ghost King, who had the combat strength of a heavenly god. It was a great loss. This also allowed Qin to have a deep understanding of the background of the powers of the outer regions. Even if he had obtained the inheritance of the battle dragon immortal king, and the dragon soul had the ability to control time and space, he had to be careful. If the Skeleton Ghost King had not held back the people of the Fire God Palace, Qin, you would not have been able to escape. We have to think of a way to get the Skeleton Ghost King back. The dragon soul said. Currently, the Skeleton Ghost King was their biggest trump card, and they could not just leave it in the Fire God Palace. We have to think of a long-term plan for this matter. Qin naturally wanted to get the Skeleton Ghost King back. However, they had just wreaked havoc in the Fire God Palace. If they were to sneak into the Fire God Palace now, it would be no different than walking into a trap. As for the safety of the Skeleton Ghost King, Qin was not too worried. The Skeleton Ghost King was a spiritual body, and as long as it hid in the skeleton, it would not be in danger, unless the people of the Fire God Palace destroyed the skeleton. However, even the Fire God Palace would not easily destroy a heavenly god's skeleton. It was highly possible that they would subdue the Skeleton Ghost King and use it for the Fire God Palace, or even lure them over. Of course, even if the Fire God Palace destroyed the heavenly god skeleton, the Skeleton Ghost King would not be completely destroyed. The secret skill that Qin used was to deal with the annihilation of the Skeleton Ghost King. If the Skeleton Ghost King's spiritual body was really destroyed, it could use the origin soul energy that Qin had injected into the seal to reform it. However, the Skeleton Ghost King would have to cultivate from the beginning. As soon as Qin words left his mouth, his face changed. He and the dragon soul quickly turned their heads and saw a giant flaming hand rolling out from the void in the distance. Half of the sky was burned red by the giant flaming hand. Even though they were far away, Qin and the dragon soul could still sense it. The destructive power that was hidden in the flaming hand sent chills down Qin and the dragon soul's spines. They felt that they were invincible. There was such a terrifying existence hidden in the Fire God Palace. Teleportation talisman, divine travel talisman, Yin-Yang escape talisman. Without any hesitation, 3 ancient talismans appeared in Qin hand, and the dragon soul immediately returned to the divine dragon ancient seal. As the space shook, Qin disappeared. When Qin reappeared, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. After reappearing, Qin Yu activated the power of the 3 ancient talismans again. Just like that, he shuttled back and forth a few times until he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Only then did he stop with a pale face. The spatial power of the teleportation talisman, the extreme speed of the divine travel talisman, and the yin-yang escape talisman were the greatest power that Qin Yu could unleash. Fortunately, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the early heavenly wheel realm. If he was still at the heavenly yuan realm, his cultivation would have been exhausted, and he would have suffered a backlash. Chapter 731. Seeing Qin Yu stop, the dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal immediately performed a secret skill. Pure dragon aura surged into Qin Yu's body to replenish his cultivation and physical strength. Qin Yu immediately sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands to recover his cultivation. However, after merely several tens of breaths, before Qin Yu had the time to recover his cultivation, he once again sensed that the terrifying might of the huge flaming hand was coming at them. It caught up with us so quickly. What cultivation realm is that person at? Qin Yu was shocked. He could not care less about recovering his cultivation. After swallowing more than a dozen rare high-grade elixirs, he used the 3 ancient talismans to escape. However, after escaping for hundreds of thousands of miles, Qin Yu still felt that he was locked on by the giant flaming hand. It seemed that no matter where he escaped, the giant flaming hand would be able to lock onto him. This made Qin Yu even more shocked. He did not know what cultivation realm was required to be able to sense such a long distance. It seems that the giant flaming hand has some secret skill that can sense and lock onto us. We can't stay in the fire domain any longer. Sensing that Qin Yu's cultivation and physical strength were getting weaker, the dragon soul spoke solemnly. If this continued, Qin Yu would be exhausted to death. However, the power of the giant flaming hand did not weaken at all. That's the only way. Before sneaking into the Fire God Palace, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul had come up with several escape plans. One of them was to leave the Fire Domain. This was their last resort. After all, the Fire God Palace was the overlord of the Fire Domain. Once the capture of the ancient leaf fire dragon was exposed, it would be difficult for Qin Yu to fight against them alone. Although the ancient leaf fire dragon had yet to be captured, Qin Yu had no choice but to retreat. Earlier on, Qin Yu had already escaped in the direction of the fire domain's boundary sea. Hence, after about a day and a night, Qin Yu arrived at the boundary sea that led to the fire domain's boundary sea. It was an incomparably pitch-black region. It was incomparably deep, as if it could devour everything. Any martial realm that led to the outer realm sea would not be safe. The more powerful the martial field was, the more dangerous the passage to the outer realm sea would be. Of course, that didn't exclude those who had safe and unobstructed portals to other realms. In the history of the 10 Directions world, there had been a situation where all the martial fields of a great world were unified. Whoosh! When he arrived at the black hole area, Qin Yu paused for a moment. After making preparations, he immediately rushed in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! After a few breaths of time, the giant flaming hand arrived. However, it stopped outside the black hole and did not chase in. As the flames gradually receded, a human figure appeared on the giant flame hand. It was an old man. His hair, eyebrows, and beard all seemed to be formed from flames. "Are you from the outer realm?" That flame old man muttered to himself as he looked at Qin Yu, who had disappeared into the black hole. The old man was very interested in Qin Yu, who he had chased for so long but failed to catch up to in the end. He could sense that Qin Yu's cultivation was not very strong. The reason he could escape so quickly was definitely because he relied on the treasures on him. Unfortunately, Now that Xiao Qin had escaped into the black hole, it was basically impossible to catch up to him. Even with his cultivation, he could not track down Qin Yu in this black hole area. After a long period of darkness, Qin Yu, who was in extreme pain, slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, a blue sky appeared. He's awake. Sensing that Qin Yu had woken up, the dragon's soul immediately came over. Where is this place? After lying on the ground for a while, Qin Yu, who felt that his body had recovered significantly, half sat up and looked around. This was the peak of a mountain, and he was sitting on a huge rock. The huge rock was engraved with runes. Surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth was forcibly pulled over and poured into his body to heal his injuries. I don't know. The dragon soul shook its head slightly. After escaping the fire domain and entering the black hole area, they had been attacked by strange demonic creatures. Qin Yu had consumed his origin source and forcibly used the secret technique of immortal King Zhanlong. The dragon soul had used space-time divine ability to interfere with space to escape. However, the consequence of using space-time divine ability in the black hole area was that it caused space to directly collapse and spatial turbulence appeared again. Fortunately, the dragon soul had already grasped the rules of space-time turbulence, so it brought the unconscious Qin Yu, who was severely injured, away safely. However, they did not go to the Realm Sea, but came to this unfamiliar martial domain. Although they did not know where this place was, they had definitely left the fire domain, because the pressure of this martial domain was very different from that of the fire domain. It had been 5 days and 5 nights since Qin Yu had been unconscious. It could be seen how much Qin Yu's cultivation and physical strength had been overdrawn when he was being chased in the fire domain. Otherwise, with the physical strength of Qin Yu's divine dragon tyrannical body, it was impossible for him to be unconscious for so long. However, I have a feeling that this place is not like the martial domain, but more like a secret space. The dragon soul quickly said. With the dragon soul's understanding of space-time power, it could naturally sense that the strength of the space and the pressure in this area was different from the martial domain. It was like a small water bottle in a lake. No matter where this place is, let's refine the dragon blood and recover our cultivation first. Qin Yu sat cross-legged and circulated the immemorial battle dragon art. The dragon soul immediately entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. With a thought from Qin Yu, the power of the bloodline that was restrained from the ancient leaf fire dragon appeared. With the refinement of the dragon blood, a vast and majestic dragon, Qi instantly covered the entire ancient seal of the divine dragon, as expected of a dragon who has reached the heavenly god realm. Feeling the vast and pure dragon Qi, Qin Yu and the dragon soul were overjoyed. It seemed that sneaking into the fire god palace was not a bad idea. With such a pure dragon Qi, their cultivation would be greatly improved. With the circulation of the immemorial battle dragon art, Qin Yu's cultivation, which had fallen to the heavenly Yuan realm, skyrocketed. Soon, it was the initial heavenly Yuan realm, middle heavenly Yuan realm, late heavenly Yuan realm, complete heavenly Yuan realm. After a few days, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through again. Initial heavenly wheel realm, middle heavenly wheel realm, late heavenly wheel realm. Finally, Qin Yu stepped into the complete heavenly wheel realm. The dragon soul was even more ferocious. From the heavenly Yuan realm, it soared all the way to the calamity realm. The increase in speed was even more terrifying than Qin Yu's. Qin Yu could clearly feel that the dragon soul's cultivation had not only increased, but even the immortal ancient Shinran bloodline in its body had also reached a new stage. Other than Qin Yu and the dragon soul, the chaotic ancestor dragon, golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, and purple lightning heaven dragon had also broken through. The chaotic ancestor dragon's cultivation had reached the complete heavenly Yuan realm after being strengthened by the divine demon force in the sky region. The golden flame heaven incinerating dragon and purple lightning heaven dragon had also stepped into the initial heavenly Yuan realm. However, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon's cultivation was stronger than the purple lightning heaven dragon. After all, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon had refined a lot of divine fire energy in the fire region. In addition, the bloodline of the ancient leaf fire dragon belonged to the fire dragon tribe. It was compatible with the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon. Chapter 732. Since you can already transform, you should have your own name, right? Qin Yu asked as he looked at the primal chaos ancestral dragon, who had transformed into a youth just like the dragon soul. The golden flame heaven burning dragon and the purple thunder divine firmament dragon both had their own unique names after transforming. For example, the golden flame heaven burning dragon was called Funyu, and the purple thunder divine firmament dragon was called Lei Kuang. They seemed to have used their own attributes as their surnames. It seemed that the primal chaos ancestral dragon also had the surname Primal Chaos, Long Yuan. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, the primal chaos ancestral dragon was actually named after a dragon. From this point, it was enough to see that Long Yuan, who possessed the bloodline of the primal chaos ancestral dragon, was stronger than Funyu and Lei Kuang. You should have seen my previous experience. The outer realm is countless times more dangerous than the heavenly realm. Although you have already broken through the shackles and stepped into the 9th level of the heavenly Tao, looking at the current situation, I still think that you should cultivate the primal chaos ancestral dragon first. But I think you should stay in the chaos dragon world or the dragon god ancient seal to cultivate. Of course, what you want to do is up to you. Looking at Long Yuan, Funyu, Lei Kuang, and Qin Yu said, Qin Yu did not need to worry about Long Yuan and the other two who had already been branded in the origin dragon soul, betraying him. Thus, he did not treat them as followers. Of course, compared to the dragon soul that had experienced life and death, the treatment was still very different. As for Qin Yu, he also had his own selfish motives in doing so. His goal was to create the eternal dragon nation. In the future, there would definitely be more and more dragons. Therefore, Qin Yu also needed the dragon clan to help him share the burden of commanding the dragon clan. Long Yuan and the other two were quite suitable. I'll stay in the outside world. While Funyu and Lei Kuang were deep in thought, the somewhat cold Long Yuan spoke directly. With his arrogant personality, he was naturally unwilling to be trapped in the primal chaos dragon world. In the past, Qin Yu did not give him a choice, so he had no choice but to stay in the dragon soul's primal chaos dragon world. Qin Yu nodded. Long Yuan's origin source ability was the primal chaos killing technique. If it was used by his true body, its power would probably be even stronger, and it would be of great use. As for Funyu and Lei Kuang, after seeing Qin Yu being chased by such a terrifying existence in the fire domain, they still felt that it was better to stay in the primal chaos dragon realm and cultivate. Furthermore, now that Qin Yu had allowed them to enter the dragon god's ancient seal, their cultivation speed would probably be even faster. After all, who knew what crazy things Qin Yu would do in order to capture the foreign dragons? It was better to make the best use of his time and improve his cultivation. Someone's coming. At this time, the dragon soul, whose cultivation had reached the calamity state, was slightly moved. Then Qin Yu and Long Yuan also sensed it. Funyu and Lei Kuang immediately entered the primal chaos dragon world. Qin Yu and the other two retracted their auras and stayed where they were. It didn't take long for two figures to climb up the mountain. When they saw Qin Yu and the other two, the two of them were obviously stunned. The two of them wore fiery red battle armor and wore claws that flickered with a cold light. They didn't look very old and were in the prime of their youth. However, their cultivation was quite strong, and they had both reached the calamity state. Big brother, could it be that someone beat us to it? After Jiao Junhua's gaze swept across the mountain, it once again landed on Qin Yu and the other two. He transmitted his voice to his big brother, Jiao Xingtian, with a fierce light in his eyes. Don't cause trouble. If someone beat us to it, it means that we are not fated to get the treasure. Jiao Xingtian's expression was gentle as he suppressed Jiao Junhua's killing intent. Of course, this was also because Jiao Xingtian sensed an extremely dangerous fluctuation from Qin Yu and the other two. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Furthermore, the Fire WYRM tribe had many opponents in this trial secret realm, and they couldn't easily make enemies. However, as he was sizing them up, Jiao Xingtian saw the extremely unfamiliar faces of Qin Yu and his brothers. A strange feeling emerged in his heart. Logically speaking, the young geniuses that he could sense danger from in this trial secret realm shouldn't be nameless. Why hadn't he seen the three of them before? I'm Jiao Xingtian from the Fire WYRM tribe. How should I address the three of you? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Jiao Xingtian's face. He clasped his fist and said to Qin Yu, "They're indeed from the fiend race. If they're from the Fire WYRM tribe, they should have the dragon race's bloodline in their bodies. It looks like they came because they sensed the draconic aura." Many thoughts flashed through the minds of Qin Yu and the other two when they heard Jiao Xingtian's words. Qin Yu and the other two had guessed correctly. Jiao Xingtian and the other two had rushed over because they sensed the pure draconic aura. "I'm Qin Tian. Greetings, brother." Originally, Qin Yu had wanted to kill Jiao Junhua and search his soul for information when he saw the ferocious glint in Jiao Junhua's eyes. However, when he saw that Jiao Xingtian seemed to want to befriend him, Qin Yu smiled as he took a step forward and cupped his fists. If he could obtain information peacefully, Qin Yu wouldn't have to resort to violence. After all, killing Jiao Junhua and the other two wouldn't do him any good. Jiao Junhua couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Qin Yu's words. However, Jiao Xingtian's heart skipped a beat. "Brother Qin, may I know which clan you're from?" Jiao Xingtian immediately asked for more information. The factions in the Void Domain were divided by clans. The various clans occupied the rich lands. For example, the Fire WYRM tribe occupied the Volcano Islands. Of course, there were still independent cultivators scattered around the various clans. However, their strength was on a completely different level compared to the various clans. Thus, when Jiao Xingtian saw that Qin Yu had directly announced his name without mentioning his clan, he immediately realized that it was very likely that Qin Yu and his two companions were not from a major clan. Instead, they were the elites of those loose cultivators. If that was the case, it would be great news for Jiao Xingtian and the other two. The three of us are just independent cultivators. Qin Yu didn't know the current situation, so he didn't mention which clan they were from. After all, independent cultivators should exist in every martial world. Brother Qin, you're able to cultivate to such a level despite being an independent cultivator. It shows how talented you are. Jiao Xingtian's smile widened when he heard Qin Tian's words. "You're too kind, Brother Jiao, and the other two are both in the Calamity Realm. They're much stronger than the three of us." Qin Yu replied courteously. He was sure that Jiao Xingtian wanted to befriend them. However, he didn't know if he had any ulterior motives. "Brother Qin, the trial in the Holy World is filled with danger. The various clans are working together to hunt down the other participants. Why don't we form an alliance as well? Jiao Xingtian suggested. Brother Jiao and the other two, you want to form an alliance with us? Did you discover a treasure in the holy world, or did you encounter danger? Qin Yu asked directly. Brother Qin, you're a straightforward person. Then, I won't beat around the bush. Since we've discovered a treasure, we're being targeted by the Dark Thunder clan. Jiao Xingtian smiled and said, as he spoke, he carefully observed the expressions of Qin Yu and the other two. If Qin Yu and the other two revealed a look of fear or surprise, there was no need for them to form an alliance to avoid betrayal. However, if they weren't afraid of the Dark Thunder clan and didn't have any relationship with the Dark Thunder clan, it was worth forming an alliance with them. In this dangerous trial, the more friends they had, the more strength they would have. Chapter 733. Brother Jiao, are you saying that the Dark Thunder clan will target us if we join hands to obtain the treasure? Qin Yu and the other two didn't know what kind of power the Dark Thunder clan was. Naturally, they weren't afraid of them. On the contrary, Qin Yu was rather curious about the treasure that Jiao Xingtian mentioned. If it could tempt Jiao Xingtian and the other two Calamity Realm experts, it would definitely be useful to them. Qin Yu, however, felt that this was an opportunity. After being hunted down by the Blaze Domain, he was eager to raise his cultivation. That's right. After all, we've risked our lives to enter the Saints' world to train. We've come for the Saint tier treasures. Now that the Dark Thunder clan knows about it, they definitely won't miss it. If Brother Qin is afraid of the Dark Thunder clan, just pretend that I didn't mention it. Jiao Xingtian nodded. Haha, the power of the Dark Thunder clan is indeed not to be underestimated. However, the three of us are rogue cultivators. We really don't put the Dark Thunder clan in our eyes. I wonder if the treasure that Brother Jiao mentioned is worth the risk for the three of us. Qin Yu smiled casually, although itinerant cultivators did not have a strong backer as their foundation. They were free and unrestrained. Compared to those forces with families and families, they could act more unscrupulously. If they couldn't defeat them, they could just run away. Brother Qin is really domineering. It looks like I didn't misjudge you. As for the treasure, it definitely won't disappoint the three of you. Even if there are a few more people, the treasure will be enough to split. Jiao Xingtian's eyes lit up as he laughed. With the addition of Qin Yu and the other two, they wouldn't be so weak anymore. Of course, it would be even better if they could invite more independent cultivators to join them. After all, independent cultivators who were qualified to join the holy world were naturally not ordinary people. What a pity! The three of us are used to being alone. We don't have many friends. We don't know anyone in this holy world. Qin Yu said slowly. It's fine. With the three of you helping us, the treasure will be easy to obtain. Jiao Xingtian wasn't disappointed. Instead, the smile on his face grew wider. Immediately, the two sides formed an alliance. Without any hesitation, they headed straight for the location of the treasure. This was because an extremely terrifying pressure existed in the secret realm of the Saints' world. Jiao Xingtian, Jiao Junhua, and Long Hun, who had reached the Calamity Realm and could fly, could only run on foot. Fortunately, their cultivations were not weak. Their speed was as fast as an arrow, and traveling 1,000 miles in a day was a piece of cake. At night, the five of them set up a formation around them and sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. At night, the Saints' world was even more dangerous than during the day. This was because when night fell, a cultivator's perception would be suppressed to an extremely terrifying level. Just an hour ago, they were ambushed. Fortunately, the five of them had extraordinary battle prowess. Not only did they avoid the danger, but they also killed all the ambushers. The ambush this time around had allowed Qin Yu and his two companions to completely understand the martial region they were in. The Void Realm was also the martial realm of the Great Spirit World. Its overall strength was far superior to the Fire Realm. This was evident from the fact that there were several large clans in the Void Realm that were on par with the Fire God Palace of the Fire Realm. The Fire WYRM clan that Jiao Zhengtian and Long Hun belonged to could only be considered a mid-tier clan in the Fire Realm. As for the Dark Thunder clan that might be searching for them, they were a mid-tier clan. The territory they occupied was much larger than the Fire WYRM clan's volcanic islands. The Saints' World was located in the southwest region of the Void Realm. It was a secret realm that had existed since ancient times. It was rumored that it was a treasure trove left behind by an invincible saint beast in ancient times. After the appearance of the Saints' World, there were indeed countless cultivators who obtained supreme treasures or extraordinary fortuitous encounters. As a result, every time it appeared, countless clans in the Void Realm would fight for a spot in the Saints' World. In the end, the large clans of the Void Realm made a rule that only the young geniuses were qualified to compete for a spot in the Saints' World. Only then did the chaos caused by the appearance of the Saints' World gradually calm down. After finding out that they were still in the Great Spirit World, Qin Yu was also relieved. If they were in a great world, it would be much more convenient for him to go to the Fire Realm in the future. Of course, before he was strong enough, Qin Yu wouldn't enter the Fire Realm easily. The mysterious existence in the Fire God Palace should have some kind of secret art or treasure that could detect the entire Fire Realm. If Qin Yu and the others returned rashly, it would be difficult for them to escape. After passing through the night sky that was 3 times longer than the Heaven Realm, the blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Whether it was day or night, the Void Realm was 3 times longer than the Heaven Realm. In other words, 1 day and 1 night in the Void Realm was equivalent to 3 days and 3 nights in the Heaven Realm. Just as Qin Yu and the others dispersed the barrier around them and prepared to continue their journey, the Dragon Soul's expression changed slightly. Jiao Zhengtian, Jiao Junhua, Qin Yu, and Long Yuan sensed it as well. Someone's after us again. Jiao Junhua's eyes flashed fiercely. Compared to the mild-mannered Jiao Zhengtian, Jiao Junhua hadn't completely tamed the killing intent in his bloodline. He would attack at the slightest disagreement. Of course, Jiao Zhengtian might be mild-mannered, but that was only because he was calm. He wasn't a nice guy who didn't kill. If he wanted to kill, he would be even more bloodthirsty than Jiao Junhua. Looking at the fluctuations, it should be the desolate beasts. There are many of them, and they are surrounding us. Jiao Zhengtian's expression turned solemn after he sensed the fluctuations. The most dangerous things in the Saints' World were naturally the desolate beasts. Those desolate beasts lived in the sacred world. Although they didn't have intelligence, their strength was terrifying. Basically, they possessed the bloodline power of ancient sacred beasts. Whether it was in the past or now, most of the prodigies that entered the sacred world had died under the claws of desolate beasts. Only a small number of them had died from killing each other. Be careful. Other than the desolate beasts' auras, there seems to be some hidden auras. After carefully sensing it, Qin Yu quietly sent a voice transmission to the Dragon Soul and Dragon Abyss to remind them, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." When Jiao Zhengtian sensed the desolate beasts surrounding them, he immediately made a decision. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed towards the southeast, where the treasure was located at an extremely fast speed. However, after a few hundred miles, the 5 of them had no choice but to come to a stop. This was because in front of them, there were many ferocious-looking desolate beasts glaring at them covetously. "Rumble! At the same time, the auras of desolate beasts surged in from the other three directions. The earth trembled violently at this moment, as if an earthquake had struck, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Damn it! We're surrounded! Jiao Zhangtian and Jiao Junhua's expressions were extremely solemn. Being surrounded by desolate beasts was even more terrifying than being trapped in the sacred world's restrictions. Chapter 734. Most of them are in the heavenly wheel realm. There are also quite a few in the calamity realm. The dragon soul's expression turned serious when it sensed the desolate beasts surrounding them. However, it wasn't as serious as the Jiao brothers. Compared to the pursuit of the mysterious existence from the Fire God Palace, the boundless wild beasts that besieged them looked much cuter. However, Long Yuan's expression was much more serious. Many ants could kill an elephant. There were tens of thousands of desolate beasts here. Even a heavenly venerate might not be able to kill them, let alone a calamity realm cultivator. He had personally experienced the dangers of the outer realm. At this moment, Long Yuan couldn't help but look at Qinyu. He could only wait and see if Qinyu had any ideas. It seems like someone is controlling these desolate beasts. Qinyu said slowly. Previously, he could vaguely sense the presence of other auras among the desolate beasts. Those auras didn't belong to the desolate beasts. They should be void domain cultivators. Now, seeing those wild beasts blocking their path and surrounding them from all directions, Qinyu was even more certain of this point. Controlling Jiao Zhangtian and Jiao Junhua looked at each other, and their expressions changed. Could it be? At this moment, they thought of the most terrifying rumor in the holy world. If what they thought was true, there was no doubt that the five of them wouldn't be able to escape today. Rumble! While the five of them were waiting solemnly, the desolate beasts from all directions suddenly gathered, causing the earthquake to become even more intense. However, the desolate beasts that gathered from other directions also stopped in their tracks, just like the desolate beasts that blocked their path. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were a well-trained army. Jiao Zhangtian and Jiao Junhua's hearts sank when they saw this. From the looks of it, Qinyu was right. The desolate beasts that surrounded them were indeed controlled by someone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved in such an orderly manner. Bang! 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 A single-horned giant rhinoceros walked out from the group of desolate beasts that blocked their path. This was a desolate beast with the bloodline of the divine nine-light rhinoceros. It had immense strength and unparalleled defense. There was once a genius from one of the great clans of the desolate region who witnessed a single-horned giant rhinoceros shattering a 10,000 zhang tall divine mountain. Its combat prowess was extremely terrifying, but now this single-horned giant rhinoceros with amazing combat strength had been reduced to a mount. On the back of the rhinoceros, there was a figure sitting cross-legged lazily. It was a young man with a bare upper body and extremely well-developed muscles. The young man's light brown eyes were looking at Qinyu and the others mockingly. His gaze was like that of a hunter looking at his prey, and it carried a superior attitude. The Blood WRM clan. No, this is the fluctuation of the Dragon clan's bloodline. After carefully sizing up Qinyu and the others, the burly young man straightened his body and looked at Qinyu, Long Hun, and Long Yuan in astonishment. Although the Blood WRM clan could be considered to be descendants of the Dragon clan, the Dragon clan's bloodline in their bodies was extremely faint. In fact, it could even be said to be dispensable. However, Qinyu and the others were completely different, although they had concealed it well. The burly young man still sensed an extremely rich Dragon clan's bloodline from Qinyu and the others. The richness of the Dragon clan's bloodline made his heart skip a beat. Although he knew that it was unlikely, The burly young man still suspected that Qin Yu and the others were actually dragons in human form. Light brown eyes. The rumor is actually true. There really are descendants of the Beast God clan in the Saint Domain. Jiao Zhengtian and Jiao Junhua looked at the burly young man's eye-catching eyes with a serious expression. Their faces even paled a little. The appearance of this burly young man confirmed their suspicions. There were countless great clans in the Void Domain. There were humans, monsters, beasts, ghosts, and many other clans. However, if one were to talk about the most prosperous royal clan in the history of the Void Domain, it would undoubtedly be the Beast God clan. The Beast God clan was born with the talent to control all beasts. Furthermore, most of the great clans in the Void Domain possessed the bloodline of monsters. As a result, the Beast God clan ruled over all the races in the Void Domain when they were at their peak. Later on, a great calamity occurred, and the Beast God clan suffered heavy losses. Since then, they had disappeared without a trace, as if they had been killed by some mysterious existence. There were only occasional rumors that members of the Beast God clan had appeared in the Saint Domain's trial. However, none of them had been verified. Jiao Zhengtian and Jiao Junhua did not expect this rumor to be true. The Beast God clan, which had once ruled the Void Domain, actually had descendants who were still alive. The few of you are quite talented. I'll give you a chance. From now on, you'll be my slaves and follow me. That robust youth stood up. He looked down at Qin Yu and the other four from a high position. No matter what bloodline power Qin Yu and the others possessed, they were like fish on a chopping board in front of his desolate beast army. They could only be slaughtered by him. In such a situation, any ordinary person would not dare to resist unless they were tired of living. Slaves, Jiao Zhengtian and Jiao Junhua's expressions changed drastically when they heard the burly young man's words. Anger and killing intent surged in their hearts. As the prodigies of the Fire WIRM clan, they had never been humiliated like this before. However, the situation before them made them unable to say anything. After all, they had no way of resisting. They would either become slaves or die. Ha, you're really confident. Qin Yu's expression did not change much. However, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Did this Beast God clan youth really think that he could defeat them? Capture the ringleader first. Capture that guy first. With that thought in mind, Qin Yu notified the Dragon Soul and Dragon Abyss. Since these desolate beasts were under the control of the Beast God clan youth, the crisis would be resolved as long as they captured him. Over the past few days, Qin Yu had gained a basic understanding of the desolate beasts in the Saint Domain. To put it bluntly, these desolate beasts were not much different from wild beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. When there were invaders, they would attack them. When there were no invaders, they would kill each other. As long as no one was controlling them, it would be impossible for them to coexist peacefully with tens of thousands of desolate beasts gathered here. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Either you kneel and become slaves, or you die in the mouths of these desolate beasts. 1, 2, 3. The burly young man from the Beast God clan looked down at Qin Yu and the others with a cold smile. He had subdued many Void Domain prodigies as slaves. In the face of death, no matter how noble they would obediently kneel and become slaves. Whoosh! However, before the burly young man from the Beast God clan could finish his sentence, Qin Yu, the Dragon Soul, and Long Yuan's figures flashed. As the void rippled slightly, they disappeared in a flash. Spatial divine ability. Jiao Zhengtian and Jiao Zhengtian, who were about to kneel, were shocked. Even the young man from the Beast God clan narrowed his eyes. Even in the Void Domain, cultivators who had comprehended the spatial divine ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Moreover, they had been able to escape in this saint domain with a spatial divine ability. This spatial divine ability was even rarer. Oh no! However, in the next moment, the burly young man from the Beast God clan seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and he tried to jump off the back of the single-horned giant rhinoceros.